This sinister man was named Yep Sun. For cultivating over 2,000 years yet never experiencing romance, he was nearly struck by lightning. Coincidentally, there was another man also named Yep who was happily bathing at home when he was directly electrocuted to death by a faulty hairdryer. In this way, he was reborn as the famous undying Taoist Kok Long Immortal Venerable in the immortal realm, being reborn as a man with the same surname and name. Yep Sun, the survivor of the disaster, had calmly returned and once again embarked on his own ancient immortal path. At this time on a flight, two men were discussing. The woman in front, this cold beauty, with red hair and a perfect figure, was surely the goddess in the hearts of gentlemen. At this time, there was a doll-like girl next to her who kept calling, "Mother, look outside." What's that? Originally it was a clear blue sky when suddenly clouds gathered accompanied by thunder. The woman smiled. Then there must be an immortal undergoing tribulation. Could it be Yep Sun being reborn? The teased daughter dove into the woman's embrace asking, "Mother, do you think father will like me?" Yep Sun was currently sitting in his 800 square meter villa, pondering what love was and how to pursue romance. Suddenly, knocking interrupted his train of thought. Yep Sun went to open the door and saw the red-haired woman outside who seemed vaguely familiar. This woman was clearly not ordinary, immediately saying to Yep Sun upon arrival, "That night 4 years ago, I got pregnant. This is our daughter Sao Nuan Nuan." 4 years ago. This woman seemed to be the male host's secret crush. She was drugged and nearly kidnapped, but after being saved by the original host, they had relations. But this was too foolish, saving someone only to be dumped. Regarding that night, I had intended to pretend nothing happened, but unexpectedly I became pregnant. Although I don't like you. But the child is innocent, so I gave birth and named her Sao Nuan Nuan. As you know, after grandfather handed over Sao Shi Company to me, my parasitic relatives have always been jealous. If they found out about Nuan Nuan's existence, it would definitely be detrimental to me. Therefore I had no choice but to entrust her to someone else's care, but I still felt uneasy no matter who I gave her to. But you're Nuan Nuan's biological father, so you're the most suitable candidate. Yep Sun, having just reincarnated, saw his wife and child falling from the sky. He blankly looked at the mother and daughter. At this time, Nuan Nuan used her little arms to pull him, asking, "Dad, are you my dad?" No matter how the original host was, this was heaven's will. "My destined love, let it begin from here." "That's right Nuan Nuan, I'm your dad." "Great, Nuan Nuan also has a dad now." Nuan Nuan can be like other kids and play horsey on dad's neck, right? Although having accepted this daughter, Yep Sun still wasn't able to adapt immediately, frowning. "Do you want to play right now?" Cute Nuan Nuan blinked saying, "Mom said to be polite when first meeting dad, so next time okay." This woman had brought her daughter to hand over to the biological father she was meeting for the first time, then left. It turned out to be because of meddlesome relatives causing detriment to her daughter that she was forced to do this. After telling Yep Sun everything Nuan Nuan liked and feared, she left in tears. Seeing her mother disappear, Nuan Nuan didn't know what she had done wrong, asking where mother went. Then she cried while chasing after her. "Mother, don't go. Mother doesn't want Nuan Nuan anymore. What mother in this world doesn't love her child?" Hearing her daughter's cries, TNHGCA immediately stopped and hugged the weeping Nuan Nuan, saying, "Nuan Nuan, stay with dad for a few days. Mother will be back soon to pick you up." Crying, Nuan Nuan said, "I only want to be with dad and mom, our family of 3 together. Please mom, don't go, don't abandon Nuan Nuan." Yep Sun was currently reading the book TNHGCA had given him. He didn't expect raising a daughter required so many things. Seeing the reluctant mother and child, Yep Sun suggested, "Why don't you two go to the hotel first? I'll prepare a bit then come pick up Nuan Nuan." TNHGCA felt this idea wasn't bad and agreed. Yep Sun returned home, looking at the things here that would be repossessed by the bank tomorrow. He had to figure out how to deal with the mess the original host left behind. Looking at the original host's happy family photo, his parents were originally famous philanthropists but suddenly died in a car accident not long ago. Their assets were left to their nephew Yep Song Wen while the son didn't receive a single cent. It was clearly full of schemes. The original host was truly useless, with everything taken by others yet still having debt. Where would this girl live in the future? After all, he was still young Master Yep of the Yep conglomerate. Yep's son started rummaging for leftover food in the 800 square meter villa. After searching, seeing the 1,000 yuan in his hand, Yep's son was speechless. On the table was a piece of jade and an invitation card. Reading it, Yep's son saw it was an invitation from the capital's gambling king Sin Tham to attend a celebration banquet. A gambling king, perfect, this was like a dream. Someone had gifted him a pillow. There was pocket money for the little girl now. Early next morning, Yep's son helplessly watched the bank come to repossess things. Seeing his utter disinterest, he simply left holding his suitcase because he knew one day all his belongings would be taken back. As Yep's son prepared to leave the neighborhood, an old man suddenly approached asking, "Young man, I just moved here and am wondering if there's a morning exercise park nearby." Yep's son looked at the smiling old man, sensing only killing intent around him. He reminded, "The atmosphere here doesn't suit you. Please leave quickly, otherwise your family's lives will be hard to keep." Hearing this, the old man's smile disappeared as killing intent erupted from his body. "Brat, you're courting death." The old man's smile disappeared as killing intent erupted from his body. "Brat, you're courting death." Yep's son was also extremely shocked and scolded the old man loudly. "Old geezer, you're still young yet so rotten and futile, even cursing at me." Yep's son was too lazy to explain further and simply turned to leave. After all, he had warned the old man already. Whether he believed it or not was up to him. Seeing Yep's son ridicule him then depart, the old man also called him back. "If you're so capable, then talk clearly with me." Just then, a speeding car kicked up a rock, sending it flying at the old man's head. Yep's son quickly turned back and caught the incoming rock. The grateful old man didn't intend to argue right and wrong with him further, but still had to make clear that this was an accident. "You're still young, don't listen to such superstitions." He really didn't listen to Yep's son, and misfortune had already occurred before his eyes. Yep's son didn't say much more, dragging his luggage away. This newly reincarnated man named Yep's son now had nothing left after his return. No choice but to take the 1,000 yuan left in the house and head to a luxurious cruise ship, deciding to give his precious daughter some pocket money. However, a person in an expensive car not far away drove over. Seeing Yep's son board the ship, his face darkened as he asked his subordinate, "How is Yep's son still not dead?" The panicking subordinate reported, "We clearly said the mission was accomplished already, I don't know what happened." Hearing this, the man flew into a rage. "Damn it, just a bunch of useless trash." Yep's son boarded the ship and departed, even getting mocked, "Isn't this young Master Yep already left with nothing yet still has the mood to come here and relax?" Yep's son looked suspiciously at the man before him, then spoke after thinking it over, "I don't know which foul mouth said I was a young master, turns out it's young Master Hoang Emging of the up and coming Hoang Meng Cement Company." Hearing this, Hoang Emging was so angry his teeth gnashed together. "Who are you calling up and coming?" Hoang Emging immediately mocked back. "A mad dog daring to bark nonsense here. I heard your cousin has become CEO of Yep Corp while you didn't get a single cent. Truly miserable. I happen to need someone to transport cement. I'll pay you 3,000 a month, what do you think?" Dealing with such a lowlife, Yep's son was too lazy to continue talking to him. He turned to leave but Hoang Meng suddenly kicked out. As Hoang Meng lifted his leg, Yep's son sensed it and his eyes flashed purple. A purple beam shot at Hoang Meng's leg which suddenly ached, causing him to stagger and lean against the wall. Seeing himself make a fool before Yep's son, Hoang Meng angrily raised his fist. Just then, the man in the car walked over asking, "Hoang Meng, who are you teaching a lesson to?" His sinister gaze looked at Hoang Meng as he asked again, "Want to teach who a lesson?" Seeing Deep Song Van, Yep's son suddenly thought, "This scumbag really puts on an act. Then I'll play along fully." He pointed at Hoang Meng saying, "Cousin, he's bullying me. You have to stand up for me in this." Deep Song Van was stunned for a bit, not expecting the usually useless Yep's son to actually find someone to stand up for him today. But he still silently looked at Hoang Meng. Seeing Deep Song Van's expression, Hoang Meng broke out in cold sweat as he explained, "Wasn't Yep's son kicked out of the house? He can't be considered family anymore." Deep Song Van was too lazy to waste time here. He ordered Hoang Meng to apologize to Yep's son. Suppressed by his lust, Hoang Meng softly muttered an apology. Hearing Hoang Meng's apology as soft as a mosquito buzzing, Yep Sun loudly said, "This is how you apologize. Kneel down for me." Yep Sun, who had been watching the show, smilingly patted Deep Song Van's shoulder. "Cousin, enough. I accept this apology." At this time, with his hand still on Deep Song Van's shoulder, he was stealthily making his move. He released a bolt of purple electricity into the man's body. This dangerous man not only caused the car accident that killed Yep Sun's parents, but also shamelessly stole his family's assets. And now he still hypocritically told Yep Sun that once he was capable, he would happily hand over Yep Corp to him. Seeing his expression, Yep Sun thought that when the time came, he would take back principal and interest. But for now, he still had to play nice, praising Deep Song Van's talents and saying his parents leaving the company to him was reasonable. Just then, as Hoang Meng was leaving, he suddenly stopped, his body unceasingly trembling. His eyes had turned bloodshot. It seemed the poison in Yep Sun's palm had taken effect. Originally, Deep Song Van was conversing with Yep Sun when he was directly punched by Hoang Meng. Deep Song Van fell to the ground, looking at Hoang Meng in disbelief. "You dare hit me?" Hoang Meng was under the effects of the poisonous palm, his body out of control as he once again threw a punch at Deep Song Van. Hoang Meng furiously beat Deep Song Van all the way to the side of the ship, attracting the crowd of onlookers. Having lost his senses, Hoang Meng pushed Deep Song Van to the railing and threw another solid hook. Deep Song Van was punched until stars filled his vision. Suddenly, the poison also took effect on Deep Song Van. His gaze turned vicious as he grabbed Hoang Meng with one hand, tightly clutching his throat. He continuously pressed Hoang Meng towards the railing until under Deep Song Van's strength, Hoang Meng was shoved off the ship into the sea. Deep Song Van returned to his senses and saw he had pushed Hoang Meng into the sea. Shocked, with so many eyewitnesses, if Hoang Meng died, he would become a murderer. Regaining his soul, Deep Song Van immediately called for people. "What are you stunned for? Hurry and save him." Yep Sun, who had watched the good show, casually strolled onto the ship with hands in his pockets. He lamented the fragility of human nature thinking about those two. Just a bit of the poisonous palm rendered them powerless. At this time, the rescue team outside the ship very quickly found Hoang Meng, who had fallen into the water, and pulled him up. Seeing Hoang Meng was fine, Deep Song Van, who had been scared earlier, now breathed a sigh of relief. Deep Song Van's head still ached and he felt muddled, not understanding why he had become so agitated earlier. Moreover, it was as if his body was out of control. Of course, he didn't know how formidable that man was. In just a short time, using his last remaining 1,000 yuan, he had 300 million won gambling. At this time in the control room, the technicians and casino executives were investigating how Yep Sun could have 300 million won. Based on the technicians' observations, naturally no evidence of cheating was found. Now, the cruise ship owner, gambling king Sin Tham, was shocked to hear of Deep Fuang's son and his wife's passing. Earlier he had heard the Deep family members had boarded, but his attendant said someone using Deep Fuang's son's name had come aboard. After inquiring for a bit, he learned the person had already died. The one who used the invitation to board was their son, Yep Sun. Sin Tham sadly asked, "Why did Deep Fuang's son and his wife pass away?" According to the news, they were driving out when the brakes failed and they fell off Cliff Bainson. The police believed it was just an accident, but I feel the matter isn't so simple. Deep Fuang's son left all assets to his nephew Deep Song Van, while his only son Yep Sun didn't receive any inheritance and even had to bear debt. Moreover, the will was made right before the incident occurred. This was too coincidental. Sin Tham also smelled something fishy, the scent of conspiracy. He told his attendant to quickly invite Yep Sun here first. Ah, he already left the ship. Moreover, earlier he 300 million won gambling from us. Sin Tham was also surprised. He had long heard the Deep family's son was useless, looks like they had underestimated him. Tell me, could Yep Sun possibly have supernatural powers? The girl beside him shook her head. I don't know. I watched, but there were no supernatural abilities. Forget whether he has powers or not. Since Sin Tham owes the Deep family, I'll repay the son. When had they seen this cute pretend ferocious ghost girl before? This hateful ghost girl was none other than Yep Sun, who had just 300 million won to buy a gifted house. At this time, the girl was explaining the advantages of the house. Although it was smaller than Yep Sun's previous 800 square meter one, it was still 120 square meters. Moreover, transportation was convenient and all furnishings were new. Yep Sun assessed the interior decor, very satisfied with the new furniture. But while looking around, he suddenly discovered a ghost in the corner. Yep Sun looked at the girl beside him, silently thinking, so this cheap house also has its reasons. The girl seemed to also sense Yep Sun's abnormality. She explained, "Let me tell you why this house is so cheap. It was originally bought for my daughter but she disappeared before returning home. Now life or death is uncertain. Moreover, every time I come here I feel like my daughter is by my side. My husband fears I have a psychological problem and sold this house cheaply." Unexpectedly, this girl was so honest. Yep Sun was ready to take out his bank card saying, "Tell me when payment can be made." The girl said it could be paid today and she'd go grab some documents, asking him to wait a moment. Watching her leave, Yep Sun said to behind him, "Go away." At this time, a cute female ghost jumped out. Eyes wide looking at Yep Sun as she asked suspiciously, "You can see me?" Yep Sun was the respected immortal venerable, naturally able to see this much. The female ghost suddenly cried saying, "But my parents can't even see me no matter how I call them." They couldn't see or hear her at all. Yep Sun curiously asked, "Are you the homeowner's daughter? But no matter who you are, this is my territory now. Tell me, what exactly happened?" Seeing Yep Sun knew she was a ghost, she immediately raised her hand threateningly. "Ah, I'm a ghost, you're not scared of me." Yep Sun immediately got in her face. "I'm scarier than a female ghost." The threatened girl obediently told Yep Sun, "My name is Tu Ngoc Nhi. I went abroad to study a year ago. Last year when preparing to return home, I was drugged unconscious in the airport bathroom. After that I don't know what happened. By the time I woke up, I was in this room and became like now. According to my parents, I had gone missing. I wanted to tell them I was here but no matter how I yelled, they couldn't see or hear me." Yep Sun also heard clues from this. He asked, "You can't leave this place, right?" "That's right. I can only move around here. If I take one more step, I can't." Hearing this, Yep Sun's hand was suddenly covered in spiritual energy. He smashed it against the wall. Under Yep Sun's attack, the wall continuously spun, shocking Ngoc Nhi watching beside. Next, a red box was pulled out from the wall by Yep Sun. Leaning her chin on her hand, Ngoc Nhi curiously looked at the just removed box. "What's this?" Yep Sun said, "It's your remains. You nearly fainted just now." This young lady was truly pitiful. Not only killed by someone and turned into a ghost, she was also trapped by this formation, unable to see her family, letting resentment accumulate to turn her into refinement material. Ngoc Nhi doubtfully said she wasn't fierce at all, even afraid of light. Yep Sun said that was because she was originally kind. Even if forced, she would only feel wronged. She didn't feel resentment or any intention for revenge. That person was truly blind. Hearing this, Ngoc Nhi, who had lost direction for her ghostly life, asked Yep Sun if she was very useless, having become a ghost yet still not taken advantage of. But thinking of how Yep Sun said she could become fierce, her hopes rose endlessly. She wanted to ask Yep Sun to help her so her parents could see her. Yep Sun told her she had lingered in this world for too long without reincarnating. Now that the formation was undone, she would immediately dissipate unless he taught her cultivation techniques to become a cultivating ghost. Ngoc Nhi frantically shook her head. "I don't want to dissipate. I want to become a cultivating ghost." Yep Sun also wanted to guide her because although Ngoc Nhi was ignorant, she had an innocent heart, part of the ingredients for cultivation. Teaching her wasn't impossible but he had to tell her the path of cultivating went against the heavens. Once entered, there was no turning back. The worst outcome would be dissipation. Ngoc Nhi nodded her little head, "Master, I have no regrets. Please teach me to cultivate as a ghost." Yep Sun was also delighted. She really just went along with things, huh? But for now she needed to consolidate her ghostly form first. He would find some materials to help her consolidate, then teach her the consolidation technique afterwards. This made Ngoc Nhi extremely happy. She asked, "After I cultivate, will my parents be able to see me?" Yep Sun said it was possible but people and ghosts walked different paths. The more she interacted with them, the more disadvantageous for them. The safest method was entering their dreams, letting them know what happened, bidding farewell, and having them bury her remains. That way they could let go and she could cultivate in peace. Tears welled up in Ngeoknye's eyes hearing Yep Sun's words. She also wanted her parents to continue searching like this. Just then, Yep Sun's phone rang. After the call, he told Ngeok he was stepping out for a bit. He would be back tonight. This terrified Ngeok to the point her face turned purple. She immediately said, "Master, don't go. I'm scared. What if bad people come take me away?" "Don't worry. This terrible formation will be ineffective after 3 to 5 years. It's only been 1 year so he won't come." On his way out, Yep Sun didn't forget to scorn. Choosing this Ngeok without heart or lungs, this person is too amateur. This girl glared at Yep Sun when he entered, even giving him a warning not to think that as Noen's father, he could get close to Tan Ca. She would never forgive him for that night 4 years ago. This made Yep Sun laugh. It was clearly her carelessness in protecting Tan Ca, yet she blamed him, saying he was Tan Ca's benefactor instead. Based on the situation of her being drugged, if she had fallen into their hands, what would have happened? The girl also knew she was wrong but still flushed red, saying Yep Sun was making excuses. It was obvious he had fallen into a trap and was led astray due to poor timing. Yet he took advantage of others. Yep Sun asked if she thought he was the active one. This angered the girl into shouting, "It's your evil spirit. Why would Sister Tan Ca be with you, Yep Sun was too lazy to speak with her. "I despise people like you the most," immediately shifting responsibility onto others when something happens to comfort yourself. "So I ask, after it happened what more did you do? Who was the mastermind? Have you found any clues?" From her appearance, it was obvious she had done nothing. The girl was driven mad. Seeing she couldn't persuade Yep Sun, she said who cares about father of Noen, if he wasn't that she would have beaten him until he knelt and begged. Men didn't fight women. Yep Sun turned away, too lazy to quarrel with her. But she kept hurling bitter words, mentioning Yep Sun's family mishaps and some shameful things from his past. But Yep Sun was like an elderly cultivator now, completely unmoved by her mockery and scolding. He only looked at Tan Ca with a gentle gaze. Let her talk as she pleased. Like the mountain breeze and moonlight over the great river, he remained unmoved no matter her mockery and scolding. Seeing Yep Sun ignore her, the girl seemed ready to raise her fist in anger. Just then, Tan Ca entered saying for the girl to stop talking. She asked Yep Sun why he had suddenly returned and just learned of his family circumstances, then asked what he planned to do next. Yep Sun said he had hands and feet, everything would be fine. He also knew fortune telling so she didn't need to waste effort worrying for him. Seeing he was the same as before, Tan Ca endlessly ached. She had been infatuated all these years with those fanciful things. Finally she took out the bank card she had prepared, giving it to Yep Sun to buy a house so she didn't want Noen following him to suffer. But Yep Sun had just 300 million won gambling so he declined Tan Ca's good intentions, saying he could provide for Noen and give her an ordinary life like anyone else. Moreover, he had bought a house already and could now bring Noen. Don't people think daughters are like a father's small overcoat? Don't people want to gain their precious treasure? When little Noen woke up, her hair was a mess. She first asked what her mother was doing before seeing Yep Sun beside Tan Ca and excitedly raising her fist asking, "Dad, right? It's Dad." Yep Sun also really liked this daughter, gently patting her head. "Of course it's Dad. Didn't we meet yesterday?" Noen felt her father's love for the first time. Seeing Yep Sun, she smiled. Seeing his daughter kept staring at his face, Yep Sun asked, "Why keep looking at Dad?" "Something on my face." Noen said, "Last night was too dark to see clearly. Turns out Dad is so handsome." Hearing Yep Sun say he had bought a house and planned to take Noen to see her future home, Tan Ca naturally had no issues. She went to change Noen's clothes while Noen clung to Yep Sun, asking when they would go see the new house. Noen clung to Yep Sun, continuously tugging him saying, "I want to hug Dad." Yep Sun immediately lifted Noen up high. "Okay, Dad will take you home." Noen now had a dad. She waved goodbye to her mom and Yen Ling, telling them to hurry up. Having a dad meant not needing mom anymore. Tan Ca helplessly called out, Noen, you haven't changed clothes yet." After changing, Noen immediately went to Yep Sun's new house, happily inspecting it. Yen Ling couldn't understand Yep Sun, sarcastically asking if he was renting this place. Yep's son retorted he had the property deed, she could look herself. Noan extremely liked the new house. Looking at the vase on the table, she suddenly felt something beside her. Turning around, she saw Ngeok Nhi flying in the air and called her parents over to see. Noan ran to Yep's son saying a beautiful big sister was flying. Yep's son looked at Noan in shock, not expecting she could see Ngeok Nhi. Ngeok Nhi panicked, waving her hands and stuttering explanations. Yep's son had been defeated by this silly girl, only telling Noan, this sister has no home to return to, very pitiful, so dad let her stay in our home. This is our secret, don't tell your mom, okay? Hearing this secret, Noan's eyes widened. Then when mom comes over she'll see big sis. Let's quickly hide her. Noan was surely dad's little overcoat, naturally not disobeying him. It turned out Ngeok Nhi feared Noan would reveal her, so said she could use magic to make mom and mean auntie not see her. Right then, Tan Ca walked in. Ngeok Nhi said again, remember Noan, this is our secret. After saying that, Noan stared into her big eyes as Ngeok Nhi vanished into thin air. The little girl saw Ngeok Nhi really knew magic and happily dove into Yep's son's arms saying the big sister's magic was amazing. Seeing Noan so happily smiling, Ling asked what made her so happy. Remembering Ngeok Nhi's words to keep the secret, Noan reacted very quickly saying, Dad said Auntie Ling is very fierce, like a tigress. Hearing this, Ling angrily said talking behind someone's back was so childish and shameless. Yep's son would surely bear this pot. Yep's son ignored Ling's anger and asked Noan what she wanted dad to cook for dinner tonight. Noan happily looked at Yep's son. Dad knows how to cook. Then she asked if he could make beefsteak, sandwiches, hamburgers. Yep's son confidently stated, Dad is very capable. Mom can't even cook rice herself, it's the servants at home who cook. This destroyed Tan Ca's pride. She immediately told Noan, actually mom can cook too. I'm just too busy. I'll make you a meal next time. Then she said to Yep's son, I have an important meeting today so can't stay for dinner. Tonight I have to represent grandfather and attend an evening charity gala on the cruise ship. Noan has never attended one of these trips before, so I think. Yep's son understood her implied meaning was for him to bring their daughter right. Tan Ca was endlessly worried. Noan was most important to her, but the family was watching. If they discovered Noan's identity, it would bring much danger. Just then, Yep's son stated, my daughter will live as she wants. As long as I'm here, no one can harm her. Tan Ca couldn't believe it. Were those words just now spoken by Yep's son? She looked at him saying, I don't know what you've experienced, but you seem to have changed. If you're telling the truth, then prove it to me. At this time, Noan wore a gray dress printed with roses and had her hair up. She shyly asked, Dad, does Noan look pretty in this dress? Noan changed clothes again, shyly asking, Dad, is Noan beautiful? Seeing his beloved daughter, Yep's son smiled gently. Noan is the most beautiful. Yep's son picked up the little girl, dotingly saying, Noan is the most beautiful girl, no one is prettier than Noan. But Noan pouted, saying, Dad is wrong. Mom is prettier than me. Yep's son patiently explained, that's because Noan is still young. When you grow up, you'll definitely be as beautiful as mom. Beside them, Tan Ca said, that's right Noan. You're mom's daughter, so you'll certainly be even prettier than me. Just then Noan asked, Mom, can we go see the cruise ship now? Yep's son could see Tan Ca's hesitation, so said, Mom has important things to do. Wait a little longer and Dad will take you. Hearing mom couldn't go with her, Noan became disappointed, saying she wanted both parents to go together. At this time, Yep's son bent down and whispered in Noan's ear that Ngeok Nhi was afraid of strangers and would be scared seeing outsiders. Little Noan's face immediately became serious. Noan understands. Noan will help big sis Ngeok Nhi. Then she told Tan Ca, Mom, go ahead with your work. Noan will listen to Dad. Seeing everything was settled, Tan Ca thanked them and prepared to leave, but Yep's son called her back, pointing to the necklace she wore and asking, Can I have this? Tan Ca found it strange, touching the necklace and asking, What do you need it for? Yep's son saw the jade wasn't bad. Jade could teach people and he planned to give it to Noan Noan. He also thought it could serve as a shelter for Ngeok Nhi. Hearing this, Tan Ca handed the necklace to him, saying her mother had given it to her. Giving it now to Noan Noan was appropriate. After Tan Ca left, Yep Sun took out Ngeok Nhi's remains from the wall. Using his palm techniques, he created a box and the formation gradually dispersed. Only seeing the remains in the box emit a golden light under Yep Sun's guidance as they entered the jade pendant. Seeing Yep Sun doing something she couldn't understand, Ngeok Nhi asked, "Master, what are you doing? This will be your shelter in the future. After successful cultivation, you can freely act." Hearing she could leave this place, Ngeok Nhi was extremely happy. "Thank you, Master." Yep Sun and his daughter went to the cruise ship where everyone was lively. Yep Sun was still a handsome guy. Even bankrupt, his style remained, and the little girl in his arms, "Who's that cutie?" Two newly rich brothers mocked Yep Sun at this time. Bankrupt yet still wearing that here. Noan Noan had been carried by Dad for so long but they still hadn't arrived. She happily said, "This boat is so big." Yep Sun smiled. "Little girl, seems I've been carrying you the whole time. Have you walked at all?" Arriving at the buffet, Noan Noan was mesmerized by the dishes before her. She told Dad to put her down so she could go eat. Noan Noan took a plate, humming as she chose her favorite foods. But she was stared at by the newly rich man's sister. When the girl looked at Yep Sun, she had wicked thoughts. She immediately went in front of Noan Noan, blocking her and saying to Yep Sun, "I heard you went bankrupt. Life must have been hard these past days." Yep Sun had no affection for this woman, coldly saying, "I don't know you. You're blocking my daughter." Seeing bankrupt Yep Sun dare speak to her this way, the woman started hurling insults. Noan Noan fearfully saw the fierce woman and said, "Don't be mean to Dad." Hearing Noan Noan call Yep Sun, "Dad," the woman became even more shameless, saying Noan Noan was a bastard child. She then pushed Noan Noan away, but her foot accidentally stepped on the tablecloth, shaking all the plates and glasses until they fell and shattered on the floor. This shameless woman blamed it all on Noan Noan. Noan Noan was suddenly accused and froze in fear. The nearby guests also started blaming Noan Noan. Noan Noan aggrievedly said, "Auntie, it wasn't me. It was Auntie's fault, not me." Yep Sun comforted Noan Noan, "Dad saw it wasn't your fault, baby. Don't cry, only people who did wrong should cry." Noan Noan wiped her tears. "Dad, Noan Noan didn't do wrong. I won't cry." Then she fiercely looked at the woman, "Apologize to my daughter now. No, you're at fault." The woman ignored Yep Sun. For harming his daughter, Yep Sun would definitely be merciless. He first coaxed the little girl to close her eyes. "Dad will do magic for you." Noan Noan closed her eyes and felt she had entered fairyland, surrounded by many beautiful fairy sisters. Yep Sun would never forgive anyone who made Noan Noan cry. Moreover, Tan Ca and Yen Ling were currently watching everything. Not knowing the truth, Yen Ling angrily scolded Yep Sun and was about to handle matters but Tan Ca called her back. They couldn't let others know Noan Noan's identity, had to watch first. Yep Sun told the woman, "I'm giving you one last chance. Apologize to my daughter and I'll spare you." The woman retorted, "Now you kneel and kowtow to me 3 times, then I'll spare your life. How about it?" Yep Sun was also angered by this woman, gnashing his teeth. The arrogant woman suddenly found her body unable to move. Seeing Yep Sun approach, she hurriedly called for her brother. The man heard the shout and raised his fist at Yep Sun. For trash like this, Yep Sun only needed to lightly wave his hand to make the man scram. Seeing Yep Sun before her, the woman was still chattering away. Yep Sun was too lazy to listen to her nonsense and directly slapped her, ordering the girl to quickly apologize. The girl didn't believe Yep Sun dared hit her. If both siblings died here, it would be another slap answering her, leaving only the sound of the slap. Slapped until stars filled her vision, the girl said, "My dad won't let this go." Before she even finished speaking, Yep Sun was the only one left in front of her. The resounding slap to the girl's face echoed everywhere. Sin Tham learned Yep Sun had returned to the cruise ship and also quickly went over. Seeing this, he asked attendant Louis beside him, "Could you see the speed of Yep Sun's movements clearly?" Louis honestly answered, "The motions were too quick to see clearly." This not only made Sin Tham sigh. He really didn't expect Deep Fuang's son and his wife to have such an interesting son. Over here, Yep Sun slapped the woman until she cried, begging for her life, pleading for Yep Sun not to hit her anymore, that she would apologize. Yep Sun coldly laughed at the evildoer. He turned back to Noan and lightly snapped his fingers in front of her. Noan opened her eyes and happily grabbed Yep Sun's hand, wanting Dad to perform more magic and make many more beautiful fairy sisters appear. Yep Sun agreed to continue next time. Then he pointed at the woman saying, "This auntie knows she was wrong and wants to apologize to you." The woman revealed a smile uglier than her crying. "I'm sorry Noan." Noan held no grudge over her earlier actions. Moreover, she said, "Mom told me, knowing wrong and correcting is being a good child." Seeing his daughter had forgiven her, Yep Sun also let the woman leave. The girl who just couldn't move earlier, after Yep Sun's words, could move again. She immediately went to help her brother lying on the ground. Just then a man approached, mocking Yep Sun as a little bug crawling out, so amazing. The just slapped girl saw her savior arrive. She tearfully hugged the man, pointing at Yep Sun and distorting black and white. His daughter knocked over the glasses, but he dared say it was her. When she didn't admit it, he hit her. This man was truly seeking death. He should kneel and apologize to Yep Sun. Seeing little Noan was already so beautiful, he suddenly had ideas about her. He wanted to snatch Noan before Yep Sun. This frightened Tan Xie nearby. She wanted to go help, but Yep Sun shook his head at her, indicating she needn't come over. Yep Sun then patted Noan's head, telling her to close her eyes again so he could perform more magic for her. Wang Muk Don saw Yep Sun ignore him and took out a gun, demanding he hand over Noan. The instant he finished speaking, the enraged Yep Sun flung away his gun. Then his hand became like claws, seizing Wang Muk Don before him. Yep Sun's body turned ghost-like as he pushed Wang Muk Don forward. At this time, the martial artist accompanying Wang Muk Don saw the young master get caught. He rushed over, hidden weapons and several black beads flying towards Yep Sun and his daughter. Seeing the hidden weapons flying at his daughter, Yep Sun was horrified. He grabbed Wang Muk Don's head to block them, immediately activating the protective mechanism for his beloved girl. He barely blocked the weapons flying at the girl. Seeing Noan was fine, Yep Sun immediately grabbed the back of Wang Muk Don's head and smashed his face into the table. Seeing his attack fail, the martial artist immediately ran at Yep Sun, intending to kick his head. But Yep Sun had godly sight. The sound of bones cracking rang out as the man's leg bone curled up into a flower coil in agony. He screamed, holding his warped leg. Seeing no more obstacles, Yep Sun grabbed Wang Muk Don's head again, about to continue smashing it down. Just then a hand grabbed Yep Sun's arm. It was Sin Tham saying it wasn't good for the enraged nephew to do something fatal. He should restrain himself. Seeing the man standing before him, Yep Sun asked, "You are?" Sin Tham introduced himself as the owner of this cruise ship and his parents' friend. He hoped Yep Sun could retain some face for him and let this matter go. Yep Sun saw this man was courteous and also his parents' friend. After thinking for a moment, he agreed and released Wang Muk Don, tossing him aside. Sin Tham advised Yep Sun to release Wang Muk Don. Even if he wasn't grateful, Yep Sun should just let it go. But Wang Muk Don was still angry. "I was invited here yet also beaten on this boat." He wanted Sin Tham to resolve this. Sin Tham had no interest in dealing with this junior. He turned and told Wang Hua Nong he would never work with the Wangs again. Seeing he wouldn't get anything from Sin Tham, Wang Muk Don immediately aimed at Yep Sun. "I will avenge this grudge." Yep Sun just coldly laughed at this Aunt Wang Muk Don, saying nothing. At this time, Yen Ling saw the fallen martial artist and told Tan Xie, "He's the one who led me away 4 years ago." Tan Xie understood now. 4 years ago, the one who drugged her to kidnap her was none other than Wang Muk Don. Sin Tham by Yep Sun's side also grew angry, telling attendant Louis to see the guests out. When Iu Jun walked past Yep Sun, he stealthily made hand signs, silently sending something into Yep Sun's body. In Yep Sun's arms, little Noan still didn't know what happened earlier. She happily lay in her father's embrace, saying the fairy sisters had taught her to dance just now. Suddenly, Yep Sun's phone rang. The caller was Tan Xie. Yep Sun looked at Tan Xie before him as he answered, knowing she had something to say. Tan Ca thanked Yep Sun for protecting Noan earlier, then mentioned Wang Muk Don's sinister ways. They must be careful. She would immediately arrange to send him and their daughter home. Yep Sun asked, "You're very concerned about me?" making Tan Ca blush. She said it was all for Noan. Yep Sun told her not to worry. That trash certainly wouldn't have a chance. Then he hung up. Right after Tan Ca ended the call, she heard the sound of gunshots. Sin Tham immediately sent someone below deck to check the situation. But Attendant Louis hurriedly ran over after sending Wang Muk Don off. After hearing Lu's whispered report, Sin Tham was shocked. Iu Jun shot Wang Muk Don dead. The instant they had gone above deck, Iu Jun grabbed a pistol and shot Wang Muk Don's head. Now everyone on deck looked at the gun holding Iu Jun in fright. He desperately explained it wasn't him. Earlier his hand had completely been out of his control. At this time, Ngiok Nhi flew to Yep Sun's side. "Master, was it you?" Yep Sun said, "That trash didn't deserve to live." Seeing it really was her master's doing, Ngiok Ni's face was full of anticipation, hoping Yep Sun could teach her this move. Yep Sun just laughed saying, "This was merely a petty trick. If you've taken me as master, naturally you'll have to be more patient." Remember when Yep Sun met the old man as doubled saint? Because he didn't heed Yep Sun's warning, he was now calling Yep Sun, begging him to save his grandson. Yep Sun was also curious how the other side knew his number and name. The clever old man admitted checking up on him. He said the things Yep Sun warned about that time had all come true now. He hoped Yep Sun could help him. Yep Sun didn't blame the old man for arbitrarily calling him. He asked where they currently were. After learning they were at the hospital, Yep Sun told the old man to immediately take his grandson somewhere with ample qi. "Just do that first and send me the address after." After hanging up, Yep Sun told Noan, "An old man ran into trouble and wants dad to go help. Let's not wait for mom and go first, okay?" Noan understood and said, "Dad, hurry and go. Don't keep the old man waiting." At this time, Sin Tham saw Yep Sun leaving and hurriedly followed. "Master Yep, the banquet just started. Why leave so quickly?" Yep Sun explained something suddenly came up that he had to handle. Understanding the situation, Sin Tham was very regretful. He had originally wanted to chat with Yep Sun. Yep Sun felt this old friend of his parents wasn't bad and made plans to meet again next time. At this time, Tan Ca and Yen Ling continuously observed Yep Sun carrying Noan away. Seeing them leave, Tan Ca had Yen Ling hand over the charity check to Mr. Ha. They would go with Yep Sun. After Yep Sun left the cruise ship, he heard calls from behind. Recognizing Tan Sa's voice, Noan happily looked back calling, "Mom." Seeing Tan Ca was coming out with them, she became even more excited. Yep Sun explained he had some matters to attend to. If Noan was unhappy, he would make up for it later. Tan Ca quickly clarified she had no other intentions. She happened to want to head back and could give him a ride partway. Yep Sun just stared at Tan Ca at her flushed red face. Yen Ling was currently driving. She bluntly asked Yep Sun, "How did you take down Iu Jun?" Yep Sun was currently doting on Noan, laughing delightedly as if he didn't hear Yen Ling's question. This angered Yen Ling, her tone rising several degrees. "Are you deaf? I'm asking you." But Yep Sun replied, "If your parents didn't teach you manners, I can have Noan teach you. No matter who you ask, you can't be fierce like that. You should say please and thank you." Seeing Noan was also helping Yep Sun, Yen Ling angrily said, "Please tell me, is that good enough?" Yep Sun was in no hurry, simply refusing. What was going on here? Why were there two ambulances parked in the square? Turns out it was arranged by Yep Sun for the old man to bring his grandson somewhere with ample qi. When he arrived, Yep Sun knocked on the ambulance door. The old man opened it and happily said, "Master Yep, you've come." Inside was a young boy lying down with a married couple and nurse beside him. Seeing the evil qi emanating from the boy's body, Yep Sun didn't waste words, telling the old man to have everyone leave. Hearing this, the married couple's faces paled. They didn't agree with Yep Sun's methods because the doctor said if he was disconnected, little Tuan was done for. The old man worriedly asked Yep Sun, "Master Yep, are you confident you can save my grandson?" Seeing they didn't believe in him, Yep Sun said, "If you believe me then do as I say. If you don't believe, consider this trip a waste of my efforts." Hearing this, the old man immediately stopped Yep's son. I believe. I was too hasty speaking incorrectly just now." After that, the nurse took out all the equipment, but the woman still seemed to want to say something. The old man angrily said, "You only listen to the doctor, but can the doctor do anything? Get off the ambulance and sincerely rely on Master Yep to save my grandson with all his might." With everyone gone, Ngeok Nhi also flew out from the jade piece. She kept saying she wanted to eat the special fragrance inside the ambulance. Yep's son told her, "That's an evil spirit in the boy's body. It will harm human lives, but for you, it's nourishing food. In a bit, I'll draw out the evil spirit from the boy's body. You absorb that spirit energy to form your cultivation base." After speaking, Yep's son raised his hand. Spirit energy was gradually sucked out from his palm. Due to the moving evil energy, the boy miserably flew up, sweat endlessly dripping down his face. With skillful techniques and heart-focused, the evil ghost spirit was pulled out from the boy's body, gathering in Yep's son's hand. Then Yep's son brought his palms together at the lotus jade piece. A lump of pitch-black evil chi exited the boy's body into Yep's son's hand. With a puff, it disappeared after Yep's son touched it. Ngeok Nhi was currently meditating. The lotus before her chest shone, sucking in the evil ghost spirit in the air. With the evil chi leaving his body, the boy gradually woke up calling, "Mom. I need Mom." This delighted the people waiting outside. The woman immediately opened the door calling, "Little Tuan," then rushed in to hug the boy tightly. The old man now came to Yep's son's side, thanking him for helping his grandson and saving their family's life. The man beside him also smiled, admitting earlier he had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. He apologized to Yep's son and introduced himself as Hua Trong Lam, son of Hua the Than. If Yep's son needed help with anything in the future, just say so. The Hua family would definitely not hesitate. At this time, the girl beside asked, "Master Yep, what illness did little Tuan have? Will it relapse in the future?" This wasn't an illness. There was a resentful spirit haunting and slowly eroding away his yang energy. Yep's son explained everything in detail to them. "I told your father before, your home has bad feng shui. If you want peace, hurry and move. But earlier I saw not just evil chi but also large amounts of evil spirits in little Tuan's body. This is now not simply a feng shui issue." After Yep's son said it wasn't simple to the old man's family, Hua the Than again pleaded for Yep's son to thoroughly save them. He had to help their family. When Yep's son arrived outside Hua the Than's home, he already sensed the area filled with strange spirits. Ngeok Nhi also felt the emerging evil chi, exactly like a hungry child, urging Yep's son to quickly feed her. Yep's son said, "Don't rush. When the time comes you'll get to eat. Let's go in first." Yep's son opened the door and a wave of evil chi rushed out. He looked straight at the courtyard entrance and stairs. That was the sinister formation's layout. After pondering a while, Yep's son realized the sinister formation only brought misfortune to feng shui, absolutely not gathering so much evil chi. He then covered his palm in radiance and tapped the stone railing. Turns out it was made from human bones. Ngeok Nhi was also shocked. The long staircase was truly made from human bones. Yep's son told her, "Not necessarily. It likely contains yin gathering material too. These walls as well, a big problem." Stepping into the yard, Yep's son was also surprised to see weeping willows, poplars, all yin gathering plants. He didn't expect the arranger to be so meticulous. But all this still wasn't enough. After walking a few more steps, Yep's son discovered the issue right beneath his feet. He decided to have someone dig it up tomorrow to take a look. Ngeok Nhi felt with master's abilities, flattening this place would be very easy. Yep's son told her, "This is someone else's home. We can't act rashly." Then he took out the lotus jade piece, telling Ngeok Nhi to prepare herself and they could begin. Hearing they would start, Ngeok Nhi immediately became spirited. She sat meditating, the lotus flower before her chest. At this time, Yep's son loudly proclaimed, "I now pass on to you the profound yin immortal scripture to guide resentful spirits to empower you. Simply follow the words and gather spiritual bodies." Immediately, Yep's son condensed energy in his palm and raised his hand. A fierce palm fiercely smashed down on the meditating Ngeok Nhi's head. The powerful evil spirits around seemed to have found an outlet for their rage. They crazily surged into Ngiok head and she absorbed them. The remaining spirits around the villa were few. Ngiok Nhi opened her eyes wide, still not believing she had a body. She asked Yep Sun to pinch her. He said no need for that. Now she was no different than an ordinary person, only lacking breath and normal body temperature. With diligent cultivation in the future, she could steadily progress. Looking at herself, Ngiok Nhi knelt before Yep Sun in gratitude. Ngiok Nhi, being able to meet you is my blessing. However far I can reach in the future will be attributed to my fortune. After obtaining a body, Ngiok Nhi immediately asked if she could stay by Master's side from now on. Did she need to hide in the jade pendant anymore? Ngiok Nhi had just formed her body and was still unstable. Yep Sun said to stay in the jade tomorrow. Come out to cultivate at night. Once she entered chi training, she could move freely. Suddenly, Yep Sun's godly sight looked behind him. His inner power shot out as he shouted, "You rats over there, come out." At this time, a shriek sounded from the tree before someone fell down. The fallen man hastily explained, "Fellow Taoists able to see this sinister formation must also be cultivators. Please show leniency." Yep Sun saw nothing to fear from this man, thinking he was just someone with a little feng shui knowledge. The man told Yep Sun his name was Lu Xin, inheritor of Longevity Temple on Mount Tien Guan. He asked who Yep Sun was. Yep Sun just asked back, "Do you have a grudge against the Hua family?" Seeing Yep Sun answer his question with another question, Lu Xin said he was very rude. Yep Sun silently stared at him. Lu Xin hurriedly explained under his gaze that he had no grudge with the Hua family. He only took money from the rich to help the poor avert disaster. Yep Sun continued asking, "Who is your master?" Lu Xin acted very professional, saying he couldn't reveal that. Yep Sun scorned, "Cultivators should have tranquil minds and few desires. Yet you now harm others for money and status while speaking of morality." Hearing this, Lu Xin said he only set up the sinister formation and never harmed anyone's life. Seeing him doing bad things yet pretending to be innocent, Ngiok Nhi was very angry. But Yep Sun also saw he was telling the truth since he had been consistently claiming responsibility for the sinister formation. Moreover, with his abilities, there was no way to gather so many fierce evil spirits either. Since he couldn't get anything out of him, Yep Sun left, saying he'd return tomorrow. Seeing Yep Sun about to depart, Lu Xin hurriedly asked him to clearly explain. Yep Sun told him, "If you want to know, come back here tomorrow afternoon." After investigating the Hua family matter, Yep Sun also returned home. He had just opened the door when Noan excitedly shouted, "Dad!" and leapt into his arms. Seeing Noan, Yep Sun somehow felt at peace, hugging her and saying, "Dad said he'd be back before you sleep and didn't break his promise, right?" Noan's joyful mood suddenly changed as she said, "Dad, help Noan coax Mom. Mom has to return overseas tomorrow, so she's sad to leave Noan and cried." Beside them, Tan Ca was amused hearing Noan's words. "Who was it just now reluctant to let Mom leave? Your little nose is still red, see? Noan was stabbed in the back by Mom." She hurriedly covered her nose saying, "Mom is reluctant to leave Noan and Noan is also reluctant to leave Mom, right? Then Dad is also reluctant for Mom to go. Can we not let Mom leave?" Tan Ca gently patted Noan's head, saying she had things to handle and couldn't bring Noan along. But she would rush back to find Noan as soon as she finished. "Alright, okay. Then when Mom is done, we'll be together with Dad and never separate again." Tan Ca didn't know how to respond to Noan's question. Just then, Yep Sun stood up saying Noan was his daughter and no one could separate them. The warm scene had Tan Ca and Yep Sun slowly connecting, also gradually letting go of their prejudices towards each other. Seeing Tan Ca bring Noan to sleep, leaving just him and Yen Ling, Yep Sun also went to his room. Seeing him pass by without a word, Yen Ling angrily shouted at him. For this detestable woman, Yep Sun had nothing left to say. But Yen Ling kept causing a disturbance, saying Tan Ca wouldn't like him. Yep Sun gloomily said, "Looks like you not only have poor skills and technique, even basic respect for your job is lacking. You didn't protect her 4 years ago and that still hasn't motivated you to work harder or improve your kung fu. Now you just focus on your boss's private life, not knowing what master taught, only producing a worthless waste. Hearing Yep's son insult her master, Yen Ling said, "My master is an ancient martial arts master. His intangible palm of revered clouds is unfathomable and invincible. I don't see what's so profound about your earlier move at all." After she finished speaking, Yep's son began teaching her a lesson. "Yen Ling, you're useless to Tan Xie." Yep's son very quickly appeared behind her, grabbing and controlling her. But he didn't teach her a lesson. Instead, he sealed her acupoints, making her act according to his guidance. Yep's son's palm gathered spiritual power. The wild, mighty energy lifted Yen Ling up as the spirit energy entered her body. She felt unprecedented joy, like her entire meridians were open. The just opened Yen Ling looked at Yep's son in shock. "Why did you help me?" Yep's son told her, "I'm not happy to help you either. Everything is for Tan Xie. Although you're a useless bodyguard, you have conscience, so I've decided to give you a chance. Now, with your cultivation method unblocked, if you still can't reach the innate realm soon, I'll immediately dismiss you and find a new bodyguard." Hearing she could reach what even her master hadn't, Yen Ling patted her chest, vowing she wouldn't let Yep's son down. Yep's son returned to his room. To quickly recover his strength, he immediately started cultivating. The radiance in Yep's son's palm frantically absorbed moonlight. Feeling he was nearing the goal, Yep's son opened his eyes and bit his finger. In his heart he thought, "Today is doubled Saint's Core Formation Day." Yep's son stood up and used his blood to draw formations at the four corners of the room. After finishing, he found the room's center point, bringing his palms together. Suddenly, an invisible wave spread out. Yep's son gathered primordial qi which was sucked in from the surroundings. Then he roared loudly. A golden dragon appeared and the veins on Yep's son's forehead bulged. Following his motions, the core slowly stabilized before dispersing. The golden dragon hovered over Yep's son's head, letting out cries only he could hear before disappearing. Yep's son sat on the floor having successfully formed his core. Looking at the sky, Yep's son shouted, "Doubled Saint, I have returned." He then took out a mysterious ring containing treasures Yep's son had hidden for 2,000 years. As Yep's son prepared to open it, Tan Xie's voice came from outside the door. Upon opening, he saw Tan Xie wearing a seductive pink silk nightgown, brushing her hair as she looked at him. Yep's son told her to come in and talk. Tan Xie came to thank Yep's son for today. Without him, Noan would have left trauma. Yep's son laughed, "I'm Noan's father. No one can bully my daughter. And the same goes for bullying my woman. I would certainly make him pay back 100 times more." Hearing this, Tan Xie's heart shook. She then asked, "There's one more thing. Wang Muk Don's death, was it related to you?" Without hiding it, Yep's son admitted. Seeing him confess, Tan Xie still didn't dare believe it. Seeing her stunned, Yep's son asked if she was afraid. Tan Xie quickly explained she wasn't afraid. He did it to protect Noan, so how could she be afraid? But she didn't understand how Iu Jun, who was just taught a lesson by him, would obey and kill Wang Muk Don. Yep's son laughed, "You're so smart, you should have guessed already." Tan Xie looked at Yep's son in shock. "Could it be you're referring to mystic arts cultivation?" Seeing Tan Xie had guessed he cultivated, Yep's son became even fonder of this clever girl. He told her cultivation was very profound and could stealthily take lives. Although knowing Yep's son was a cultivator, Tan Xie still worried. Wang Muk Don wasn't simple with his background as heir to an ancient sect, plus a formidable elite team. This wasn't someone Yep's son could handle alone. Yep's son was very curious about the relationship between the two families, why they had to divide into Black Rock and Waha. Tan Xie explained the two were originally of the same sect. During the war years ago, many great families, in order to leave a way out for themselves, sent their descendants overseas regardless of the law. The Wangs of Black Rock were a branch of Waha. Yep's son remembered the Cao family had also gone abroad at that time. Tan Xie said he was right, but the difference was the Caos who went abroad were the main lineage while the branch remained in the country. Unfortunately, though the Caos seemed prosperous, by her father's generation they had long declined. Around 10 years before her father passed, the Caos were already an empty shell. She had never liked business, but her grandfather trained her in business skills for the Cao family's foundation. After her graduation, he told her to abandon her original aspirations and take over as Cao Group's CEO, shouldering the mission of revitalizing the Caos. Yep Sun felt Tan Sa's grandfather was too selfish. Even if she could currently revitalize the Saos, in 10 or 20 years she would be old too. Who would prop up the Saos then? He asked, do you also want Noan to be like you? Sacrificing her own happiness to nurture those worms. Hearing Noan, Tan Sa's body shook. Her gaze was resolute. No, I will never let Noan be like me. I will use my own strength to protect her so she can have her own life. Yep Sun knew Tan Ca dearly loved Noan, but could she really protect their child? If so, why bring her to him? Unable to respond, Tan Ca was told by Yep Sun, your relatives would harm children for assets, and one grandfather sacrificed his grandchild for face. Is this Sao family worth your lingering affection? Raising his voice, Yep Sun said, you think hiding Noan's identity is protecting her? She still can't even call you mother right now. Yep Sun's words cut deeply into Tan Sa's heart. She pleaded for him to stop. She also wanted to take Noan to parks and participate in parent-child activities. Seeing Noan cry, my heart is also bleeding. I'm her mother. No one in this world wants her happiness more than me, but I have no other way. Yep Sun said, I have a way to end your suffering that will also make Noan happy. Do you want to hear it? Hearing this, Tan Ca nodded. It's very simple, break away from the family. You've exhausted yourself for the Saos for so many years. You should take back what belongs to you, which can also protect Noan's life. As for those useless relatives, let them learn to survive on their own. Tan Ca felt they had gotten used to eating and being idle. They wouldn't agree, especially not her grandfather. Yep Sun continued pressuring, look at your attitude. Your life is yours to decide, not theirs. Give them two choices. Either buy up all the shares at once, or you cut ties with the Saos for good, no more troubles. Yep Sun stood up. In the future, Noan and you, I will provide for. Hearing Yep Sun say he would provide for her, Tan Ca affectionately looked at him, moved inside. After being touched, Tan Sa's gaze was resolute. She decided she couldn't let Noan also bury her life at the Saos. She would discuss with grandfather one last time to see if after her years of exertion for the family, he would consider this. Yep Sun knew he would return to my country tomorrow and prepared two things for Tan Ca. From his pants pocket, Yep Sun took out a jade ring from the mysterious ring and gave it to Tan Ca. This is the ring Mom left for her daughter-in-law. Unfortunately she has passed, so now I give this to you on her behalf. Dao Tan Ca flushed. Didn't we agree this wasn't the time to discuss us? Yep Sun laughed, in this world, the only one who can wear this ring is you. You're Noan's mother. If you don't need it, are you going to let another woman become her stepmother? Yep Sun's love story truly progressed chapter by chapter. Tan Sa's face grew red again. After thinking for a bit, she accepted the ring, saying, since I'm Noan's mother, I'll help you hold onto this first. If in the future you find a girl you like, I'll return it to you. Seeing adorable Dao Tan Ca, Yep Sun secretly laughed inside. He then took out a ring. Seeing the ring, Tan Ca immediately waved her hand saying, I'll only accept to hold the bracelet first. I'm not ready for marriage yet, so proposing now would be too fast. Yep Sun scratched his head. This isn't an engagement ring. What are you thinking? Tan Sa's heart and mouth differed. She had actually held some anticipation, so upon hearing it wasn't, her face reddened again. Yep Sun joked then, why do I feel you're a little disappointed? Having her thoughts seen through, Tan Ca shyly covered her face, not daring to look at him. But Yep Sun grasped Tan Sa's hand and put the ring on her pinky finger. Even forced to wear the ring, Tan Ca didn't blame Yep Sun. On the contrary, she looked at him happily. Yep Sun told her this ring was called Enemy Sound. It was his most precious treasure. When he wasn't by her side, it could protect her in his place. Even guns couldn't harm her. Tan Ca was shocked as a wisp of chi floated around her. How strange. She seemed to resonate with the ring. So it had acknowledged her as its owner. She didn't want others seeing it and could make it turn invisible. Tan Ca silently thought about invisibility and the ring on her finger disappeared. Tan Ca felt it was truly miraculous. Yep Sun said not only could Enemy Sound defend, it could also eliminate impurities and take in the new. If this continued, one would become free as snow and their skin like jade. What woman wouldn't like such beauty? After wearing this ring for a long time and becoming even more beautiful, Tan Ca was overjoyed. Yep Sun then praised Tan Xie. If she became even prettier, how would other girls live? Tan Xie was very happy hearing so much praise. Tan Xie shyly said, after not seeing you for 4 years, how did your sweet talk improve so much? It could be said Yep Sun had grasped Tan Xie. He kept praising her beauty, saying, now out of all the girls I've met, you're the prettiest. Tan Xie was about to be wrapped up by Yep Sun's sugar-coated words, only able to tell him to stop. Though clearly flattery, it was still spoken sincerely. I'm certain something would have happened between them tonight if not for the sudden, frightening sound of the door opening. It turned out to be Noan, who had just woken up and called, Mom. Seeing woken Noan, Tan Xie went to ask why she woke up. Turns out Noan needed to pee but couldn't find Mom so could only look for Dad. But why was Mom in Dad's room? Tan Xie didn't know how to respond and panicked a little. She knew Noan came to find Dad because Mom had matters. Then she hurriedly pulled Noan to the bathroom, afraid she'd ask more questions. After returning to the room, Noan quickly fell back asleep but Tan Xie still blankly stared at the ceiling, thinking about Yep Sun's changes after 4 years. He even said he wanted to provide for her and Noan. A smile showed at the corner of her mouth. She then turned and happily hugged Noan to sleep. The next morning, Ngiok Nhi was meditating, suffering to cultivate the method Yep Sun gave her. She didn't know how to cultivate well. Suddenly, she shrieked. Hearing Ngiok Nhi, Yep Sun hurriedly went in and pulled her inside from the balcony. Seeing her frightened, Yep Sun said, didn't I say you can't cultivate under the stars? Ngiok Nhi scratched her head and curiously asked Master, she wasn't afraid of sunlight so why couldn't she cultivate under it? To make Ngiok Nhi understand the earlier danger, Yep Sun explained about the yang in the sun, yin in the moonlight. She cultivated an extreme yang art. Absorbing sunlight would be like pouring water on oil. Mild cases would drain energy. Severe ones would turn to ashes. Hearing ashes, this frightened Ngiok Nhi. She hurriedly said she wouldn't dare anymore. At this time, Yep Sun took out the lotus jade piece for Ngiok Nhi to cultivate inside where it was safest. He warned her again to never cultivate outside no matter what. Yep Sun said he had added defensive formations so if attacked, it would automatically activate. Since Tan Xie had to return to my country and still be by Noan's side, he would leave their daughter's safety to Ngiok Nhi in the future. Ngiok Nhi took the lotus jade piece, saying Yep Sun could rest assured she would complete the task. Then she tilted her head at Yep Sun with a sly face. Why is Master calling Miss Dao, Tan Ka so intimately? Could it be because of last night? This disciple was able to obtain a beautiful body thanks to Master's care. Disciple is happy but unfortunately has never been in love. Otherwise could teach Master a thing or two. Seeing Ngiok Nhi speak such nonsense, Yep Sun said he wanted her to experience the Master's might. The next morning, everyone made preparations early to go to the airport. At the airport, Noan reluctantly embraced Mom, hoping she could return soon and call her every day. Tan Xie held Noan, trying not to cry as she agreed and told her to listen to Dad. Seeing it was getting late, Tan Xie told Yep Sun about last night, she would follow his suggestion. Yep Sun said to tell him if anything came up she couldn't resolve. She could bring Noan to my country anytime. Tan Xie was touched. Now she had support. Looking at Yep Sun's gentle words, the plane flew up into the blue sky. Yep Sun carried Noan as father and daughter watched the plane fly away. Noan asked, Dad, now I miss Mom again. What to do? Then she immediately shook her head. No, Mom has work. Noan can't distract her. Seeing Noan's understanding, to prevent her sadness, Yep Sun suggested, let Dad take you out for breakfast. What do you want to eat? Noan still hadn't eaten yesterday's breakfast on the ship and thought about it. Yep Sun also recalled last night, it seemed Sin Tham had something to discuss with him. It was still early so this was a good chance. They could make a trip there and still be on time for the afternoon. Yep Sun went to the cruise ship, not rushing to see Sin Tham but taking his daughter to eat some sweets first. After the girl ate her fill, Noan's mouth was sticky with sweets. She suddenly asked Dad if eating so many sweets would let worms eat her teeth. Yep Sun was amused by his daughter's joke, loudly saying, don't worry. With Dad here no worm would dare eat Noan's teeth. Hearing Dad say this, Noan immediately finished the sweets in hand, not forgetting to say Dad was the best. Just then, one of Sin Tham's disciples came over respectfully greeting, Master Yep, Master Sin invites you. Seeing Noan was full, Yep Sun got up and led the little girl along. Seeing Yep Sun arrive, Sin Tham immediately stood and laughed, nephew is here. Looking at approaching Sin Tham, Yep Sun patted Noan asking how she should greet him. The sensible girl waved saying, hello Uncle Sin. Sin Tham very casually responded, what an obedient child. Your name is Noan right? No, I'm Dao Noan, the girl corrected him. Seeing Sin Tham freeze, Yep Sun explained she took the mother's surname due to certain reasons. Then Yep Sun said, the matters last night must have brought Uncle Sin much trouble. Sin Tham felt it wasn't a big deal since the cameras recorded everything and the police hadn't come for them either. Seeing Yep Sun call him Master Sin, Sin Tham said there was no need to be so formal since he was friends with Yep Sun's parents. If Yep Sun didn't mind, just calling him Uncle Sin was fine. Yep Sun asked why he never heard his parents mention Uncle Sin before. How did they get acquainted? Sin Tham told Yep Sun it was because they hadn't known each other's names. This made Yep Sun even more curious. It made Sin Tham recall the encounter 20 years ago. In his youth, enemies came looking for him at home. He hid his wife and prepared to face death. He could only escape alone that day. With nowhere to go while being hunted, he fortunately met Yep Sun's parents driving by. They let him into the car, saving his life. Only then could he rebuild his business to today's Sin Tham after taking over the Olympic casino. Unfortunately, he didn't get Yep Sun's parents' names that day and now couldn't meet them anymore. But he had to repay them, hence this charity gala. Unfortunately, right when he had yet to accomplish it, he heard of their unfortunate passing. However, he must still repay the great kindness. Although they were gone, luckily their son was still here. In this life, Uncle Sin had no children, only 4 adopted ones. But they didn't accomplish much, so he decided to bequeath this enterprise to Yep Sun. Hearing this, Yep Sun declined Sin Tham's good intentions because for the present Yep Sun, wealth was merely external and he had no time to handle it. Knowing the reason, Sin Tham told him not to worry and clapped. Then a man and woman entered. These two had special abilities. One could create illusions while the other could control minds. Nephew has met Fu Loi. They are my 4 adopted children. There is one more named Tan Tuyen, a psychic, currently helping me in Min Chao City, my country. Sin Tham then introduced Yep Sun to the 3, telling them this enterprise would be inherited by Yep Sun and asked if they had any opinions. Seeing their adoptive father about to bequeath such a huge asset to this unfamiliar person, the 3 had differing thoughts. What illusion could make those specialized in illusions so terrified? The originally arrogant espers didn't even dare look at Yep Sun. Fuang Huyan said she could accept it but also wanted to see what capabilities Yep Sun had. Fuang Huyan voiced all her thoughts. Lin Quan Suok also wanted to advise. Sin Tham looked at Yep Sun to ask his opinion. Yep Sun felt it wasn't a big deal but his daughter was present. He asked how they planned to proceed. Seeing Yep Sun agree, Fuang Huyan immediately consented, afraid he'd regret it. Yep Sun also wanted to see the Esper's capabilities and decided on a contest of strength. Seeing Yep Sun make them compete, the 2 felt insulted. Fuang Huyan told Yep Sun to go first. She went before Yep Sun saying, let's compete on speed, fly a lap around the cruise then come back. Yep Sun didn't speak. Then please start. Fuang Huyan closed her eyes as spiritual power surrounded her body. She powerfully kicked off, flying into the air. Seeing Fuang Huyan take flight, Yep Sun coldly laughed. Up in the sky, Fuang Huyan suddenly fell down without him moving. Fuang Huyan fell to the ground, feeling like some invisible force was suppressing her. Unable to stand up with bruised arms, Yep Sun didn't give her a chance. He simply said, Fuang Huyan wants to get up but can't move at all. She can only kneel on the ground. Yep Sun laughed, if you can't do it, don't stubbornly resist and injure your primordial spirit. Still unbelieving, Fuang Huyan kept trying to use her mental power to make her body defy gravity and stand. Seeing she still wouldn't give up, Yep Sun spoke again. With a plop sound, Fuang Huyan who was half kneeling collapsed fully onto the ground. Seeing his friend endure this, Lin Quan Suok conceded Yep Sun had some skill and prepared to face him. Yep Sun didn't get to enjoy enough and also wanted to see her play. From the deck, Yep Sun suddenly appeared in the air. Lin Quan Suok told him, "In this illusion, I'm king. No matter how strong you are, there's no foothold." While she was still complacent, in a blink of an eye, the deck under her feet vanished. Yep Sun was behind her. Without many words, the originally clear sky and white clouds in the illusion suddenly filled with evil chi flying towards her. Shocked, Lin Quan Suok could only retreat and loudly shout for Yep Sun to let her out and give her peace of mind. The previously still illusion suddenly had something appear from the evil chi. Lin Quan Suok swallowed and fearfully asked if it was Yep Sun. A six-eyed demon holding a huge saber flying at her responded. This ugly thing's approach already scared Lin Quan Suok out of her wits. In reality, she lay on the ground with eyes shut tight, continuously sweating while ceaselessly screaming for help. Seeing Lin Quan Suok's anguished expression, Noan asked, "Dad, why is this auntie like that? Is she sick?" At this time, Sin Tham said, "Nephew, for this uncle's face, stop here." Yep Sun nodded. That was enough. Lin Quan Suok still hadn't escaped the illusion. She panted with mouth agape. Helped up by Fuang Huyan and looking at Yep Sun, she conceded defeat. Seeing both disciples lose, Sin Tham asked if they still wanted to compete. Still frightened, the two silently didn't speak or dare look at Yep Sun. Fu Loi directly said, "The Wan Sheng group originally belonged to adoptive father. It's all up to him." Seeing they had no more opinions, Sin Tham also told them to assist Yep Sun later without disagreement. After bidding Sin Tham farewell, on the way home Yep Sun asked Noan what she wanted for lunch today. Noan happily answered she naturally wanted to taste Dad's cooking. Hearing his daughter wanted to try his culinary skills, Yep Sun said no problem. They'd go buy groceries now. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded. Their moving car was rammed by a truck. Yep Sun's car was smashed onto the road by momentum. In a moment, a crowd gathered around the deformed, unrecognizable vehicle. The passers-by mourned the tragedy. But then another loud bang sounded as Yep Sun kicked open the car door, carrying his daughter out unharmed. The onlookers were shocked. This was a miracle. Father and daughter were completely uninjured. At this time the truck driver woke up and saw the mess before his truck, completely unaware of what happened. A shop aunt saw her store smashed up and demanded compensation from the driver. The driver got out, apologized, and explained he had decades of accident-free driving experience. He had never encountered this situation before. Not caring how long he drove, the aunt insisted he must have drunk alcohol. To prove he was sober, the driver loudly spat in the aunt's face. The bystanders told Yep Sun at least the shop could still do business. But his and his daughter's lives were at stake and said the driver could have killed them. Others said the nice car was probably worth more than the small shop. The driver looked at Yep Sun and hurried over to ask if they were okay before kneeling down to sincerely apologize, saying he really didn't intend this. At this time, Ngiok Nhi who witnessed everything told Yep Sun, "Master, he doesn't seem to be lying." Yep Sun silently carried his daughter. With a gesture before the driver's eyes, he instantly used magic to flood the man's memories from the past few days. He found no traces relating to harming them. This was likely someone else's control. Before the crash, Noan had woken up in her father's arms and asked what was going on and why it was noisy. To calm Noan, Yep Sun simply said the car broke and he'd bring her home. Yep Sun told the man he didn't need to compensate their car. Just handle the shop's matters himself. Seeing Yep Sun not pursue this, the driver tearfully thanked him. Ngiok Nhi asked if this was the Wang's doing. Yep Sun felt if the Wangs wanted revenge, they would do so themselves. The only person who wants me dead is Yep Sung Van. Ngiok Nhi also thought of how Yep Sung Van was Yep Sun's cousin who stole the family fortune, and now even harmed his life. This man was truly vicious. Should they just kill him? Yep Sun looked at Noan saying, "For this little ant, there's no rush. We have more important matters to do now." Ngiok Nhi was doubtful. What's more important than revenge? That is cooking a meal for darling to eat. Have you seen this dish before? Yep Sun who had never cooked before was now viewing 100 family dishes and learning to cook. His eyes lit up as the eggs on the table automatically cracked into bowls while the knives beside started busily slicing ingredients. And so, while reading and cooking, Yep's son kept adding ingredients to the pot. The cooked ingredients were continuously stir-fried. Yep's son felt he had learned a new skill to aid his cultivation. Michelin chef Yep's son finished cooking and presented the shrimp to Noan, telling her to try it and see how the taste was. Smelling the fragrant food, Ngiok Nhi and Noan couldn't help crying out, "So fragrant." Noan picked up her chopsticks to sample the dish. As she put the food in her mouth, her eyes widened at her father. "It's so delicious. How did you do it, Dad?" Yep's son showed Noan the 100 dishes book, saying he followed the recipes inside. Seeing his daughter eat so happily, Yep's son also wanted to taste the food he made. Noan noticed Auntie Ngiok Nhi beside only looking without eating. Curiously she asked why Ngiok Nhi wasn't eating. Yep's son told her, "Auntie Ngiok Nhi's body isn't the same as yours. She can't eat yet, only smell." Noan immediately brought the shrimp to Ngiok Nhi for her to get a whiff. Just then, Yep's son told Noan, "Dad has to go out for a bit. Can Auntie Ngiok Nhi stay home with you?" Noan asked, "Where are you going, Dad? Can't you bring Noan along? Because Dad has to handle matters with Mr. Wathan. So it's not convenient to bring you along." This made the little one angry. She furiously looked at Dad, then disappointedly sat down saying, "The adults are always busy." "Why is that?" Seeing Noan sad, Yep's son also felt very pained, a sour feeling in his heart. He then said, "All right, since you want to go, Dad will bring you along." Hearing Dad agree to take her, the little darling happily ran over, cheerfully calling, "I knew Dad is the best." After eating, they went to the Wa family villa. At this time, Yep's son was pacing on the lawn behind the garden, counting his steps. Last night, Lu Tan, who Yep's son discovered, had also come here. Seeing Yep's son pace back and forth for half a day, Lu Tan said, "Don't try anything sneaky here." Right after he spoke, Yep's son stopped and said, "Start digging here." Seeing the excavator arrive, Noan happily asked Ngiok Nhi, "They're playing with a bulldozer, right? So fun." The excavator stood right where Yep's son just stood and started digging. After over 10 meters were dug, Wa Trong Lam asked, "Dad, is this Mr. Yep trustworthy?" Watha then said, "Son, stop talking. Keep watching." Then a loud bang sounded. The excavator operator felt he hit something. There were buried items for them to see. Everyone came to the hole's edge and looked down. They were all shocked to see a coffin unearthed from the earlier digging. The excavation team leader hurriedly yelled to stop and turned to leave, telling Watha that this was inauspicious. If he knew they'd dig up things like this, he wouldn't have done it. Then he boarded the excavator and drove off. Seeing the excavator leave, Watha then panicked and urgently asked Yep's son what to do now. Wa Trong Lam was also calling the police. He asked if that was needed. Yep's son went to the hole's mouth and told them calling the police was useless because this wasn't an ordinary coffin. Before they could react, he jumped into the hole. Beside him, Lu Tan saw Yep's son jump down and told him to wait for him. Lu Tan went to the hole's mouth but was fiercely pushed back by the yin qi before he could descend. On the other side, seeing Dad jump into the hole, Noan worriedly tried to go over. Beside her, Ngiok Nhi hurriedly pulled her back, telling the girl Dad was very capable and would be fine. By now, Yep's son had reached the hole's bottom. Seeing the yin qi emanating from the coffin, he thought to himself he was right. Examining the coffin closely, Yep's son found it was so small. Could it contain a child? Demon nurturing method was an ancient technique of pouring mercury into living bodies to create vessels, then casting souls in to transform the body for immortality. When Yep's son was about to touch the coffin, a voice told him to scram. Yep's son said, "You're that powerful. Yet you can't even look at the light." Then the coffin flew up, scaring the spectators away. Inside was a black-clothed boy with strange patterns, around 1 meter tall. The boy suddenly opened his dark eyes wide, telling Yep's son not to touch him. Seeing the hot-tempered boy, Yep's son said, "Judging by your looks, you were some rich family's young master. After death, you were exploited and trapped here yet still act arrogantly." The boy kept screaming his family's power was limitless. If Yep's son dared touch him, he'd make him wish he was dead. Yep Sun wasn't deterred in the least. He reached to strangle the boy but suddenly frowned and stopped. A Yin official was holding back his hand and loudly laughed. The Yin official stepped out from the coffin, laughing, "How's my purified Yin Qi of 500 years? Much fiercer than that female ghost last night, right?" By now, Yep Sun noticed more and more Yin Qi was entering the boy's body, ready to lash out. His plan was seen through and he was told not to waste effort. This wasn't something mortals could deal with. The Yin official said the Yin Qi would quickly run up his arm, seize his entire body, and ultimately freeze him to death. Yep Sun suspiciously asked, "You intentionally lured me to open the coffin?" The Yin official laughed, "Looks like you're not stupid, but a pity there's no reward." He then raised his hand to strike Yep Sun. Seeing the impending Yin Qi attack, Yep Sun was utterly calm. "I thought you were just a common Yin official, but you're actually a demon nurturer." Hearing his identity stated, the shocked Yin official asked, "Just who are you?" Yep Sun's spiritual energy erupted furiously. Cultivation through torture is cruel. Even neutral people don't get involved. Today, this immortal acts for heaven. Though his hand was still immobilized, Yep Sun suddenly flung up the corpse. The Yin official resentfully said, "Ancient dragon immortal. The sole ancient cultivator in 1,000 years. Whenever he appears, the black dragon also emerges." Seeing the Yin official know him so well, Yep Sun said, "To die by my hand can be considered not dying in vain." The Yin official laughed, "I can only accept it. I painstakingly reincarnated only to encounter the ancient dragon immortal, ending like this." Finally, he said, "You want us both destroyed to save this child. Such a vicious, ungrateful demon nurturer. Why use the living? It's because the dead can't retain souls. Like corpses, they're fragile and impermanent. But nurtured demons must begin from living targets, not just the freshest flesh but to nourish the body and soul." The Yin official laughed loudly at Yep Sun. "After 500 years, this boy's 3 Huns and 7 Pas have long fused into one with me. If you kill me, you truly kill the child. Can you really do that? Killing this child with your own hands?" Yep Sun coldly answered, "Why not? Better a puppet than living worse than death. Early death would be better." Hearing this, the stunned Yin official thought that by fusing with the child as one, killing him left no way to help the boy reincarnate. "Then you think too little of the ancient dragon immortal. Even with only half a soul left, as long as I know the host body's birth date, I can help the child reincarnate and transmigrate." The Yin official sneered, "This child's been dead 500 years. No matter how capable you are, you can't find it out." Yep Sun laughed, "I can't find it, but don't you know? Are you thinking of telling me?" The Yin official asked back, but Yep Sun's gaze was icy cold. "No need for you, I'll find it myself." Then Yep Sun gathered spiritual energy and pressed his palm on the forehead, directly probing the memories. When his forehead was touched, the Yin official let out a wretched shriek. Yep Sun saw that this person wasn't originally from Blue Star but a cultivator from Earth. Named Fei Chongxian, he arrived at Blue Star through a spatial rift during the Qing dynasty. Falling from the sky, Wang Di thought he was a reincarnated deity. With his smooth talking, he gained the emperor's favor and became imperial teacher. Later, learning the emperor sought immortality, he researched it and finally found the demon nurturing method in an ancient book. He voluntarily became the first test subject. The book mentioned needing a child meeting the criteria to nurture the found Yin Qi. Who knew? Right after finishing the chant, an earthquake happened. His body and the coffin were buried here. The emperor ordered a search for months to no avail. Not long after, the emperor collapsed from overdosing, but no one cared if he lived or died. This history was also erased. Although buried underground, Fei Chongxian didn't die. On the contrary, the Yin Qi allowed him to successfully transcend. But even transcended, he was still drawn in by the pitch-black eyes and couldn't break free. Having seen what he wanted to know, Yep Sun withdrew his hand. Searching for the soul made his hand ache terribly. The moment Yep Sun released his hand, the corpse also went limp. The Yin official on the ground saw his foothold gone and begged Yep Sun for a chance at life, to let him be human again. Yep Sun asked, "Did the child plead then? Did you spare it?" The Yin official hurriedly shirked responsibility, saying it was all the emperor forcing him. If Sir spared him, he'd give all his wealth to Sir. Yep Sun angrily retorted, "Wealth for what? The one you owe is not me." Seeing Yep's son angry, the Yin official kowtowed while pleading to give all assets to the child's clan instead. But Yep's son was unmoved. One life suffering 500 years couldn't be resolved with just some money. He then transmitted spiritual power into the body. Phi Trong Tien's soul was struck out of the child's body by Yep's son, making a piercing sound. The corpse, now lacking Phi Trong Tien, continuously twisted and dissipated into mist. With the separation of the child's body and Phi Trong Tien's soul complete, the boy finally regained individual consciousness. He bowed to Yep's son, thanking his savior. Yep's son told the boy, "Your grudge has been repaid. I'll properly bury your remains and you can rest in peace." Then from his spirit world, Yep's son took out a golden luopan compass. Pointing at the luopan, golden lightning instantly appeared. Then he shouted, "Open the eye of reincarnation." Under his soul's control, the compass needle spun wildly. In just a moment, a constantly spinning vortex appeared beside the boy. Seeing he could reincarnate, the boy knelt and thanked Yep's son again before stepping into the cycle. Yep's son recited a spell and the eye of reincarnation vanished too. Just then, "Immortal Sir," sounded from behind Yep's son. Phi Trong Tien hadn't died but his soul returned to his original body. He hoped Yep's son would show compassion and let him enter reincarnation. But for someone who disregarded life like him, Yep's son would never be soft-hearted. He directly kicked the dried corpse, scattering Phi Trong Tien's soul. Yep's son then discovered that with Phi Trong Tien's death, the demon nurturing art was destroyed and the accumulated yin qi erupted like floodwaters. Seeing so much yin qi, if it escaped, the living beings for miles around would surely suffer harm. Yep's son didn't hesitate to take out the myriad waters calabash from his spirit world. After a soft shout, the calabash shone brightly as Yep's son directed it at the cave entrance, sucking in the accumulated yin qi from unknown years. This calabash could contain the entire Yangtze River's waters. It took half an hour to completely absorb the internal yin qi. With the danger resolved, Yep's son also withdrew and returned above ground. Seeing Dad emerge, Noan worriedly asked if something happened. Yep's son hugged his little daughter, joking that Dad was Superman, so how could anything happen? Hearing Dad call himself Superman, Noan happily echoed that Dad must have caught the bad guy then, right? Yep's son smilingly replied, "Of course, Dad taught him a good lesson. He won't dare to do bad things again." Just then, Watha then walked over saying, "Brother Yep, just now we saw a stretch of blackness underground. What exactly happened?" Having dealt with the yin qi, Yep's son simply explained the matters to Watha then. Although the yin qi was now sucked away and the disaster eliminated, there was just one thing. Yep's son's "just one thing" made the Wa father and son's hearts skip a beat. They hurriedly asked what it was. No matter the request, they would meet it to thoroughly resolve this. Yep's son went on, "It's not a big deal, just a complete rearrangement of the house's structure." Hearing this from Yep's son, Watha Than's worries were dispelled. He told his son to follow Yep's son's words. Seeing Yep's son had resolved their home's issues, Wa too was sincerely grateful. Then he took out a note, saying, "Brother Yep, this is something your friend left for you before having to depart first. He told me to pass it to you." Seeing Yep's son's puzzlement, Wa too told him, "It's the one carrying a sword on his back. He said you two were fellow cultivators." Yep's son happily took the note without exposing him, instead going along with it. Opening it, it read, "I, Lu Dam, have shallow skills and acted rashly. I only wanted to trick people for money and teach a lesson, not expecting to endanger lives and cause great harm. Thankfully you promptly prevented this. Your mystical powers are very mighty while I feel deeply ashamed. I'll temporarily bid farewell here with this grace carved in my heart. If fated, we'll meet again and I will surely repay you." Reading this, Yep's son was even more delighted that the guy had run off. Ngiok Nhi asked if she should chase and catch him. But Yep's son let him be. Though a bit foolish, he wasn't malicious. After this lesson, he probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble again. Yep's son had been busy the entire afternoon. Seeing it was getting late, the Wa family invited him for a formal thank you dinner at a restaurant that night. Yep's son looked at Noan in his arms and asked if she wanted to go. After thinking a bit, she sweetly said she wanted to eat Dad's cooking for dinner instead. Yep's son was extremely doting on his daughter now. Since she wanted to eat his cooking, he could only decline the Hua family's invitation. He added that they also didn't need to worry about any thank you gifts since he already received it. After Yep Sun's departure, the Hua father and son still didn't understand what gift of gratitude he meant he already received. Yep Sun again displayed his culinary skills, seeing his darling daughter enjoy his cooking so much. This time, he learned more new dishes for Noan to taste. The girl saw a table of delicious food but didn't know where to start. Finally Noan chose the dish closest to her to sample. The scene was just as he imagined. The adorable girl cried out it was truly delicious. Every dish Dad makes is tasty. Can Dad make all the dishes for her to eat in the future? Seeing his cute little kitten, Yep Sun dotingly answered making every dish would be too much to finish. Noan didn't know, she just liked eating Dad's cooking. Naturally he would pamper his daughter. If it was his daughter's request, Yep Sun would certainly oblige it completely. Just then, Ngiok Nhi suddenly smelled something and kept murmuring, so fragrant, so fragrant. Hearing Auntie Ngiok Nyi's words, Noan brought over a dish for her to smell. Ngiok Nhi told Noan it wasn't that and asked Master if he also smelled it. Seeing his silly disciple, Yep Sun laughed. He then told Noan to obediently eat while he talked to Auntie Ngiok Nhi. In the middle of the room, Yep Sun took out the myriad waters calabash and asked Ngiok Nhi if this was the smell she noticed. The moment Yep Sun opened the calabash, Ngiok Nhi immediately snatched it from his hand. Her eyes seemed to light up as she replied, yes, this is it. Ngiok Nhi asked if it was the underground yin chi from the Hua house. It was even more delicious than the delicacy she ate yesterday. Yep Sun told her this took Phi Trong Tien 500 years to accumulate. With this, she wouldn't need to depend on moonlight to condense her channels in the future. She just needed to daily absorb the yin chi from the calabash and cultivate the profound yin immortal scripture he taught. Very soon, she would obtain a true body. Such a great master, who knows where he found this? Ngiok Nhi thanked her master. Yep Sung Van was completely unaware that Yep Sun's father's will very clearly stated he inherited it, so why couldn't it be transferred? The legal representative explained that the Yep Family Charity Foundation was separate from Yep Group Corporation, whose legal entity was chairman's wife Mrs. Lam Minok. The will only specified Yep Group would be inherited by nephew, while the charity foundation's heir was still Yep Sun. Smash. The sound of a shattered teacup came from Yep Sung Van as he received this answer. He furiously stood up, then consoled himself, don't be angry, don't be angry. Anyway, the corporation is in my hands. That shabby foundation has how much money anyway? But when Yep Sung Van received the terms from the legal representative, he stared in disbelief. The huge Yep Group only had this little profit. The legal representative told him the chairman and his wife both loved charity, donating 80% of the profits annually. Moreover, a payment was just made recently. They required this be followed no matter who later became chairman. At this, Yep Sung Van's face paled. After so many schemes to obtain Yep Group, he ended up becoming Yep Sun's nanny. His expression immediately changed as he discussed with the representative for help finding a way around this. But the representative said he couldn't. This was the predetermined will of the late chairman. Unless he came back to life and wrote a new one. Yep Sung Van's eyes reddened. Not wanting to see his changing looks further, the representative said he'd take his leave if there was nothing else. With nowhere to vent his anger, Yep Sung Van furiously threw his teacup at the door. Just then, a lackey entered and asked, young Master Yep, what's wrong? Seeing an outlet for his anger arrive, Yep Sung Van furiously said, what's wrong? HMPH, what's wrong? What's wrong? HMPH, what's wrong? Didn't you say Shadowblade was a top-tier assassin group? How did they fail? The lackey explained he saw with his own eyes the delivery truck crash into the car, which was also reported as totaled. That Yep Sun has great luck indeed, to survive that. But don't worry young Master Yep, after learning of this, the Shadowblade leader personally took action. Finally hearing some satisfactory news, Yep Sung Van's anger gradually dissipated. That's right young Master Yep, Ms. Lee has arrived. Do you want to relax a bit? What's there to say? Tell her to come in and relax right now. The girl had waited a long time and coquettishly said, young Master Yep, I came right after finishing work. My legs are numb from sitting outside waiting. Hearing the tender voice, Yep Sung Van had a foolish look as he kissed her pouting lips. Late at night, Yep Sung Van was embracing his darling daughter sleeping soundly when he suddenly sensed ill-intentioned people outside. Opening his eyes wide, on the distant rooftop, a man in a long black coat and a green-haired man were looking towards Yep Sun's room with clear intent. The green-haired man frowned, emitting spiritual power. Green sparks with cracking sounds penetrated Yep Sun's room. Yep Sun didn't stir, only hugging the sleeping Noan tighter while already using his spirit power to protect them both. Under the green-haired man's influence, the mighty spiritual force clashed with the shield. But no matter how he attacked, it was useless. He could only report to the leader that although he pushed his spiritual power to the limit, he still couldn't invade Yep Sun's room. The displeased leader beside him said, "Ken, did you properly investigate? If Yep Sun was ordinary, how did both assassination attempts fail?" Ken could only explain he already carefully investigated beforehand. Yep Sun appeared completely ordinary without any capabilities. The leader waved his hand saying they'd retreat for now and think of another way. He didn't believe a little kid could be so hard to kill. After the two left, Yep Sun opened his eyes, having heard everything clearly. It seems Yep Sung Van still wouldn't give up and send assassins after him. He'd properly teach that unfilial nephew a lesson. The whole family are ordinary people. Although Yep Sun practiced mystic arts for a few years, he had no progress. His parents' incidents were under my manipulation, including the electric shock in his bathroom. Strangely, he didn't die from that. The angry leader said, "I don't want to hear excuses. I just need results. If spiritual power can't get in, then we'll enter through the front door. That girl with him can't be spared either." Just then, a voice sounded behind them. The two immediately turned around in disbelief. They couldn't believe Yep Sun, who was just in the bedroom, now stood right behind them. Yep Sun summoned spirit energy, smiling, "Taking others' money and harming them is your livelihood. I can understand that. But unfortunately, your luck isn't good. You found the wrong target. It just so happens today I can reclaim what you owe me." Yep Sun was clearly no simpleton. The leader immediately ordered his subordinate to attack. The two swiftly flanked Yep Sun's sides while the leader rapidly fired 2 pistols at him. Seeing the bullets, Yep Sun revealed an eerie smile. Right before they hit, he instantly dodged with afterimages left behind. While evading the bullets, Yep Sun sneered, "Too slow." Just then, a swordsman swiftly rushed over. Now the bullets Yep Sun dodged strangely halted and redirected back at him. But Yep Sun's keen mind easily saw through this petty trick. He gently twisted his body, avoiding the sneak attack bullets from behind. Seeing the man use spiritual power to ambush him, Yep Sun thought these two weren't too foolish. Knowing spiritual power didn't work on him, so they chose this method instead. When there are so many bullets flying at you, what 3 words would you most want to say? Yet this man lightly waved his sword, batting away all the bullets, and calmly muttered, "You're inferior." Seeing the deflected bullets, the shocked leader's jaw dropped. Damn, this is possible. Yep Sun gently and effortlessly blocked all the bullets. But the man wasn't flustered at all, since under Ken's control these bullets were like homing bullets with endless chanting spells. No matter how many arms Yep Sun had, it'd be hard to withstand. The longer it went, the more stamina drained. All the while, the assassin kept adding 2 more pistols to shoot at Yep Sun. By now, from the endless barrage, Yep Sun was also starting to show fatigue. Seeing this, the man was overjoyed while Ken beside him exerted all his might to maintain control. Soon, Yep Sun no longer had the strength to resist, half kneeling weakly on the ground. Just when the 2 assassins were thrilled, they suddenly saw Yep Sun directly bounce back all the bullets. The black-clothed man looked at Yep Sun in astonishment. Even for espers, bouncing back so many bullets at once is impossible. "Just who are you?" Yep Sun immediately switched from his weary stance, smiling, "Aren't I your target to kill?" Then he lightly squeezed the arm holding the weapon, saying, "It's been so long since I stretched my muscles like this. Quite comfortable. You've been fighting for so long too. Shall we end this? If my daughter wakes to find me gone, she'll be upset." The assassin leader was extremely shocked. So Yep Sun had been playing possum with them earlier. He told Ken to hurry and run. But Yep Sun gave them no more chances. His gaze icy, he said, "Now it's too late to flee." In his hand gathered miraculous might. He grasped at the air. The man suddenly looked as if choked, eyes bulging. Ken beside him watched in horror. Leader Ben was still before him. He hurriedly went behind. The black-clothed man staggered and heavily collapsed in front of Yep Sun. The black-clothed man groaned painfully at Yep Sun, struggling to stand up. Can you believe the notorious leader of top assassin group Shadowblade was now kneeling before Yep Sun, pleading for his life and hoping for a chance to make amends? Yep Sun satisfiedly said to see how they wanted to make amends. As long as you spare me, I'll order all of Shadowblade's assassins to not take a step into China. What do you think? Yep Sun was unhappy with this answer, saying he'd spare them only if they washed their hands of assassination and disbanded Shadowblade. Seeing Yep Sun willing to let him off, the leader immediately thanked him and agreed to his terms. Your great kindness and virtue, I have no way to repay, only. Suddenly, spiritual power erupted from the assassin leader. He leapt up roaring, I'll send you on your way, go die. But before he could do anything, Yep Sun's hand already grabbed his face, lifting him skyward like catching a chicken. Seeing the man's ceaselessly jabbering mouth, Yep Sun understood. Turns out he relied on forcefully compressing large amounts of air to generate power, then ejecting it from throat and mouth. Quite interesting. But too bad such power was still quite weak. Feeling his face increasingly painful, the man again pleaded for Yep Sun to spare his life, swearing he'd definitely disband Shadowblade this time as promised. Yep Sun chanted with his hand, contemptuously smiling, people who break promises won't get a second chance. Around Yep Sun, under the influence of divine force, strong winds arose. Before their eyes, the man's neck at a visible rate immediately grew thicker. The terrified man yelled, don't. After that, under Yep Sun's power, the man exploded in midair and vanished. Right after disposing of the man, Yep Sun instantly went behind Ken, scaring him into kneeling to plead for his life and confess everything he'd done. This time, the one who hired me to kill you was your cousin Yep Sung Van. And your parents were also killed by me. As long as you spare me, I can help you kill him and get revenge for you. Then I should thank you for telling me this. But unfortunately, I already overheard while you were talking. Also, assassins should have assassins' rules. Like you, a betrayer of employers, what use would keeping you be? If you like making others suicide like this, I'll let you try it once. Then Yep Sun started using life confusion spell. Ken painfully shrieked, then used his hands to choke himself to death. Yep Sun indifferently watched as Ken's veins bulged and eyes reddened while ruthlessly killing himself, without the slightest ripple. Yep Sun went before Ken's corpse and waved his hand. Ken's body dissipated into the air. Now, Yep Sun had helped the original owner get revenge, also fulfilling a wish. As for that Yep Sung Van, very soon he would make that scum kneel and regret his deeds. Early next morning, Yep Sun brought Noan to a 4S dealership. Upon arrival, Noan was immediately drawn by the cars here. She ran to a white sports car, calling, Dad, I like this white car. Mom also loved white cars the most. The salesman beside praised Noan's good eye, saying this was the latest G500 with not only great features but beautiful styling too. But Yep Sun felt that while this car looked nice, the styling seemed too feminine for him. Just then a girl sitting atop a car said, Young Master Yep, doesn't this look better than the other models? Turns out the young Master Yep she called was Yep Sung Van. Currently, Tin was boasting she was a superstar, of course more beautiful than these small cars. Oh, isn't this my cousin? What a coincidence. Seeing Yep Sung Van was shocked. Just what happened with Shadowblade? How is this brat still alive? Cousin, why do you look at me like seeing a ghost? Could it be you've done something wrong to me? Hearing Yep Sun say this, Yep Sung Van panically said, Cousin really knows how to joke. I'm just surprised to meet you here, it's a bit unexpected. You also like buying cars. I remember you already had one, right? That's right, just that 2 days ago it was hit by some reckless truck driver. The driver seemed to be controlled by someone. What? Cousin doesn't know about this. I'll immediately investigate clearly and get justice for you. Then I must thank cousin first. Just then, Yep Sun pulled Noan over saying, This is your cousin. Seeing Yep Sung Van, Noan hid behind her dad's leg, softly saying, Cousin. Yep Sung Van curiously asked, Cousin, this girl is? Yep Sun straightforwardly answered, This is Noan, my daughter, my biological child. Yep Sung Van couldn't believe it, yelling, "Daughter." This scared Noan into hiding further behind her dad's leg. Seeing he was too shocked, Yep Sung Van said, "Cousin, when did you get married? Why not tell me?" Yep Sun stroked Noan's head, replying, "I'm not married, that doesn't prevent me from having a daughter. I didn't know before, only found and brought her back recently." Yep Sung Van mockingly said, "Didn't expect cousin who's usually so uptight and conservative is actually quite romantic privately." Just then the girl finished looking at cars. Seeing Noan, she said the little girl was so cute and reached out to pinch Noan's cheek. As Yep Sun thanked her for the compliment, he grabbed her hand pinching Noan. Now the salesman came to Yep Sun and asked, "Sir, do you want to test drive this car?" But Yep Sun didn't choose it, instead pointing to the SUV beside it. After Yep Sun picked a car, he didn't forget to tell Yep Sung Van, "I got a call today from the charity foundation wanting to discuss related matters with me." Then Yep Sun left with Noan, ignoring Yep Sung Van's liver-colored face. Watching them leave, Yep Sung Van gnashed his teeth. He didn't expect the foundation to contact Yep Sun so quickly. He absolutely couldn't let him smoothly take over. On the way back, Noan seemed unhappy. Her dad also noticed and asked why she wasn't happy. Noan frowned, saying, "Dad, that cousin is so scary. I don't like him." Then what does Noan want Dad to do? Make that cousin disappear from now on? Hearing this, Noan hesitated before innocently saying, "Dad, no need. If cousin disappears, his family will worry a lot. We just won't play with him anymore at most." "Okay, I'll listen to you. We won't play with him anymore." Since having a daughter, Yep Sun's smiles increased daily. Seeing they weren't headed home, Noan curiously asked where they were going. Yep Sun told Noan, "Our destination is the place your grandparents spent their whole lives building and the only thing left to me." Yep Sun arrived at the charity foundation headquarters, carrying Noan inside the building. Seeing Yep Sun just walking straight in, the receptionist hurriedly called, "Sir, you can't go in. May I ask if you have an appointment?" Just then a voice sounded, "He doesn't need an appointment." The person was Fang Zhaoqing, general manager of the Yep Foundation. She told the receptionist, "From today on, Yep Sun is the chairman of the Yep Charity Foundation." Yep Sun also remembered this woman was his mother's best friend since childhood. The two were extremely close, basically seeing Yep Sun grow up from young and regarding him like her own child. Yep Sun sincerely said, "Auntie Fang, it's great to see you again." Hearing that, Auntie Fang, Fang Zhaoqing's eyes suddenly reddened. She stepped forward, held Yep Sun's arm and said, "Son, I was only overseas for a month, yet your parents. But don't worry, Auntie Fang is back now. Yep Group belongs to you. No one else should expect to obtain it." Yep Sun truly felt Fang Zhaoqing's deep love for him. To keep her from being too heartbroken, he would bring back the things left behind by his parents. Then looking at Noan in his arms, he told the girl, "This is your grandma's best friend, Auntie Fang Zhaoqing." Noan immediately understood and said, "Auntie Fang." Seeing the adorable girl in his arms, Fang Zhaoqing curiously asked, "This is?" "Auntie Fang, this is my daughter Noan." Fang Zhaoqing, not seeing Yep Sun for years, also exclaimed, "Time really flies. You already have such a big child." Somewhat reproachfully, she said, "Son, when did you get married without telling Auntie?" Then stroking Noan's face, she said the girl should call her Granny Fang since she's her dad's aunt. Noan sweetly said, "Auntie looks so young, not like a granny at all." Just then a staff member brought over a document, saying, "Manager Fang, the shareholders and directors have arrived. We can go in now." Fang Zhaoqing took the documents, reassuring Yep Sun not to worry since she was by his side. "When you're about to inherit the family's 10,000 acres yet obstructed by backseat shareholders, what to do?" Fang Zhaoqing declared to the shareholders below that Yep Sun would be in charge of the Yep Charity Foundation from now on. As soon as Yep Sun sat down, someone started nitpicking. A bald man contemptuously said, "This seat isn't something anyone who wants to sit can sit on." "What do you mean, Li Dong?" Fang Zhaoqing unhappily asked. "What I mean. Literally what I mean. Although the Yep Charity Foundation was single-handedly built by Chairman Lam and his wife, we sitting here all hold shares. For a second generation just skyrocketing up like this, I Li Dong will be the first to disagree." Just then a woman chimed in, "I also disagree. I've long heard this Yep kid just complains all day. Handing the foundation to him, how can that reassure others? One rock causing 1,000 ripples, the shareholders all brought up Yep Sun's faults. In Yep Sun's arms, Noan looked at the woman opposite and giggled loudly. Dad, look at the mud on that auntie's face. The tense atmosphere caused the shareholders below to laugh awkwardly at the girl's words. Security, security. Quickly remove this ill-mannered child. The security guard immediately came over to escort Noan out. Yep Sun raised his brow, scaring the guard from daring to pull Noan away. Angrily Yep Sun said, "She's my daughter. Dare speak recklessly and see what happens." The woman was also frightened by Yep Sun's murderous gaze. She could only look away and change the subject. Noan is of the Yep bloodline. Since today is discussing Yep family matters, the child naturally has the right to be here. This is Madame Lam Minok's will. It clearly states the foundation will be inherited by Yep Sun. Anyone who disbelieves may read it themselves. Seeing the document brought before him, Li Dong indicated he didn't want to look. Then suddenly a will appears, likely fake. Fang Zhaoqing angrily said, "It has the mother's signature and notarization. On what basis do you say it's fake?" Ting Nguyen Na didn't care, saying, "If not fake then report it to the police. Then report to the police for them to investigate." Hearing about reporting to the police, the other shareholders all looked at each other. After all, it was their family matter, involving outsiders wasn't good. Fang Zhaoqing's face also sank. "What do you two want to make clear about this?" Facing Ting Nguyen Na's suggestion to report to the police, Yep Sun readily agreed. Because he was already planning to report this himself. After all, his parents were kind people who didn't understand evil deeds. He feared these people taking advantage of his parents' kindness. Muddy waters attract swindlers. Taking this chance for the police to investigate the recent suspicious accounts, in case someone had forged the books for profit. Then he asked Auntie Fang if forgery was currently punishable by imprisonment. Fang Zhaoqing understood Yep Sun's implication. Reportedly, reaching a certain stolen amount would lead to at least 10 years in prison. At this, Li Dong and Ting Nguyen Na immediately broke into cold sweat, increasingly uneasy upon hearing this. But Li Dong still pretended to be calm, standing up saying, "What you're implying is you don't trust us. I worked hard at Yep Group for so many years only to be doubted by a waste like him. I quit." Ting Nguyen Na also quickly chimed in, "I quit too. Letting a family-wrecking bastard like this take over, Yep Group will go bankrupt sooner or later. If Madame Lam knows of this, even in the afterlife she won't forgive you." Li Dong and Ting Nguyen Na clearly wanted to leave now. Yep Sun didn't care at all about their departure, only telling them to hand over all related documents. Also, don't get any ideas about fleeing overseas for now. Getting handcuffed at the airport would be too embarrassing. Fang Zhaoqing also instructed her secretary to closely monitor Li Dong and Ting Nguyen Na. Seeing Yep Sun handle things so decisively, the two could only yell angrily in frustration. With the critics gone, Yep Sun asked the remaining shareholders below, "Anyone else have opinions?" After witnessing Yep Sun's methods, who still dared voice opinions? Everyone kept silent. Seeing no further objections, Fang Zhaoqing once again declared Yep Sun was officially the general manager of the Yep Charity Foundation. Hearing her dad regained the company left to them by her grandparents, little Noan also happily clapped and cheered. Angrily, Li Dong walked out and looked towards Ting Nguyen Na. Wasn't Yep Sun supposed to be a useless waste? Ting Nguyen Na also only heard so from Yep Sung Van. She expressed having no idea how things turned out this way either. "You don't know." The bald man grew increasingly furious, forcefully slapping the woman's face. "It's because of you pulling the police in that now I'm involved too." Ting Nguyen Na unbelievingly clutched her slapped face and looked at Li Dong. "You hit me." These words further provoked the loss-ridden Li Dong into angrily slapping her again. The outraged woman glared saying, "Don't forget the falsified evidences with me. If you dare touch me again, don't blame me. At most it's 10 years in jail, plus voluntary confession reduces the sentence. I may only need to sit 4-5 years then I can leave. You can keep sitting there till you die." The bald man also realized his earlier irrationality. He hurriedly apologized, saying they were in the same boat. The woman also understood his meaning. She could only tell him to quickly think of a way to get Yep Sung Van's help. After all, this was his idea. Maybe he still had a way to deal with Yep Sun. Li Dong frowned, saying Yep Sung Van only looked for them when he needed value from them. Now that things have gone awry, who knows if that playboy still cares about them? The woman anxiously asked, then what should we do? Can't run, just wait for the police at our doorstep. The bald man thought if the straight path was blocked, there were still detours. I'll contact them to smuggle us overseas tonight. You pack up and wait for me at the dock. That night, Ting Nguyen Na and Li Dong stealthily went to the dock to await the boat. Seeing their pickup boat arrive, Li Dong elatedly yelled for it with Ting Nguyen Na. Suddenly 2 policemen appeared from behind, followed by more chasing them. The 2 were caught just as they tried to board the boat. Pinned down, Li Dong still didn't realize it was the police. Who are you people? What are you doing? We're customs officers. We received report you 2 are fleeing with money. Please come assist in investigation. Seeing they were customs personnel, the 2 paled in despair. Meanwhile, at the company, Yep Sun received a call from the police thanking him. After hanging up, he phoned Auntie Fang saying Li Dong's escape attempt was thwarted. Fang Zhaoqing was shocked, asking if he already guessed this and reported to the police. Yep Sun explained he deliberately cut off their retreat. Otherwise, how could those people be caught so easily? Seeing the current Yep Sun so different from before, Fang Zhaoqing felt more reassured. But still reminded him to beware of Yep Sung Van. Your mother told me he looks humble and polite, but she always felt he wasn't so simple. That's why she separated the charity from Yep Group, in case of accidents, so you wouldn't be left with nothing. It's right to be wary of Yep Sung Van. After he inherited Yep Group, I felt something was off. Just then, Yep Sun's phone suddenly rang. Fearfully, Yen Lin said, Sister Tan Ca is in trouble. I'm calling from Thailand. Today, Tan Ca used tarot cards with Grandpa, resulting in house arrest. Now even her phone couldn't call out, with tight security outside the Dao house. Noan worriedly asked, Dad, did the bad guys catch Mom? Yep Sun said not to worry. We'll go find Mom, okay? He called back, instructing Yen Lin not to act rashly. He would immediately fly over. Inside the Dao residence in Thailand, a blonde man scowled. What happened to the Taos that even one woman can't be handled? The Taos were questioned, but none dared answer. Then Tan Sa's grandfather Dao Hung to angrily said, Xiao Chenggu, don't go overboard. I gave my word, so I won't renege. What do you mean besieging the Taos like this? But Xiao Chenggu indifferently laughed mockingly, seeing the old man's anger. I sincerely like Tan Ca and want her as my wife. Otherwise I wouldn't have forfeited half of HXC's shares for her. I didn't expect you to have that ambition for HXC investment. If not, if Tan Ca is marrying me, consider that half of the shares as dowry. Who else could buy those shares? Am I right, Elder Dao? Dao Hungta was enraged, pointing at Xiao Chenggu saying, You're going too far. I won't deal with uncouth brats like you. Xiao Chenggu sneered, standing up saying, You say I'm uncouth. Since when does the Dao family amount to anything? Weren't you sent abroad to study by my grandfather? Ungrateful old fogey. Dao Hungtu's face alternated between green and white. Back then, his family was impoverished and he did rely on Xiao Chenggu's grandfather's financial aid to study abroad. This allowed the Taos to flourish for decades hence. Seeing the old man speechless, Xiao Chenggu smiled wider, continuing, Whether I'm worthy or not, Tan Ca herself agreed, didn't she? Call Xiao Hai Cheng over, doesn't he always want to fight the Taos? Hearing this, Xiao Chenggu outright laughed, saying, You're putting me in a difficult spot. His whole body is full of tubes. The doctor said he could die any moment, so I can't invite him over. You're old already, don't get so angry over nothing. If you anger yourself to death, these parasites wouldn't know who to cling to. Having said that, he slapped Dao Hungtu's shoulder and left, laughing mockingly. The provoked Dao elder was helpless to do anything but sit down. Seeing this, the Dao family members hurried over in concern. Seeing his grandchildren only acted wisely at home but foolishly outside, Dao Hungta resented not kicking them out. Just then the steward came over, heavily asking, Master, you're marrying Miss Tan Ca to that Xiao Chenggu. You know what kind of person he is. How can you heartlessly push her into the fire pit? Dao Hungta immediately interrupted, impatiently saying, Although Tan Ca is my niece by blood, the others are also my nephews and nieces. They're used to being greedy and lazy. The Dao family now only has its outer shell left. If we can keep half the shares, we can maintain our lifestyle for the rest of our lives. After all, it's all family. What else can I do? I can only let Tan Ca make this sacrifice once more. After arranging the time with Yen Lin, Yep's son also brought Noan Noan to Thailand. Auntie Fang reminded him over the phone that she sent the Dao family info to his phone. She added one important detail. In 2 days, Xiao Chenggu of Xiao Group would come to marry Tan Ca. After the news, Yep's son didn't say much, only thanking Auntie Fang before hanging up. Arriving in Thailand, Noan Noan immediately asked, "Dad, am I going to meet Mom soon?" Yep's son affirmed this time they would definitely bring her mother back together. They would never be separated again. Just then in the distance shouted, "Catch the thief!" Attracting Yep's son's attention. A man holding a wallet was running towards them, chased by several people. A girl on a skateboard followed. Seeing the thief flee, she kicked her skateboard at his legs. It accurately struck the man's back, causing him to lose balance and fall. The young girl had caught up, stepping on the thief saying, "You dare steal my wallet and still think you can run." The captured man hurriedly explained, "Miss, you misunderstood. I'm not a thief." Angrily the girl said, trying to deny it, "Come with me to the police station." Seeing the girl so fiercely catch the thief, Noan Noan told her dad. That girl looks so cool. Yep's son only lightly heed. But this was heard by the girl who shouted, "You, the man with that kid, what are you heeing about?" Yep's son ignored her question, carrying Noan Noan to leave. This seemed to further provoke the girl who directly slapped Yep's son's shoulder. Yep's son calmly turned around. What did this girl want? Seeing Yep's son's looks, she was immediately captivated and stammered, "So handsome." "What laugh? What's so funny about me?" Yep's son said he laughed because she caught the wrong person yet was still smug about it. Wrong person? What do you mean? This man isn't the thief. The real thief with the money already escaped long ago. If you don't believe, check if there's still money in the wallet. Hearing Yep's son say this, the girl opened the wallet and indeed found it empty. The man also said from the start he wasn't a thief. He had just exited the airport when bumped into. Then he saw the wallet drop on the ground. Having said so, he carried Noan Noan away, leaving behind the group of flabbergasted bodyguards. Those men violently twisted the throttle, speeding towards Yep's son's group. The assassins cooperated to surround the three, not giving them a chance to escape. They quickly pulled out guns, took aim and wildly fired. Seeing this, the girl was terrified. Her face pale, she stood frozen shrieking. Where the bullets passed were countless shattered glass fragments, yet the girl strangely heard nothing more and was unharmed. Raising her hand, she touched an unseen barrier that had blocked the bullets. Seeing Yep's son standing before her, she realized he had protected her. The assassins, seeing their shots blocked, didn't give up but started another barrage. Hearing the gunshots, the frightened Noan Noan covered her ears tightly, asking her dad what those men were doing because she was very scared. Seeing his beloved daughter so afraid, Yep's son directly chanted a spell. The assassins' guns were suddenly drawn upwards into the air by some force. With a flick of Yep's son's finger, the floating guns turned and shot back at the assassins. But he didn't intend to kill them, only shooting down their vehicles. The men were shot down whimpering, not daring to make another sound even if dead. Just then a business car rapidly approached. A group of bodyguards leapt out, running towards Yep's son under a man's command. But seeing the collapsed assassins not daring to move, the bodyguards were clearly shocked and confused about what happened. The leader hurried to the girl asking, "Miss Tonlone, are you okay? The young master just received news of the plot against you and sent us to protect you. But it seems we need not have bothered." Meanwhile, Tan Ca at the Dao residence was jolted awake from a nightmare. Though just a dream, it left her drenched in cold sweat. She decided she could no longer just sit around waiting like this. What if Yep's son came with Noan Noan but couldn't get in? After waking up, she rummaged in the drawer for something. In Tan Ca's hand was a hairpin. She must escape and find those two. But just as she left the room, Tan Ca was blocked by two maids. "The master didn't order, you're not allowed out." Angrily Tan Ca said, "Move aside. Even going to the toilet is prohibited." The maid said to wait here while they asked the master's permission. Tan Ca was shocked even using the toilet needed permission. She angrily told them to scram. Just then, she heard the voice of her grandfather being helped over by his nieces and nephews. Tan Ca suddenly held the hairpin threateningly against the maid beside her, furiously shouting not to come over. I absolutely won't marry that Xiao Chenggu. Her cousin mockingly said, getting rich marrying up and now arrogantly threatening family. Her aunt nearby added fuel to the fire saying it was just a servant, at most kill one more. Seeing their true faces today, Tan Ca's eyes were opened. She forcefully shoved the maid away, pointing the hairpin at herself asking, you all don't care about them, then what about me? They were frightened by this. They were frightened and urged her to calm down and not act rashly. Tan Ca sneered, what, you're all afraid now right? I know full well you're not afraid of me dying. Just afraid I'd die and not be able to be given to that Xiao Chenggu. Seeing her growing agitated, Dao Heng hurriedly advised, good granddaughter, listen to me and drop that hairpin. Hearing this from her grandfather, Tan Ca sobbed asking if he really saw her as a granddaughter. If so, then why force a 15-year-old me to study business and shoulder the Dao family's responsibilities? And now you're trading me off like goods, clearly knowing Noan is my daughter. Yet you made me give her away, saying it's for her safety. More like worrying she'd influence me, preventing me from wholeheartedly serving this precious Dao family. In your eyes I'm just a pawn. You're not my grandfather and I have no such grandfather. The cousins knew Noan was Tan Ca's daughter and berated her for lacking restraint. They demanded to know who the beast who fathered her child was and if anyone else knew already. The aunt-in-law pretended to kindly care, saying she'd help keep the secret so neither Tan Ca's nor the family's reputation would be ruined. Hearing their words, Tan Ca burst out laughing. You all care about my reputation. What you're worried about is Xiao Chenggu. If he knew I had a child he'd cancel the wedding rite. You're all disgusting parasites. The two shouted in unison, who are you calling parasites? An unwed mother like you is the shameless one. Just then Dao Heng angrily shouted, shut your mouths. Seeing the old man yell, those behind didn't dare make another sound. Only then did Dao Heng play the emotional card, saying the Taos owed her greatly. He knew it was him who failed her, which is why he hoped she could make this sacrifice for the family's survival, as repayment for raising her. He knew it was his failure that led her to this, which is why he hoped she could make this sacrifice for the family's survival, in repayment for raising her. But this time there really was no other way, because the massive losses from tech investments. Only relying on HXC shares avoided bankruptcy, but that Xiao Chenggu said anyone buying their shares would become his enemy. So other businessmen feared the power behind him and Elder Dao was helpless. Tan Ca resentfully said it was unfair to force her to shoulder his wrong decisions. She didn't understand why she had to carry the whole clan, yet still bear responsibility for those mistakes. She could only threaten with death, yet still faced their ridicule. Just when Tan Ca was distracted, Dao Tanlan held her and struck the hairpin from her hand. The Dao family showed no pity, instead praising Dao Tanlan for doing well. They suggested tying Tan Ca up since she still refused to obediently give in. So they threatened using Noan. If Tan Ca sought death, the girl would accompany her. Just then a servant rushed in saying a man carrying a child had charged in and defeated the Dao guards. Elder Dao insisted on locking Tan Ca up, then brought the Dao descendants to see who dared cause trouble at their residence. In the Dao estate, Yep's son carried Noan while felling the Xiao family guards. Seeing this, the Taos were frightened. Dao Heng also saw Yep's son carrying Noan and asked why the Dao family's Noan was with him. He told Noan to come to Grandpa. But Noan was scared and clung tightly to her father upon seeing Dao Heng too. Seeing Noan's reaction, Yep's son knew and said it seemed she disliked them now. Dao Heng suspiciously asked this stranger, who are you? Yep's son cheerfully told him, I'm Noan's biological father and Tan Ca's husband. Noan then pointed towards her mother's room saying, Dad, let's go find Mom. Following Noan's direction, Yep's son strode towards the room. Dao Tanlan suddenly attacked Yep's son from behind, but he was too lazy to act against such trash. He simply created a protective barrier that her fist smashed against, breaking her hand. Witnessing this, Dao Heng realized Tanlan still couldn't touch Yep's son. He pointed at Yep's son asking, could you be someone with psychic powers? Yep's son only looked him in the eye before heading inside. At Tan Ca's room, two maids tried to stop Yep's son. Too lazy to speak, he kicked the door open. Inside, Tan Ca was tightly bound to the bed with ropes. Seeing her mother, Noan joyfully called out, "Mom!" and leapt from Yep Sun's arms, running to embrace her. Unable to hold back tears seeing Noan hug her, Tan Ca's eyes also welled up. The maids still tried to obstruct Yep Sun, saying they'd call for help if he didn't leave. No longer able to bear their yammering, Yep Sun waved his hand felling them. Seeing Tan Ca bound, Yep Sun was shocked they could do something so cold-blooded. Freed from the ropes, Tan Ca disregarded her daughter beside her and threw herself into Yep Sun's arms sobbing loudly. Noan consolingly told her mother to stop crying, that her father was here now and would protect them, never letting anyone bully them again. Tan Ca also told Yep Sun that fortunately this time she saw the Dao family's true colors. "Yep Sun, let's go." Seeing Tan Ca's solemn expression, Yep Sun knew she had made her resolve. He nodded and led his wife and daughter away. The Dao family didn't dare obstruct their departure. Seeing Tan Ca's determined expression, Yep Sun asked if she was sure and wouldn't regret this. Without hesitation Tan Ca firmly said she wouldn't regret it. Just then, Dao Hung Ta came running over in anguish. "Tan Ca, you're really leaving with this man?" Unhesitatingly Tan Ca said, "Yes, furthermore I'll never return here again." Though knowing Yep Sun's capabilities, Tan Ca's aunt still tried to stop him. The Taos worried Xiao Chenggu would retaliate once Tan Ca left, ruining their business. Angrily, Elder Dao said yelling now was useless since they were no match for this man. His words left the others silent and unwilling to speak up. Just as Yep Sun stepped outside, a voice shouted for them to stop. Dao Vong Suyen aimed a gun at Yep Sun, demanding he leave Noan and Tan Ca behind or be shot. Dao Hung Ta knew those with psychic powers had tremendous strength and advised against causing trouble. But Dao Vong Suyen didn't think that far. He started counting down. Seeing the gun aimed at him, Yep Sun was also furious. 3 gunshots rang out, each accompanied by a wretched scream. The bullets Dao Vong Suyen fired were embedded in his own body. Seeing this, his wife ran over. Seeing her husband gravely wounded, she cursed Tan Ca viciously. The Taos raised her, yet now she helped outsiders. Truly an ungrateful beast. Tan Ca immediately retorted she didn't know who raised who all these years. Yet they dared claim to be family, clearly only seeing her as a cash machine. "From today onward, I sever ties with the Taos." Having said so, Tan Ca left without looking back. Seeing Tan Ca depart, Dao Hung Ta's grandson lamented they should have had him study finance instead. Instead he insisted on cultivating her, now being bitten back in return. In his anger, Dao Hung Ta turned and slapped his granddaughter. He furiously said if they weren't Taos, he'd have beat them to death himself. If not for them, would the Dao family have fallen to this? Even his only good granddaughter was gone, leaving him full of regret. Having said this, the enraged Dao Hung Ta collapsed to the ground. After leaving the Taos, Tan Ca brought Yep Sun before her mother's grave and recounted all she endured at the Dao home these past years. Today she finally resolved to leave that den of hypocrites. From now on, she would live for herself and Noan, moreover having found her family. "Mother, your daughter will live happily." After settling down, Tan Ca's family went to the hotel Yen Lin was at. Amidst the joyful reunion, Tan Ca solemnly said, Lin, you've followed me so long. If I could, I'd want you by my side always. But you should have your own life too." Yen Lin was alarmed. "Sister Tan Ca, are you chasing me away? What did I do wrong?" Finally glaring at Yep Sun, "Was it you speaking ill of me to Sister Tan Ca? How can you be so despicable?" Tan Ca hurriedly explained it wasn't like that. Lin, you misunderstand. This has nothing to do with Yep Sun. Today I officially severed ties with the Taos. From now on there won't be any more entanglements. So when I left, I took nothing, you could say I departed empty-handed. Furthermore, Noan and I will have to rely on Yep Sun's care in the future. Yep Sun smiled, "I'm your man. You can rely on me with ease. Lin, although I can no longer hire you, I have some friends needing bodyguards. If you're willing, I'll introduce you to them." Yen Lin's entire body shook as she said, "No need, Sister Tan Ca. Aside from you, I won't work for anyone else." Yep Sun joked, "That sounds ambiguous. Tan Ca is my wife." This angered Yen Lin who continued, "Those who hired me before either oppressed me or got handsy. They don't deserve my protection, only you're different from them. Other than master, you're the best person I know, Sister Tan Xie. Please let me stay by your side. Yep Sun said, as the chairman's wife of the Yep Charity Foundation, how can you not have a bodyguard? Better to choose someone familiar. Starting tomorrow, I'll pay her salary. Tan Xie was confused, asking wasn't the Yep family fortune inherited by his cousin. Yep Sun said it was a long story to explain and he'd tell her later. Since Yep Sun already said so, Tan Xie naturally didn't want to part with Yen Lin either, but still told her the treatment now wouldn't be like before and asked if she was fine with that. How could Yen Lin not be fine with it? She said as long as she could be with Sister Tan Xie, salary wasn't needed. Seeing Auntie Yen Lin wasn't leaving, Noan also happily cheered, waving her arms. Although Yen Lin's matter was settled, Tan Xie still worried because soon the Xiao family would get the news. After all, Xiao Chenggu wasn't someone easily provoked. To avoid night-long dreams, it'd be best to book plane tickets back to China now. Yep Sun assured Tan Xie not to worry. Not just one Xiao Chenggu, even 10 wouldn't faze him. However, if they wanted to make trouble, preventing their return to China would be the first step. Then their plans would fail. Curiously, Tan Xie asked where they'd go instead. Of course, somewhere fun. I'm taking you to relax and unwind. Under the setting sun, a lone jeep drove across the desert. Tan Xie sat in the passenger seat. Gazing at the vast scenery, Tan Sa's mood gradually lifted. Happily she asked Yep Sun, who was driving, how he knew she always wanted to go to the desert. Yep Sun replied it was because he could see through her. This delighted Tan Xie. Really? Yep Sun stopped teasing her and said it was Noan who told him. Looking at Noan sleeping soundly in the back, Tan Sa's face showed happiness. She thought without her around the girl wouldn't get used to him, but it seems they were living happily together. Of course, it must be the bond of blood, Yep Sun replied. Just then, Yen Lin in the back noticed a car that kept following them. Earlier Yep Sun was absorbed talking with Tan Xie and didn't notice. Taking a look, he also saw a car tailing them closely. Judging by their momentum, it was likely aimed at them. Tan Xie worriedly asked if it was the Xiao family chasing them. Roamed everywhere my whole life, never avoided anyone. Doesn't matter who, come at me full force. Seeing the truck drive up beside them, Yep Sun told everyone to hold on tight. He violently floored the accelerator, the tires scraping the road, kicking up smoke. His hands didn't stop moving, swiftly spinning the wheel beautifully around. The jeep swung the other way, going opposite of the truck's direction. Just then, a man emerged from the truck, aggressively wielding a gun aimed at Yep Sun's car. After several gunshots, the jeep's tire was hit. Yep Sun had no choice but to brake hard, emitting a piercing screech. The sudden shaking woke Noan up. Rubbing her sleepy eyes she asked, "Dad, are we there yet?" Yep Sun comforted Noan, "Not yet. Dad is getting off to take care of something. Sleep a bit more." As Yep Sun prepared to exit, Tan Xie pulled him back with a worried look. Yep Sun patted her hand reassuringly. When Yep Sun got out, the truckers had long been waiting. Seeing he was Chinese, a scarred man sneered that his luck ran out dying abroad today. Seeing Yep Sun slowly approach, the leather-jacketed man aimed his gun, shouting for Yep Sun to stand there and not move. Disappointed they were just ordinary people, Yep Sun thought he'd get to loosen up his stiff body from driving all day with a worthy opponent. Seeing him still advance, the man angrily threatened to shoot if he took another step. Yep Sun airily invited him to freely shoot. The leather-jacketed man decided to teach this arrogance a lesson. But the scarred man stopped him, suggesting shooting his leg first instead of killing outright. The leather-jacketed man thought this idea wasn't bad and fired at Yep Sun's leg. After a pained scream, the scarred man clutched his wound, cursing the other for shooting him. Seeing his partner wounded, the leather-jacketed man was dumbfounded since he clearly aimed at Yep Sun. Yep Sun came over, consoling, "It's hard to avoid shooting a stray. If doubtful, try closing eyes and shooting again." The frightened man didn't dare fire his gun, so Yep Sun could only help him. With a bang from Yep Sun's mouth, the leather-jacketed man's chest was hit. He painfully screamed and collapsed. Seeing Yep Sun dispatch them like a ghost, the scarred man stammered incoherently and fainted from fright. Finding these cowards boring, Yep Sun turned to leave but was called to wait by a bearded man in a conical hat emerging behind him. The bearded man begged Yep's son to save him and his friend. After recounting the whole story, Yep's son asked if he was kidnapped by these people. If not wrong, besides the two here there were still over 10 vicious bandits who robbed and killed without hesitation. This made Yep's son wonder why he was still alive. John explained it was because they needed the truck to transport goods but lacked experience living in the desert. He happened to be suitable, then grabbed Yep's son's hand crying. "Fortunately met you today, thank you brother." Yep's son awkwardly pulled his hand back, saying no need for thanks, he merely passed by chance today. Now that he was safe, the man could leave. Seeing Yep's son about to depart, John frantically pulled him back, hoping he could save his comrades. These vicious bandits had robbed dozens of vehicles here and would move on after today, killing all witnesses before leaving. With a thud, John knelt begging him to save his brothers. Yen Lin said now that he was free, reporting to the police was enough. "You don't know, their firepower exceeds the police. Past raids always had the police take heavy losses. Also if they shoot, my comrades will be used as human shields. My comrades are all honest, hard-working men needing to feed their families." Seeing John weep bitterly, Noan came over to console him. "Uncle, don't cry." Seeing the little girl made John cry harder thinking of his brothers who just became fathers. If anything happened to them, what then? Moved by the bearded man's tears, Noan's eyes also welled up beseeching her father to help the man. Yep's son asked, Noan wants your father to help this man. Noan nodded pleading for her kind-hearted father to save those people. Unable to resist his daughter's pleas, Yep's son agreed saying since chance brought them together, he naturally couldn't ignore it. Hearing Yep's son promise to save his comrades, John thanked him profusely. Noan nodded pleading for her kind father to save those people. Unable to resist his beloved daughter's pleas, Yep's son agreed that since chance brought them together, he naturally couldn't ignore it. Hearing Yep's son promise to save his comrades, John profusely thanked him. Under John's guidance, they soon arrived at the bandits' hideout. John asked how they should enter. Yep's son told him to get down and hide while he'd go in alone. John thought he misheard and asked if Yep's son really wanted to go alone. Knowing Yep's son wanted to enter the bandits' den alone, John insisted on accompanying him. Seeing the nagging man, Yep's son quickly said if he didn't get down, he'd turn around and leave. Hearing this, John immediately shut his mouth. But after getting off, he still reminded Yep's son to be careful since the opponent was very strong. Yep's son disagreed, saying the stronger the better. He was just worried they weren't strong enough. Having said so, he drove the truck towards the bandits' hideout. The two guards at the entrance, seeing one of their vehicles return, let Yep's son in without checking. John anxiously watched Yep's son enter, worried the opponents had real guns and bullets. How could he handle it alone? What if something happened to the family man? How would he compensate them? Just as Yep's son entered, gunshots sounded from within. Fearing something happened to Yep's son, John rushed towards the entrance. Arriving, the large doors opened and he saw familiar faces emerge unharmed. John happily said, "Great, you're all alive." But looking at the scene inside, his mouth gaped in shock. He couldn't understand how these vicious bandits were tidily tied up on the floor, while his comrades looked completely unharmed. One comrade excitedly shouted, "Brother John," and rushed up to hug him. John blankly asked what exactly happened. His comrade replied after this brother entered, sounds of fighting erupted inside. When everything settled down, they rushed out and saw all the bandits inexplicably defeated on the ground. This brother insisted they tie up these evil doers to prevent future troubles. John was astonished this unfathomable expert actually succeeded alone. He hurriedly asked where the brother was now. The comrade replied after instructing them to tie up the bandits, the brother had already left. John stamped his foot in regret. He didn't even properly thank their benefactor. Just then, Yep's son's jeep arrived with Tan Ca and the rest. By now, Yep's son had returned to his jeep where Noan curiously asked if the bearded uncle's troubles were resolved. Yep's son smiled saying, "Of course. Didn't you say there's nothing in this world your dad can't handle?" Hearing her father say this, the girl gave him a kiss on the cheek. Yep's son then looked to Tan Ca beside him, "What about you?" "No reward for me." This made Tan Ca blush shyly. Just then, Noan's stomach rumbled noisily. Tan Ca asked if she was hungry and would make her a meal back at the hotel. But No-an said her mom's cooking wasn't tasty and she wanted her dad's instead. Tan Ca complained now that she had a father, who needs the mother anymore. While driving back towards the hotel, Yep Sun received a call from Ha Tan Sam. Ha Tan Sam scolded Yep Sun for not seeking his help when in trouble, instead treating him like an outsider. He had received news that Yep Sun eloped with Xiao Chenggu's fiancée in America and now the Xiao family was searching worldwide to settle scores. Hearing this, Tan Ca loudly shouted into the phone, "I'm not his fiancée." Realizing her attitude was poor, Tan Ca quickly apologized to Uncle Ha, explaining she was Tan Ca. She thanked him for caring and explained the situation, stressing she had no relationship with Xiao Chenggu. After hearing the truth, Ha Tan Sam felt this was just a misunderstanding and told them to be careful since the Xiao family was still searching everywhere. He would help resolve this when they return home. Hanging up, Tan Ca explained to Yep Sun about Uncle Ha being an elder who helped raise her and treated her well. She was grateful for his concern. Ha Tan Sam was shocked it was her, Tan Ca. Yep Sun explained No-an was his and Tan Sa's daughter. 4 years ago they were together, just hadn't officially registered marriage yet. This time the Taos forced her to marry Xiao Chenggu, so he merely brought his wife home. Was that wrong? After understanding everything, Ha Tan Sam said Yep Sun could relax as he would send people to protect him and to be careful since the Xiao family was still searching everywhere. He would help resolve this when they return. Hanging up, Tan Ca explained to Yep Sun that Uncle Ha helped raise her and treated her well. She was grateful for his concern. Just then No-an popped her head out greeting, "Uncle." Hearing No-an's voice, Ha Tan Sam laughed heartily asking if she remembered Uncle Ha. The sweet girl replied she did and that her dad brought her to the Mingzhou desert to play. She asked if Uncle Ha wanted to join them. Knowing they were in the Mingzhou desert, Ha Tan Sam told Yep Sun to send his address so Thang Tuyen could find him there. Just as Yep Sun was about to refuse, he was interrupted. As the future heir of Wan Shang, Ha Tan Sam couldn't face anyone if Yep Sun was harmed on his turf. Seeing Uncle Ha put it that way, Tan Ca and Yep Sun exchanged smiles and sent their address. Tan Ca chuckled asking what else Yep Sun was hiding from her. She thought he was destitute after buying a house, yet also turned out to be Wan Shang's future heir. Looking down on your husband now. As a dignified 7-foot man, making his wife and child suffer with him. Tan Ca happily said not to be so cheesy, she was also worldly wise. The happily chatting couple entered the hotel where staff had long awaited to bring them to Thang Tuyen's room. Yep Sun was surprised they had arrived so quickly before he even sent the address. He told Tan Ca and the rest to go ahead while he came back later. Seeing the cold, stern-faced man sitting on the sofa, Yep Sun sighed dealing with these matters first before returning upstairs. Yep Sun probed, "You're Thang Tuyen?" Without answering, Thang Tuyen said he knew Yep Sun was wondering how he found them here without contact. But nothing in the Mingzhou desert escaped his sight. Yep Sun's gaze chilled. Though he was Uncle Ha's man, he disliked being monitored. But Thang Tuyen disregarded this, saying just because Yep Sun was the treasured adopted son didn't mean he would acknowledge him. Yep Sun smiled replying they'd never met, yet it was clear he greatly dissatisfied Thang Tuyen. Thang Tuyen said it wasn't dissatisfaction. If Yep Sun wasn't the future heir of Wan Shang Corporation, they'd just be passers-by. The adoptive father allowed an outsider like Yep Sun to inherit Wan Shang only thanks to his parents saving the old man's life. While the adoptive father valued affection, as an overseer of the Mingzhou desert, he couldn't watch him risk Wan Shang like that. Yep Sun asked so he had to prove himself to gain acknowledgement. Then defeating him would gain that acknowledgement. Seeing this, Yep Sun said looking at Thang Tuyen, if he didn't make him submit today, he likely wouldn't let Yep Sun leave alive right. Given his relationship with the adoptive father, of course he couldn't kill Thang Tuyen. But if he actively refused, there were other methods. Yep Sun's expression steeled, he accepted the tactics but before testing others, shouldn't one reveal something first? Understand that Yep Sun wouldn't casually harm the weak. He heard Uncle Ha say his psychic powers were best suited to oversee the casinos, which is why he was assigned to the Mingzhou desert alone. Having said so, Yep Sun raised his hand. Under his psychic force, the paper cards on the table flew up into the air. Clutching one, Yep Sun said, "Do you believe me now?" Without wasting words, Thang Tuyen used his psychic power, his body flickering with lightning. But he realized he couldn't see through the card. Yep Sun sneered, "Can't your eyes penetrate metal and concrete? Yet you can't see through a sheet of paper." Hearing the ridicule, Thang Tuyen concentrated fully, his eyes reddening from the strain. Yep Sun told him to stop wasting effort. No matter how bulging his eyes, he wouldn't see anything because it was just a blank card. Feeling humiliated by Yep Sun's trickery, Thang Tuyen instantly transformed into a superhuman. A visible beam of light fired from him. The moment it touched the wall, a deafening boom erupted. Yep Sun was intrigued, realizing besides X-ray vision, he could emit thermal rays. This man was quite powerful, forcing Yep Sun to immediately dodge. The beam wasn't just extremely hot but also highly destructive and abrasive. Hearing Thang Tuyen boast of his might, it successfully attracted Yep Sun's interest to verify if he was truly that powerful. Seeing Yep Sun suddenly stop, Thang Tuyen yelled if he was seeking death. But Yep Sun wasn't suicidal. He raised his hand blocking the beam. Seeing it have no effect, Yep Sun pushed his psychic force out, reflecting the beam back at Thang Tuyen. The sudden reversal shocked Thang Tuyen. His eyes were heavily stimulated and he collapsed to the ground, clutching them in pain. My eyes, my eyes. Yep Sun slowly walked over, telling him to stop pretending, his eyes were fine. Thang Tuyen lowered his hands, finding he truly was unharmed. Yep Sun said he controlled the intensity. If he wanted Thang Tuyen blind, he would be long blind. He asked if Thang Tuyen acknowledged him now. Shamefully, Thang Tuyen could only nod. Satisfied, Yep Sun extended his hand, helping Thang Tuyen up while admonishing not to look down on people. He himself was once quite arrogant until taught a lesson. Thang Tuyen apologized for his prejudice and would properly accompany Yep Sun in the future. Yep Sun smiled. This was more like it between comrades. Yep Sun told him that while Thang Tuyen's eyes could emit thermal beams, he couldn't control them at will. Yep Sun only lowered the temperature for him. But if Thang Tuyen had truly intended to kill him earlier, those eyes would be gone now. Realizing he was inferior to Yep Sun, Thang Tuyen readily admitted defeat. But remembering how his three siblings deceived him about Yep Sun being useless made him extremely angry and determined to settle scores when he returned. Though seeing Thang Tuyen as someone with potential to groom, Yep Sun still said if he conceded so easily, his standards for an heir were rather low. This angered Thang Tuyen, who said he acknowledged he was no match for Yep Sun and could humiliate him but not look down on Wan Sheng Corporation. Yep Sun waved his hand, saying he didn't look down on Wan Sheng but hoped Thang Tuyen could understand its status. Comparing psychic abilities was just exchanging trivial moves, but when it came to staking inheritance, it had to be at the gambling table. Shall we meet across the table someday? Hearing this, Thang Tuyen realized he lacked foresight. He was completely convinced this time and asked if Yep Sun could show him Wan Sheng's Mingzhou Desert casinos since he was free now. But Yep Sun declined as his wife and child were waiting for him upstairs. After settling everything, Thang Tuyen said Yep Sun could find him anytime. Originally planning to take his family for a meal, Yep Sun returned to the room and saw Tan Ca and Noan already asleep. Looking at them, he reflected that though it had only been a few days since bringing them back, it felt much longer already. Whenever he saw Noan, warmth filled his heart. Could this be the feeling of blood ties? Just then he remembered Thang Tuyen's X-ray vision and a strange image appeared in his mind. It frightened him into adding another layer of protection to be at ease. Just then, noises outside the window caught his attention. Going over, Yep Sun saw a large gathering below and decided to go take a look. Seeing the bustling square, he murmured, "Royal Park. An amusement park inside." A nearby man laughed, saying one look and he could tell Yep Sun was an outsider. This was the Mingzhou Desert's largest casino. Yep Sun was puzzled. Wasn't the largest casino in the Mingzhou Desert Wan Sheng's? The man enthusiastically explained there were 3 big casinos here. Wan Sheng had 40% share while Delasso and Rava Entertainment each had 30%. Delasso's boss George had a big name in the industry. And Rava Entertainment's boss Chick Rava was a Hollywood tycoon. They jointly opened this royal park, not just having casinos but also various entertainment, snatching much of Wan Sheng's business. Yep Sun chuckled, saying they sounded impressive and looked forward to meeting the bosses. The man thought he was joking. Why would the big bosses meet him just because he wanted to? But Yep's son had his own thoughts. Winning them a few $100 million at their casinos would bring them out. The frightened man urged Yep's son not to act rashly since there were cameras everywhere. But Yep's son just waved him off and headed inside. The casino was very crowded. Yep's son noticed a table surrounded by people, but they all looked awful, having lost 9 straight rounds to Trang Jia. Seeing Yep's son arrive, Ha Quan asked if he wanted to try his luck. Sure, since you've won 9 straight, I'll bet on 9. Yep's son put down $200 million on double nines. Seeing him casually bet $2 million, everyone anxiously urged Yep's son to calm down. The odds of getting double numbers were very low, they urged. But Yep's son didn't care, asking Ha Quan if the low probability meant very high payouts. If not wrong, the chance for double numbers was 1, and if he won, it'd be $70 million. We Chinese have a saying, no regrets when taking action. So let's begin. Then I wish you luck. Ha Quan tossed the ball into the spinning roulette wheel. As it fell, Yep's son's eyes flashed purple. Everyone tensely watched the rolling ball. When both landed on 9, the crowd cheered excitedly. It hit. That's $70 million. This man bet only once, wagering $2 million to win $70 million on his first try. Seeing Yep's son take $70 million from him in one round, Ha Quan's face soured, but he calmly said, "You're quite fortunate, sir. Care to continue?" Having come with purpose, Yep's son naturally chose to press on while Ha Quan welcomed him with a forced smile. But his bets were too big, so he could only invite Yep's son to the VIP room. The surveillance manager couldn't believe someone won $70 million in one round. Realizing he was no ordinary gambler, there was only one possibility. He immediately ordered the 4 heavenly kings to prepare. If he was found to be psychic, he must not leave alive. Ha Quan now brought Yep's son to the VIP room. Seeing the ill-intentioned 4, Yep's son jokingly said the VIP treatment was certainly different, upgrading the facilities and opponents. Ha Quan introduced this was a high-end anti-cheating table with full electronic signal detection. And the 4 were highly paid psychic bodyguards. Yep's son laughed, no wonder he lost his psychic powers upon entering. But psychic or not, gambling depended on skill. He looked forward to their contest. Hearing Yep's son frankly admit to being psychic, the 4 attacked without another word. But a flash of Yep's son's eyes sent them flying back. Ha Quan anxiously urged them to be careful and take him down no matter what. Enraged, the 4 attacked simultaneously with their powers. But a gust of strong wind blew, sending them crashing upside down again. Yep's son sighed these bodyguards weren't too durable. It seemed finding real experts would require riling the big bosses. Ha Quan gritted his teeth, saying Yep's son looked down on them too much. He would show his true skills now. Removing his glasses, Ha Quan transformed into his superhuman state. Yep's son laughed, so it was 1 versus, but since they were psychic, they could manipulate the results. Wouldn't he certainly lose? Ha Quan assured him they were professionals who wouldn't affect outcomes for personal gain. With that answer, Yep's son sat down, calling for them to begin. Please place your bets. Seeing the number 9 on the roulette wheel, Yep's son smiled, having an affinity with 9 today, and bet again on double nines. Haunted by the number, Ha Quan broke into a sweat but quickly composed himself and dropped the balls in. The surveillance manager ordered the 4 heavenly kings to prepare. Sensing it, they activated their powers, enveloping the table in a yellow glow. But to the cultivator Yep's son, it was all just a cat show. No psychic ability could match him. The manager still thought Yep's son was psychic and couldn't believe his highly paid 4 heavenly kings detected nothing. Unless he wasn't psychic, how could an ordinary person win double nines twice in a row? Hearing the suspicion, one of the 4 heavenly kings resentfully said he doubted them. The eldest said to tell Robert that Yep's son didn't use any abilities. As long as anything was off, they certainly wouldn't miss it. Unless it was another power beyond their scope. Ha Quan said he'd already won $240 million. More bets would clearly have consequences. He told Ha Quan to restrain himself as this was too major. But Ha Quan refused, saying it was Yep's son's skill. He wanted to witness how long his fortune could last. The manager felt things were amiss and ordered the 4 heavenly kings to go all out, saying he'd take responsibility. Thus, the 4 heavenly kings finally got serious, fully exerting their powers. An invisible energy field enveloped Yep's son, blocking all interference. But he remained unaffected, continuing to place bets. Ha Quan worriedly looked at the number rapidly increasing on the screen, surpassing $500 million. At this rate, their losses would be disastrous. He had no choice but to notify the boss, Chick Rava. Within minutes, an imposing middle-aged man charged in asking what tricks Yep Sun used to win over $500 million. Yep Sun glanced at Chick, saying he himself knew clearly whether or not there were tricks. As the host, shouldn't he be asking what wine he preferred for celebration instead? Suddenly, explosions rocked the upper floors. Alarms blared as flames erupted from Chick's office. Security swarmed trying to put out the fires while Chick stared in disbelief. He had just met with that unfathomable man. Could he have done this? An aide urgently reported they found no signs of explosives or accelerants. The fire spontaneously combusted without warning. Chick paled, realizing it had to be that man's power. He immediately called his rival George to warn they faced a monster beyond their comprehension. George chuckled at Chick's cowardice in the face of a fortune won fair and square. But the explosions at Chick's place convinced George of the gravity. They agreed to unite against this common threat. Chick said he'd transfer half his casino shares to cover losses from that man. Thus the two rivals finally joined forces, pooling their resources in hopes of withstanding Yep Sun's offensive. Little did they expect the real battle was just beginning. Yep Sun waved the check, saying he'd visit after spending all this money. Seeing him leave, George angrily downed 2 bottles of wine. No one had ever spoken to him like that before. This arrogant Chinese brat. Seeing George's rage, Chick said the $120 million was petty cash to him. If it pained George, he could invest in Chick's films. Before George could react, Chick hung up. This angered George so much he smashed the wine bottle. One day he would take down both Chick and Ha Ton Sam. Unable to stomach Yep Sun's arrogance, George made a call. "Hello. I'll let you have money but no life to spend it." The call connected and George said, "Dear Xiao, long time no see." Thang Tuyen was shocked to hear Yep Sun won $240 million in one night. But Yep Sun said not to exaggerate, it was nothing. Hadn't Thang Tuyen wanted to bet against him? Hearing this, Thang Tuyen quickly declined, knowing his own limits. Yep Sun said never mind betting. How about testing his guide skills instead? Thang Tuyen immediately assured Yep Sun to trust him. The Mingzhou Desert was a shopping paradise. Just name where to go. But Yep Sun didn't want to shop. He asked to be brought to the best market here. After buying ingredients, he displayed the Yep family's culinary brilliance. The aroma wafted into the room where mother and daughter were sleeping. Smelling the fragrance, Noan jumped up, startling the dozing Tan Xie. Noan happily ran to the kitchen, it smells so good. Dad's cooking. Seeing the spread, she exclaimed, Mom, I didn't lie right. Dad's food is the most delicious. Tan Xie looked at the appetizing dishes of sautéed Four Seasons beans, sweet and sour carp, and more. She chuckled thinking the girl was already biased towards her father. But trying the dishes, Tan Xie had to admit their flavor was incredible. She smiled warmly at Yep Sun, moved by his considerateness. Tan Xie smiled, asking how he knew these were her favorites. Did Noan tell him? The girl immediately betrayed Yep Sun. Dad had asked Mom her favorites then told me. What woman wouldn't be touched by a man so thoughtful and caring? Tan Sa's cheeks flushed pink. Yep Sun said these dishes had little broth and were just a snack. When they returned home, he'd make a grander feast. But Yen Lin still doubted, saying fragrance didn't equal flavor. It could be the opposite. Yep Sun gently replied she was free not to eat then. Tan Xie pulled Yen Lin over, playing peacemaker. She said, eat, why not eat? Didn't you say you'd provide for us in the future? So we should eat. With Tan Sa's urging, the atmosphere at the table grew very warm. Popping a prawn in her mouth, Tan Sa's taste buds sang. Looking happily at Yep Sun, she praised, it's really delicious. If you opened a restaurant, it would definitely have crowds. We don't have to worry about going hungry in the future. But Yep Sun asked, with your capabilities, wouldn't it be a waste only running a small eatery? Catching his meaning, Tan Xie probed, you mean? Yes, exactly what you're thinking. You should bide your time and return. Tan Xie had considered it too, but all the money and connections were with the Taos. She was now completely destitute. It was just wishful thinking. Yep Sun consoled, what's yours is yours. No one can snatch it away. And for capital, is $2.4 billion enough? Seeing the check, Tan Sa's eyes welled up. Why are you so silly? We're not even married yet, you've given me so much money. Aren't you afraid I'd betray you? Noan then helpfully chimed in. Then mom should quickly marry dad. Tan Ca smiled through tears at her daughter's cuteness. She looked at Yep Sun, promising she would spend the money well and not let him down. Noan happily chimed in that after marrying dad, she could live with him. The three would be together forever. She added many pretty ladies stared at dad at the airport. Mom better hold on to him. Tan Ca playfully asked if dad was very happy when those beauties spoke to him. No. Dad ignored them. I had to tell them dad's married to you, mom, so they left. Tan Ca praised, Noan's so capable. Mommy will reward you. Let's go shopping with dad's money and buy whatever you want, okay? At the mall, Tan Ca chose clothes she liked and also picked outfits for their beloved girl. Seeing Yen Lin wearing the same clothes, Tan Ca selected a dress for her to try. But Yen Lin avoided, today's for you and Noan. I don't need anything. Surprised by her attitude, Tan Ca asked why the sudden yours and mine. They always shopped together. Miss Tan Ca, you're his wife and she's his daughter. Spending his money is natural. But I'm just a bodyguard, I don't want him thinking I'm profiting from him. Exasperated, Tan Ca thought those two must have been enemies in their past lives. You're my bodyguard, so do as I say. Go try on this dress. Seeing Yen Lin still hesitating, Tan Ca threatened to get angry if she didn't comply. Noan chimed in, pretending to get mad too. Unable to resist their double teaming, Yen Lin finally relented and tried on the dress. Seeing how it beautifully accentuated her figure, Tan Ca nodded satisfied and added matching heels. Yen Lin awkwardly walked in the unfamiliar heels. Tan Ca smiled happily at how the dress transformed the valiant bodyguard into an elegant lady. Tan Ca held up two dresses, asking Noan which color was prettier, blue or red. The girl immediately said, Mommy's pretty in anything. A sales clerk agreed, the little one's right, with skin so fair, anything fits you beautifully. Yep Sun said, then take both. But Tan Ca felt they were the same style, so one was enough. Buying both would be wasteful. Her considerate husband wouldn't let her refuse though. He told the clerk to pack up everything she had tried on. The clerk praised Tan Sa's fortune to have such a gentle and patient husband that others admired. Just then, Yep Sun's phone rang. Ha Tan Sam worriedly asked his location, saying Xiao Chenggu had come to the Mingzhou desert to make trouble for them. Having received the news, Yep Sun could only let Tan Sa's group go back first while he left to handle it. He'd make up for it another day. Curious why he had to suddenly leave after the call, Tan Ca only understood hearing the name Xiao Chenggu and was shocked. Just as Yep Sun moved to take her away, the skylight suddenly shattered above. A hulking green figure crashed down from the sky towards the Yep family with a fierce look. Seeing the green giant, little Noan exclaimed in surprise, Mommy, it's Hulk from the movie. The green giant looked at Noan, what an adorable child. Let uncle gently crush you. He swung a huge watermelon-sized fist at Yep Sun's head. But Yep Sun swiftly hugged mother and child and leapt clear of the attack range. Now atop the car, a worried Tan Ca said Yen Lin was still inside. Yep Sun assured her not to worry since the enemy was only after them. He locked the car door and quickly drove off. Seeing them flee, the green giant excitedly yelled, Don't run. Stay and play with uncle, little prey. You can't escape. Knocking aside cars like a bulldozer, he swiftly approached Yep Sun's vehicle. Seeing the enemy drawing near, Yep Sun's brows furrowed. Noan fearfully said, Dad, why's that uncle chasing us? He's so scary. Yep Sun soothed, Don't be afraid Noan. We're playing hide and seek. Close your eyes and hide in mommy's arms. The monster won't find you then. To protect them, Yep Sun also released his psychic force around mother and child. Tan Ca hugged Noan, gently comforting her not to be scared, Dad would protect them. Thang Tuyen called just then, asking if they had encountered Xiao Chenggu based on the adoptive father's interrupted call. Yep Sun explained the situation, saying the crowded shopping area prevented fighting there. He told Thang Tuyen to find another location. Thang Tuyen directed them to an abandoned parking garage nearby where he would swiftly join to help. After hanging up, Yep Sun told Tan Ca to hold Noan tightly as he had to speed up and get distance. Stepping hard on the accelerator, Yep Sun instantly pulled far ahead of the approaching enemy. Just then in a restaurant, someone yelled, "There's a monster outside. Call the police." About to ask what monster, John saw Yep Sun drive right by. He quickly told his companion, "Did you see who's in that car?" Seeing his confused look, John hurriedly added, "The driver is my benefactor. We have to help him." Not waiting for his friend's response, John rushed out. His sharp eyes caught sight of the green giant pursuing Yep Sun's car. Yep Sun signaled Tan Ca that he had added protective barriers around the car so they'd be safe inside no matter what. Don't come out until he dealt with the enemy. Don't be afraid, trust me. Though unsure why, Tan Ca fully trusted Yep Sun and said to be careful until he returned. The moment Yep Sun appeared, Li Kuang noticed him and gleefully laughed. Casually picking up an abandoned car nearby, he leapt up and hurled it at Yep Sun. Yep Sun swayed out of the way as the car exploded loudly from the intense throw. Seeing him dodge it, Li Kuang scratched his head. "I've no interest in tomcats, but Boss Xiao seems to care about you a lot." His mood instantly turned vicious, green light flashing over his body as he lunged at Yep Sun. Once done with him, he'd go find that adorable girl. Having chased him this whole way yet daring to covet his beloved daughter, Yep Sun's breath grew even sharper. But Li Kuang didn't seem to sense Yep Sun's power, still taunting him arrogantly. "Still not begging for mercy after seeing my strength. You've got guts standing there. Your bones must be hard too, perfect to snap." Li Kuang then smashed where Yep Sun stood. But his clumsy, heavy blows were easily avoided. Dodging the attacks, Yep Sun thought of the espers he'd encountered, all emitting a certain wave he could sense despite being different from Qi. But this guy had none. Could he not be an esper but just super strong? Yet that body clearly wasn't normal. Seeing Yep Sun just evading, Li Kuang yelled angrily, "Don't let me catch you." He smashed a thick concrete pillar, reducing it to powder. "Let's see you dodge T." Before Li Kuang could finish, Yep Sun suddenly appeared before him, palm striking his chest. A muffled thud rang out as the enormous body crashed through the garage wall, plowing a trail of rubble outside. Getting up furiously, Li Kuang bellowed, "How dare you!" He charged back towards Yep Sun. But his body abruptly twisted in pain, bones cracking as he crumpled to the ground wailing. But Yep Sun stayed calm, asking, "Where is this?" Li Kuang rasped out an abandoned factory address. Yep Sun's eyes glinted coldly. He nodded to John, who cracked his knuckles. "Thank you for the information." A scream rang out as John descended. Li Kuang begged for his life upon facing such sorcery for the first time. Spare him. Yep Sun was no living Buddha to show kindness to one who tried to kill him. Looking at the ant beneath his foot, he said, "The bones of this pervert are indeed most suited to be snapped." With that, he firmly stomped Li Kuang's head into the concrete floor. After extracting the psychic detector from Li Kuang's brain, Yep Sun turned to go find Tan Ca when a voice suddenly sounded behind him. A sly-faced man had kidnapped Tan Ca and Noan to lure him. Tan Ca apologetically said she was sorry for not heeding his words to wait in the car. But this man threatened to blow up the vehicle, so she had no choice. Seeing the electricity arcing over the scrawny man's body, Yep Sun knew he had been careless. The protective barrier could withstand attacks but not electricity. Worried he'd harmed Tan Ca, Yep Sun said, "If you want revenge for your friend, come at me. But release them first." The rat-faced man laughed that Yep Sun misunderstood. They were Boss Xiao's men but held no camaraderie, especially with this fake who thought drugs and stimulants gave him strength when he was just a spineless weakling. Whether Yep Sun killed him today or someone else did later, he couldn't care less if the fool lived or died. As for Tan Ca, no need to worry at all, she would be the future Mrs. Xiao. He was here specifically to protect her. Having just dealt with the hulking psychic, now a lightning-covered one popped up. The rat-faced man used his powers to trap Tan Ca, warning her, "Don't underestimate this little electric ring, it can electrocute even an elephant." Frightened, Tan Ca pleaded for Yep Sun to be careful. She knew even with his great powers, he would be hindered against electricity and didn't want him harmed. Hearing Tan Ca's concern for him despite her predicament, Yep Sun's eyes softened. He said gently, "Don't worry, I have a way." The rat-faced man then turned. drawing his blade towards Yep's son to finish him off before taking Tan Xie to Xiao Chenggu. Yep's son told Tan Xie not to panic, he'd come for her and their daughter soon. He lured the enemy away. Seeing Yep's son constantly fleeing, the man mocked, "Know what's the fastest in the world? Electricity." Waving his weapon, bolts of lightning shot at Yep's son, striking right where he stood with deafening cracks. But the rat-faced man wasn't surprised to see Yep's son dodging, he had deliberately done that. The surrounding floor was built with steel bars so electricity wouldn't dissipate as long as it had a conductor. Yep's son was now encircled by arcing electricity as the man grinned, nowhere left to run. Trapped, Yep's son wrapped chi around his arm forming a bicha blade. A flash of spiritual light shot out as an icy sword materialized in his hand. Following Yep's son's control, the spiritual sword flew to him steadily. Seeing him riding the sword aloft, the shocked man exclaimed, "You're from the cultivation world." No wonder Li Kuang's detector found no psychic waves. But he wasn't worried. Electricity was most sensitive and no energy field could hide in his domain. Yep's son's illusion sorcery was useless against him. He unleashed his power, strengthening the electric field and gravity lift. Electricity condensed under his feet, forming a lifting disc that floated him up. Seeing Yep's son had no aerial advantage, he yelled for him to surrender for a painless death. Brandishing his large blade, lightning swirled menacingly around it. He swooped towards Yep's son, bellowing, "Let me send you to heaven." The rat-faced man swooped towards Yep's son, swinging his lightning-infused blade at him. Yep's son deftly evaded the attacks. Seeing the enemy approach, he thought, "Too fast. Likely only lightning could surpass his speed in this world." Noticing some oil drums in the distance, he descended and flew towards them. Having studied chemistry extensively in his travels, the moment Yep's son saw the oil drums, he understood. The rat-faced man pursued, still taunting him to surrender. Seeing Yep's son stop, he laughed, "Looks like you've accepted your fate." But Yep's son said, "I recently learned of the internet. In a show, they did many weird experiments, like gas exploding when met with fire, water conducting electricity, electrolyzed water still burning. Have you learned yet in teacher Yep's little class?" The man sneered, "I've no interest in science." Yep's son laughed, "Lacking education is truly frightening. Know what's in these?" Pointing to the drums, "Feel how dry the air is. Your electric field naturally electrolyzes moisture, producing large amounts of hydrogen and oxygen. This place is now a fuel depot full of explosives, plus the oil drums. How do you think it'll go?" Not waiting for his reaction, Yep's son flung an oil drum at him. In a flash under Yep's son's control, it exploded on impact. Indeed, learning can change fates. After dealing with the rat-faced man, Yep's son suddenly felt uneasy and rushed back to Tan Xie and Noan. Seeing him return, the mother and daughter stood in place looking frightened. Yep's son was shocked to see fresh blood trickling down Tan Xie's forehead. Before he could react, Noan joyfully called out, "Dad!" and ran into his arms whimpering, "Dad!" Noan was so scared. "Don't leave me like that again, okay?" Just as Yep's son was comforting her, Noan's eyes suddenly turned vicious, her cute little hands becoming sharp claws swiping at him. Realizing something was wrong since he had left Noan's consciousness by the fairy garden requiring dispelling to awaken, Yep's son quickly grabbed the fake Noan's hand. "Can't pretend to be daddy's girl so casually. I don't have a daughter like you." The fake Noan jerked her hand back, glaring darkly at Yep's son. The fake Tan Xie and Noan retreated, reverting to their original forms as a pair of twin sisters in gray dresses. The girl in blue asked how Yep's son saw through them when they had been flawless. Yep's son said, "Aside from your shoddy acting, it's the stench coming off you too even from 10 meters away." The girl in pink laughed, "What stench? That's just our natural fragrance." Just then, a group approached behind the twins. It was Xiao Chenggu who had arrived. Looking at Yep's son, he said, "Defeating my 2 top generals in an instant and seeing through their illusion so quickly, you have some skill. Too bad you offended the wrong people. Today next year will be your Memorial Day." Yep's son asked in disgust, "Where are Tan Xie and her daughter?" Xiao Pang laughed lewdly, "The bride's of course already in the bridal chamber." Xiao Pang lewdly said, "Tonight's my big brother's wedding night with his bride. I'll make sure she dies of pleasure." Yep's son angrily said, "Just for that remark, I'll see you dead before tomorrow." Xiao Chenggu's sister Xiao Ying beside him suddenly recognized Yep's son. Surprised, she told Xiao Chenggu this was the man who had saved her at the airport. She asked Yep's son, "That girl is. As you guessed, Noan is my and Tansa's daughter." Xiao Chenggu yelled furiously, "Nonsense. Tan Ca was never married, so how could she have a daughter?" Yep's son disdainfully said, "Who said you must marry to love each other? My bond with Tan Ca is stronger than gold itself without needing your archaic customs." He looked at Xiao Ying, "I didn't expect you to be a Xiao. Your brothers want to steal another's wife and you'll aid them." Xiao Chenggu explained his marriage to Tan Ca had the Tao's consent. He was her proper husband. But Xiao Ying didn't blindly believe her brother. She wanted to see Tan Ca herself to find the truth. They prevented her and she understood. Heartbroken, she said, "You promised not to lie to me anymore. Why won't you let me see Dao Tan Ca? Clearly you're hiding something and I'm very disappointed in you both." Tearfully, she turned to free Tan Ca but Xiao Chenggu knocked her out from behind. Stroking her head affectionately, he hoped she wouldn't hate him. He then told Yep's son that while not a good man, he repaid debts. Yep's son had saved his sister so he would spare his life this once. Seeing Xiao Chenggu harm even his own sister for gain, Yep's son was revolted. He said coldly, "Take me to Tan Ca." Xiao Chenggu smiled, "You're in no place to make demands. Men, take him down." His thugs surrounded Yep's son, awaiting his order. The twin sisters' bodies emitted red light, fingers becoming sharp claws. They leapt up, slashing at Yep's son from front and back in coordination, nearly matching his speed. Yep's son jumped back to evade their strikes. Though knowing they relied on skill rather than strength, their attacks were viciously fast and targeted weak points. The green glow on their fingertips was clearly poisonous, one hit would be fatal. But they were far from enough against Yep's son with just meager skills. He immediately moved to cast a spell but was forced to abort by the Huan Mei sisters' relentless assault. They then held hands, giggling, "Our handsome brother shouldn't sacrifice himself for a woman like Dao Tan Ca. Play with us sisters instead." Strange purple light flashed from their bodies. A vicious wolf head emerged from their backs and in just breaths, they merged into a single purple werewolf glaring hungrily at Yep's son. Seeing the ugly beast, Yep's son scorned, relying on hideous appearances to compete with Tan Ca. Ridiculous. The impatient wolf attacked but Yep's son nimbly evaded each time. Growing bored of the game, his figure disappeared. The wolf looked around in confusion when sizzling sounds came from its body. Agonized yelps erupted as it staggered back, reverting into the burned and trembling twin sisters. Yep's son reappeared, aura blazing with killing intent. Still not leading the way. "Must I burn you bit by bit before you talk?" Terrified, the twins quickly led the way. Shortly, they brought Yep's son to an abandoned factory. Xiao Chenggu was waiting smugly but his expression changed seeing the sisters' pathetic state. Yep's son coldly said, "Where are Tan Ca and Noan? Don't try my patience." Xiao Chenggu sneered, "With just you men." His thugs surrounded Yep's son. But before they could act, a piercing dragon roar shook the factory. A massive black dragon emerged behind Yep's son, coiling up to the roof. Everyone froze in shock and disbelief at the real dragon. Still stunned, the dragon snatched up a thug in its jaws. With a crunch, blood sprayed as the corpse dropped. Seeing this, Xiao Chenggu trembled, "He's not human but a monster. Forget that woman, let's go." But Xiao Pang reminded, "Don't forget what's in our vehicles." Regaining composure, he yelled to attack and blow Yep's son apart. Just then, a subordinate reported Thang Tuyen had arrived with Vanguard vehicles forces, blocking them outside. Furious, Xiao Chenggu couldn't believe Ha Tan Sam was involved, saying Yep's son was Vanguard's man and meddling with him opposed them. Despite his rage, Xiao Chenggu knew open conflict with Vanguard was unwise. He ordered a retreat for now but swore vengeance. Seeing Xiao Pang retreat, Xiao Chenggu flew into a rage as his men grew anxious. If even the fierce wind squad failed, they stood no chance against this monster. Just then, one thug suggested fleeing which prompted Xiao Pang to shoot him dead as a warning. Claiming he would assess the situation, Xiao Pang actually wanted to escape the monster himself despite not wanting to betray his brother. But before he got 2 steps, Yep's son's psychic force pierced his head. Seeing his younger brother die, Xiao Chenggu was distraught. The rest of the thugs scattered like monkeys with their tree felled. Looking at Xiao Pang's corpse, Yep Sun indifferently said, "I told you he wouldn't live past tonight." Xiao Chenggu's expression darkened ominously. He took out a syringe and injected himself. His clothes ripped as his muscles swelled rapidly. Watching Xiao Chenggu's continuous growth, Yep Sun wondered what was in that tiny tube to transform an ordinary man so quickly. Recalling the similarly hulking Li Kuang, it must be that blue liquid. Hearing Yep Sun compare him to that useless trash, Li Kuang, Xiao Chenggu scorned that the level 3 drug had little effect. This could stimulate a person's potential at the cost of side effects. Only 1 in 100 could withstand the agonizing pain and survive. He arrogantly asked Yep Sun, "Do you know the level of innate gifted warriors?" "Only 5 levels. But I've broken past limits to level." Yep Sun remained unmoved, replying, "So you use drugs to forcefully raise your level? What meaning is there in relying on external substances?" His words further infuriated Xiao Chenggu. Letting out a roar, he smashed a concrete pillar with one punch. "Still looking down on me? I'll crush you." He leapt, fist whistling down on Yep Sun. Yep Sun didn't move as the mighty blow descended. But suddenly it stopped inches from his face, halted by an invisible force. No matter how Xiao Chenggu strained, he couldn't budge his frozen fist. With a flick of his finger, Yep Sun sent Xiao Chenggu flying back and crashing through machinery. Brute force means nothing before true power. His voice rang with chilling finality. Xiao Chenggu arrogantly said espers and gifted warriors couldn't withstand one move before him. Soon he would mass-produce the drug and build his own army for the Xiao clan to rule the world. Today he wouldn't kill Yep Sun, that would be too easy. He would cripple Yep Sun and make him watch helplessly as Xiao Chenggu trampled Tan Xie for the rest of his life. Hearing him threaten Tan Xie, killing intent surged within Yep Sun. Any who dared humiliate her would only meet death. After injecting the mysterious blue liquid, Xiao Chenggu's body transformed massively. Glaring hatred at Yep Sun for killing his brother, he smashed his watermelon-sized fist down. The ground where Yep Sun stood instantly exploded on impact. Having expected some skill from Xiao Chenggu, Yep Sun had wanted to toy with him a bit but realized he was just like the brute Li Kuang, relying solely on might. Merely donning artificial armor yet daring to look down on ancient power, truly foolish. Staggered by Yep Sun's kick, Xiao Chenggu couldn't believe his strength. Yep Sun laughed, "Stop now and you may keep your life." But Xiao Chenggu disdained that even artillery couldn't harm his body now, let alone Yep Sun. Before he finished speaking, blood spurted from his nose. Bewildered by what had happened, Yep Sun explained cultivation and medicine followed the same principles. Abruptly overloading the body would backfire. Your cells are now overflowing with energy like an inflated balloon pushed past its limits. As you continue attacking wildly, the tiniest poke will make you explode. Xiao Chenggu paled, finally feeling the chaotic imbalance within him. He looked at Yep Sun with terror. With a merciless smile, Yep Sun reached out a finger. A light poke on Xiao Chenggu's abdomen caused his body to gruesomely rupture apart in a detonation that painted the factory walls crimson. "This is the end for those who offend my loved ones." Yep Sun's icy words echoed amidst the lingering explosions. Yep Sun said, "Just a little trigger will cause you to explode. My kick was like flipping that switch. Any slight movement now and you'll detonate on the spot." Xiao Chenggu paled, saying in disbelief, "You're bluffing, the experiment was a success. Today you won't escape." Yep Sun held out his hand, "If you don't believe, try taking 2 steps. Lifting his leg, Xiao Chenggu hesitated, unsure whether to step down. Seeing his indecision, Yep Sun taunted, "Not going? Then I'll be off." Seeing Yep Sun leave, Xiao Chenggu angrily yelled, "You're threatening me." He stomped his hovering foot down. Just as Yep Sun said, the moment Xiao Chenggu's foot touched the ground, his body exploded. "Self-sown cause, destined death," Yep Sun muttered. Exiting the factory, Yep Sun saw the chaotic scene and hurried over asking what was happening. John cheerfully said while grasping a beaten thug, "Brother Yep, great you're unharmed. We chased after seeing you pursued by a monster and dealt with these guys already." After bidding Yep Sun farewell with a promise to drink together in America someday, John departed. Thang Tuyen asked if Yep Sun handled the giant. Yep Sun smiled, plus the Xiao brothers and 3 fake espers. Have your men clear the bodies. Thang Tuyen was shocked they were all dead. The notorious Shaos dominating the underworld for over a decade, yet wiped out in an instant by Yep Sun. You're truly frightening. Yep Sun laughed, I'm frightening only to enemies. Are you saying you want to become my foe? Thang Tuyen quickly waved his hands, saying he was loyal to Mr. Deep and would never oppose him. Yep Sun nodded satisfied. With the threat resolved, he went to reunite with Tan Ca and Noan, eagerly embracing his family. Though knowing Yep Sun was joking, Thang Tuyen was so frightened he quickly waved his hands. Returning to Flower Shore, Yep Sun was greeted by Ha Tan Sam eagerly asking for details of what happened in America. He said they had someone to thank for the quick intel. This person was also here today. Yep Sun was puzzled who it could be. Ha Tan Sam smiled that it was an old friend Yep Sun had met before. To Yep Sun's surprise, it was Chika Rava. Chika said not to be shocked, in business, no enemies were eternal, only interests were. Though George was his partner, it didn't affect his friendship with Mr. Ha. Still, Yep Sun was suspicious. After just winning $1.2 billion from him, instead of kicking a man when he's down, Chika provided information. It seemed too convenient. Chika's eyes instantly chilled. He said that small sum meant nothing compared to avenging his clan. He would gladly hand George the Imperial Paradise Casino. Yep Sun probed, revenge. Chika's voice turned furious. Yes. Xiao Pang violated and killed my niece. The Xiao clan are mortal enemies of mine. He had sent his niece as his representative to a charity gala that day. Attractive, she drew notice including Xiao Pang who assaulted and defiled her. Her body was later found in the desert. Knowing his crime, Xiao Pang had fled Min Chao and never returned. Confused, Yep Sun asked how with such a horrific death years ago, Chika hadn't sought vengeance until now. Chika clenched his fists, voice hoarse. Never thought of revenge. Day and night for 3 years, I've dreamed of skinning that bastard alive. But the Xiao's power was too great for direct confrontation. He could only wait for an opportunity. Hearing Yep Sun opposed them, Chika provided information hoping he would eliminate his hated foes. With the Xiao's destruction, his niece finally rested in peace. He was indebted to Yep Sun and considered him a friend for life. Yep Sun bluntly told Chika to withdraw his stake in Imperial Paradise, partner with Vanguard to take down George together. Chika hesitated but Yep Sun's voice chilled saying the mole this time was George. If Chika kept collaborating, they couldn't be considered friends. Having issues with the old fox anyway, Chika resolutely agreed to ambush George with Mr. Ha. Ha Tan Sam laughed that with one sentence, Yep Sun made Chika their ally. Chika then said that since Yep Sun agreed to his terms, perhaps Yep Sun could oblige one request, to be a guest at his Holy Mount Villa. His son and daughter-in-law wanted to thank Yep Sun personally. Accepting the invitation, Yep Sun brought his family to America again. As they drove towards Mount St. Kim in the distance, Noan curiously asked her mother if they had been here before. Tan Ca was puzzled too, though their first visit, it felt oddly familiar. The driver explained his employer owned a Hollywood film company and many movies were shot here. Noan may have seen it on TV. But the next moment, seeing a random man on the street, Yen Lin shrieked out the window, Johnny Depp, my idol, Sarang Hayo. Smelling vinegar, she quickly apologized for her fangirl reaction, saying celebrities were tempting but she hastily added Yep Sun was still more handsome to appease him. Arriving at the estate, Yep Sun saw Chika Rava awaiting them and marveled at the large family gathered. After greeting Yep Sun, Chika happily introduced them, his wife, son heir Rava and daughter-in-law, 2 daughters with their husbands, and 6 young grandchildren. Heir mournfully said his beloved daughter Anya was ruthlessly murdered by Xiao Chenggu but for the clan Sake, he couldn't avenge her. Yep Sun eliminating the Xiaos had brought them justice. The Rava clan was eternally grateful. As a father, he sincerely thanked Yep Sun for granting closure. Chika cut off his painful words, ushering everyone to the table. They finally noticed little Noan beside Yep Sun and were charmed by her cute looks. Noan brightly greeted the elders, holding out her tiny hand saying, my name is Noan. Seeing Yep Sun doting on his daughter, Chika laughed, no wonder you were so fierce against the Xiaos. It was a father's rage to protect his child. He declared that Yep Sun was a friend for life and Noan was like a granddaughter to him now. If they ever needed anything in America, his home was theirs. Yep's son thanked Chica sincerely. Noan beamed, feeling close to Grandpa Chica already. Noan brightly said, "I'm 4.5 this year." Chica Rava's wife immediately took a liking to her, beckoning the little girl over. Noan's cuteness reminded her of her deceased granddaughter. She happily asked if Noan liked her and her husband. They wanted to take her as their grandchild. Children always spoke their mind. Noan agreed, saying Grandpa looked like the KFC mascot and she loved KFC chicken. Her candid words made Chica dote on her more. He gave her a medal only bestowed on the most esteemed core members of the Rava clan, making Noan an honorary precious jewel of the family. Yep's son felt the gift was too precious to accept, but Tan Ca pulled him aside, saying they wanted to repay him through Noan and having such a wealthy patron was lucky for her. She quickly smiled that refusing would be rude. Noan happily thanked her new grandparents from her grandma's lap. After dinner, Yep's son and Tan Ca went to their room and froze seeing the soul bed. Tan Ca shyly glanced at Yep's son. With Noan kept by the Ravas, it would just be the two of them tonight. Yep's son avoided directly answering by asking if she needed the bathroom first or if he could shower first. Hearing shower, Tan Ca's imagination went wild. The little angel in her mind blushed, thinking could it be happening tonight even though they weren't married yet. But the tiny devil countered that with their grown daughter, they were practically an old married couple already, so this was natural. Yep's son saw her conflicted expression and laughed, "I'll go shower first then." He grabbed clothes and locked himself in. Tan Ca sighed with relief but also slight disappointment. She changed and got in bed. Soon Yep's son emerged fresh from his shower. Seeing him topless, Tan Ca's heart raced as imaginings resurged. Seeing Yep's son emerge shirtless from his shower, Tan Ca's heart raced as her imaginings resurged. Should she agree if he wanted to be intimate? She was flustered and conflicted. But Yep's son simply said he'd wait until Tan Ca truly loved and accepted him before pushing her. Seeing him sleep on the sofa, Tan Ca felt incredibly warm and safe. Late at night as the Rava couple slept hugging Noan, the jade lotus in Noan's chest floated up. Nanny had awakened from her cultivation and excitedly went to tell Yep's son she finally reached the chi condensation stage and had a tangible form. Yep's son calmly said, "Not bad. A bit sooner than I expected, so you have some talent." Annoyed that he was still unimpressed, Nanny remembered her master's words that she could now wield magic tools. She eagerly asked Yep's son to teach her. But Yep's son told her not to rush, her cultivation level was still low and unstable. It was better to remain in the jade lotus continuing to cultivate for now. Nanny pouted disappointedly at his words. Taking pity on his silly disciple, Yep's son materialized a bracelet and hairpin for her. Delighted by the accessories, Nanny praised, "Not bad taste for a straight guy." Yep's son replied he wasn't interested in fashion. He just knew what girls liked as research to capture Tan Ca's heart. Flustered, Nanny said she had to report her progress to her master. Yep's son nodded and bid her farewell as she disappeared back into the lotus. Gazing at the silent night sky alone, Yep's son murmured, "So you've come too." He smiled mysteriously, sensing a great battle ahead. In the morning, Tan Ca noticed Noan alone on a swing looking glum. She asked what was wrong. Noan said seeing Grandma Rava and the girls made her miss Grandma Kelly, who often made flower crowns with her. She started sobbing that she hadn't seen Grandma Kelly in so long and missed her terribly. Tan Ca remembered Kelly said she didn't live far. To cheer Noan up, she decided to take her to visit. But when they arrived at the location Kelly had provided, it was a rundown slum. The vagrant people smelled heavily of booze and leered at them with wolfish eyes, frightening Noan. Yep's son realized this was likely a vagrant colony. Could Kelly really live in such a place? Checking the address, Tan Ca confirmed it was right. Just then shouting drew their attention. Two thugs were snatching something from an old lady sprawled on the ground. Yep's son stepped forward but Noan suddenly cried, "Grandma Kelly." Noan recognized the lady's face and cried, "Grandma Kelly." She rushed to shield her as the man shoved Kelly down. Seeing Kelly attacked, Lin leapt up and kicked the thug away. As his cronies moved to retaliate, Lin batted them down, taunting it was over before she had her fun. The battered men fled in terror, warning the old hag to collect her son's corpse. With the villains gone, Noan excitedly embraced Kelly, saying how much she missed her. Kelly was embarrassed to be seen in such a state but was puzzled who Yep's son was. Noan happily introduced him as her father, the best in the world that she had wished for. Yep's son asked if those weren't vagrants, why would Kelly's son provoke them? Kelly's eyes dimmed. She said it was her failure raising Mike and suggested they talk inside. Entering the run-down, cluttered house, they were shocked by the squalor. Kelly said Mike was a good boy who worked to ease her burden as a single mother. But after falling into bad company, he turned rebellious and violent. The thugs were loan sharks come to collect Mike's debts. She tearfully admitted being afraid of her own son now. Yep's son suspected there was more to the story while Tanca tried comforting Kelly. Noan clung to her grandma, saddened to see her living in such conditions yet relieved to be reunited. Yep's son declared Kelly would move in with them immediately. Kelly tried declining but Yep's son insisted. Noan needed her grandma and he would provide for them both henceforth. Kelly finally accepted in gratitude. Noan cheered joyfully. Kelly explained that 6 months ago, Mike said he found a good job and told her to retire and enjoy life. With Tanca wanting to bring Noan back to Flower Shore then, she had agreed. But upon returning, she learned Mike had joined a gang selling opium. He became addicted himself. No matter how she pleaded, he changed after the drugs, becoming violent and cruel, especially when craving a fix. He took all her savings to buy drugs. The thugs today were rival gangsters who caught Mike trespassing on their territory. They demanded $500,000 or would chop him into pieces and feed him to the fishes. Sobbing, Kelly said there was no way she could get so much money. Tanca immediately offered to pay the ransom. Kelly tried to refuse but Tanca insisted they were family after she had cared for Noan for years. Tanca looked to Yep's son for agreement but he flatly refused, explaining that unless Mike kicked his addiction, the problem wouldn't be resolved. But he had a way to truly help Mike if Kelly cooperated. Seeing Tanca's reassuring gaze, Kelly agreed to trust Yep's son's plan if it could restore Mike. Yep's son said seriously, I can only suppress his addiction temporarily. Whether he truly recovers depends on himself. Are you ready to do whatever it takes, even severe measures if necessary? Kelly trembled but steeled herself and nodded. Yep's son commanded Mike be brought to a secret location he prepared. Kelly was distressed realizing Yep's son intended to forcibly confine Mike to force him into withdrawal, but she complied. In an abandoned warehouse, a man was strung up being beaten by various people. After Yen Lin's turn attacking Mike, the gangsters asked who that sexy skilled girl was to him. Dazed, Mike said he didn't know any sexy girl. Annoyed not getting answers, a thug punched his gut. Seems Yen Lin's prestige pained Mike. The boss suddenly remembered Mike's mom used to work for a family. Maybe they were her former employers. Just then Kelly rushed in with the money bag. Seeing Mike's battered state, she quickly handed it over. After verifying the cash, the boss ordered Mike released, warning next time money wouldn't save him. Mike anxiously asked his mom where she got $50,000 but Kelly snapped not to call her that, she had no son like him. Entering their chaotic home, Mike raged asking who did this because he'd kill them. Yep's son emerged saying since Mike wrecked others' homes, they returned the favor, plus this was no longer his house. Seeing the stranger, Mike yelled who was he to barge in. Kelly angrily said to show respect since Yep's son's money just saved his life. Confused, Mike asked if she sold the house to him. Kelly said Yep's son was letting them stay out of kindness but Mike didn't deserve it. If he couldn't change, he had to leave. Mike laughed coldly that without him, she couldn't make the payments. Did she want to be homeless? He mocked Yep's son for acting big when he was a nobody. Yep's son suddenly emitted a terrifying aura and Mike crumpled gasping. Last chance to change your attitude and actions. Refuse and you're no longer welcome here, Yep's son stated chillingly. Yep's son scorned the rundown house wasn't worth $50,000 so he wouldn't make a losing deal. What he bought was Kelly. Mike angrily asked why he would buy a 50-year-old woman. Yep's son said everyone had value, though no longer young, Kelly was the most suitable person for him to choose. Who would suspect a kind, simple woman of smuggling drugs in her grocery bag? Of course, cutting all ties with family and friends is mandatory for my professional couriers. Mike begged his mom to deny Yep's son's words, but Kelly sadly said she had no choice to save her son. Their bond was fulfilled. From now on, he was no longer her son nor she his mother. He had to settle his own affairs. Desperate, Mike offered himself for the smuggling job, insisting he could ensure safety. But Yep's son sneered that even a blind man could smell the addiction on him. Too lazy to waste more words, he directed Kelly to follow him. Seeing them about to leave, Mike angrily tried to stop them, but Yep's son easily shoved the frail man down. "Look at your feeble state, who can you protect?" Mike pleaded forgiveness from Kelly. The drugs ruined not just himself but hurt her too. He swore to change if given one more chance. Kelly hugged Mike, also in tears. She looked pleadingly at Yep's son, who nodded. "This is your final opportunity to prove yourself. I will be watching closely. Do not fail your mother again." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Mike thanked Yep's son for his compassion. Yep's son sternly warned that lazy excuses would no longer be tolerated. It was time for Mike to stand on his own. Mike swore a solemn oath to reform himself into a responsible son deserving of Kelly's love. Yep's son remained unmoved by the dramatic words, but Kelly smiled, feeling a glimmer of long-lost hope. On the drive home, Tanca asked what if Mike had refused to trade his life for Kelly's freedom. Yep's son coldly replied then he'd have killed Mike. To sacrifice his own mother for selfish self-preservation meant he was beyond redemption. Tanca shivered at his ruthlessness but understood he acted out of principle. She asked if he could really have cured Mike's addiction. Yep's son explained Mike's willpower was too weak. Forcibly removing the addiction would only relapse later. Only by shocking him could change occur. He manipulated Mike's emotions, using love for his mother as the impetus to awaken his conscience. Tanca realized Yep's son's harshness hid deep insight into human nature. His methods were sharp but intentions pure. She smiled, feeling fortunate to have this man of both kindness and resolve as her beloved. Leaning against his sturdy shoulder, Tanca's heart swelled with admiration and pride. After resolving Kelly's situation, Yep's son took them to an amusement park Noan had been eager to visit. Their first stop was the roller coaster, which gave Yen Lin a white-knuckle thrill ride. Then they hit the turbulent pirate ship, subjecting her to more gut-wrenching twists and turns. The back-to-back extreme rides nearly made Yen Lin hurl her lunch. Tanca helped support her off the ride, apologizing for dragging her along if she was afraid of heights. Yen Lin stammered she wasn't scared at all. Tanca smiled, understanding she was too proud to admit fear. She suggested they take a break for milder activities. Tanca regretted being an unworthy mother. Fearing the Taos, she had hidden Noan's identity and never brought her out in public. She knew Noan must have envied other children. Yep's son took Tanca's hand, saying the Taos were in the past. From now on, they would be together beside Noan and give her the happiest childhood. Noan excitedly pointed out a lively crowd nearby playing some game. It was the amusement park's anniversary event. To thank visitors, they were giving away a new family doll set. Just hit the red nose at the top to win a prize. Eager dads volunteered but failed to hit the target. An employee kindly gave a consolation gift instead. Noan eyed the cute dolls longingly. Yep's son asked if she really wanted them. Noan innocently said yes. Noan said the game looked too hard. But in doting dad Yep's son's world, nothing was too difficult if it made his daughter happy. As Yep's son stepped up to swing the mallet, a man in a suit shoved him aside and grabbed it. A group of suited men took turns whacking the machine, scoring only 80. The crowd booed their cheating. When the staff came to mediate, the men absurdly argued there was no rule against multiple players. A woman in a yellow dress complained angrily about the delay wasting her time. Her guards apologized profusely. Her young daughter whined for the doll set. To placate her, the mother shouted she'd buy it for $50,000. The employee explained prizes were only won by playing. Incensed, she insulted him for valuing ratty fabrics over cash that could buy cars. Tanca was appalled by her teaching her child such arrogance. The woman kept ranting her strong guards should easily win the toy. Yep's son had finally enough of the commotion interfering with his daughter's wish. He strode forth and gently moved the employee aside, promising to resolve it. Taking the mallet, he lightly tapped the target. The bell clanged deafeningly as the score hit. Stunned silence turned to cheers from the crowd. The employee presented Yep Sun the prize gracefully. Taking the deluxe doll set, he walked over and knelt before Noan Noan. "For my beloved princess," he said with a smile. Noan Noan joyfully hugged the dolls. "Thank you, Daddy." Just then the spoiled girl rammed into Noan Noan, knocking her down to seize the toy, declaring it was hers. Seeing Noan Noan fall, Tan Ca and Yep Sun immediately went to her in concern. But the mother scolded Noan Noan for pretending to gain sympathy. She threw $100 for medical fees and $5,000 on the ground, commanding the doll set be sold to her. Hearing the prize her dad won being taken away, Noan Noan cried, "My doll." Yep Sun's aura intensified ominously. He slowly turned his icy gaze towards the mother and child. They shrank back, suddenly afraid under his palpable fury. "You harmed my beloved daughter and stole her cherished gift. There is no forgiveness for provoking this father's wrath," Yep Sun stated chillingly. The mother trembled, pushing her daughter forward to return the toy while apologizing profusely, begging for mercy. Yep Sun took the doll set and handed it gently back to Noan Noan, his expression instantly softening with love. Noan Noan hugged it tightly, soothed by her father's presence. As Yep Sun returned home, Rava rushed over with alarming news. A major incident had occurred at the Deep Foundation. Details were circulating internationally, impacting stock prices. Noan Noan worriedly asked if Aunt Fuang was very ill. Yep Sun was troubled that Aunt Fuang's health had always been robust, so this sudden serious illness was suspicious. He decided he must return to investigate. Rava understood the gravity and did not try dissuading Yep Sun, only saying to call anytime if needed. On the flight home, Tan Ca suggested the illness could be real, but Yep Sun remained unconvinced. Aunt Fuang had undertaken a full physical exam recently that showed perfect health. This happening right after Yep Sun left the country seemed too coincidental. He suspected someone intentionally created this incident to sabotage him. Tan Ca fretted over who could be so bold to make such a move. Yep Sun's eyes narrowed as a figure came to mind that matched the audacity and ruthlessness. At the airport, they were met not by the usual arranged driver but a luxurious limousine. The familiar face of Secretary Ji stepped out to greet them deferentially. Yep Sun's expression darkened, demanding to know Aunt Fuang's condition. Secretary Ji anxiously explained that after sudden onset of illness, she had fallen into a coma. Yep Sun sensed the secretary's nervousness hid something. He crisply ordered to be taken directly to Aunt Fuang and alerted no one of his arrival. After sending the others out, Yep Sun gathered spiritual energy into a sphere, holding it over Aunt Fuang. Lured by the energy, a hideous black worm emerged from her mouth which Yep Sun extracted. After destroying the corpse worm, Aunt Fuang regained consciousness, confused why she was hospitalized. Yep Sun explained she had been afflicted by an insidious blood-draining worm that modern medicine could not detect. He asked if she had offended anyone recently. Aunt Fuang could think of no enemies for their charitable foundation. Yep Sun asked if she ate anything unusual or with someone prior. She recalled a banquet hosted by Xiao Haizhou, the real estate tycoon retiring soon. He was a donor, so she doubted he would harm her. Yep Sun told Aunt Fuang to rest while he handled it. He flew off toward Xiao's home when Nok Nhi suddenly appeared behind him. Spooked, she yelped, "Master, don't hit me." Yep Sun withdrew his palm, asking why she was sneakily following him. Nok Nhi said she wanted to help investigate Aunt Fuang's illness. Yep Sun ordered her back to the hospital to guard Aunt Fuang and Tan Ca. This matter was too dangerous for a novice like her. Nok Nhi pouted that she finally had a physical form so should put it to use. How could she improve without real battle experience? Seeing her determined, Yep Sun acquiesced but said she must follow his commands. Nok Nhi swore she would be obedient. They arrived at Xiao's mansion, where Yep Sun disabled security systems with a flick of his finger. Warded gates and locks all crumbled at his touch. Boldly strolling in, they were met by a furious Xiao demanding to know who dared trespass. His arrogant air infuriated Nok Nhi, but Yep Sun stopped her retaliation. "You afflicted my aunt with a corpseworm. I've come for an explanation," Yep Sun declared coldly. Xiao paled, stammering he didn't know what Yep Sun meant. But under Yep Sun's penetrating gaze, he sank to his knees and confessed everything. At Xiao Haizhou's luxurious villa, he angrily berated Ding Mao not to go too far. Ding Mao taunted back that Boss Xiao was in a bad mood, understandable since 8 out of 10 guests at his banquet fell ill. The police must be running him ragged these days. From outside, Nanny gasped, "It's my father." Yep's son realized the woman was the one who sold him the house. Ding Mao coldly lectured Xiao that he had helped him years ago in difficulty, yet now Xiao betrayed their partnership. This was heaven's retribution. Enraged, Xiao yelled for Ding Mao to stop pretending to be righteous. He knew what schemes Ding Mao was running and owed him nothing. Unfazed, Ding Mao smoothly said there was no need for this. Hadn't they cooperated happily for years? As long as Xiao agreed, they could continue prospering together. But if he refused, Ding Mao could easily find another company. Flustered, Xiao refused to be threatened. Ding Mao suddenly exerted an oppressive aura, bringing Xiao to his knees. "I treated you as an equal, yet you dared refuse me," Ding Mao sneered. Nanny trembled with fury seeing her father's arrogance. She leapt through the window shouting, "You bully, let him go." Xiao Haizhou decided to tell Yep's son everything. "Years ago when I first started Hang Dat, our initial project failed due to the contractor abruptly cancelling. Ding Mao approached me, offering his company to take over the project and save my crisis. I was very grateful, so I gave him all our projects afterwards. At first we cooperated very well, but later I noticed something wrong. He insisted we only take on high-end villas, not normal properties. I thought he just wanted bigger profits. But the villas he built kept having bizarre supernatural incidents over the years, greatly damaging Hang Dat's reputation. I invited a feng shui master who said the villas had been deliberately cursed during construction. So I became wary and wanted to partner with others. But it was too late, his company had monopolized the Shanghai luxury construction market. I realized this was a meticulously laid trap using feng shui to control the elite for his hidden agenda. I wanted to cut ties, but then my daughter disappeared and my wife and I were distraught. Later Dr. Hua nearly died. His villa was also built by Ding Mao. So I decided to end things. I didn't expect Ding Mao to retaliate at my banquet guests to threaten me. Please, you must save them. I beg you. Yep's son said to leave it to him. He instructed Xiao to secretly gather his cursed friends at the hospital for treatment. With the recipe forced from Ding Mao, Yep's son could dispel the century toad's incurable venom. Those afflicted would be saved. Xiao was overwhelmed with gratitude. Yep's son said benevolence should not be repaid. Ding Mao's villainy could not be allowed to continue unchecked. Xiao solemnly swore to devote his efforts to righting past wrongs. Yep's son told him to remain strong, they would meet again. The scene shifted to Xiao driving home after healing his friends. Suddenly two shadows blocked the road, Ding Mao and a burly man wielding a huge axe. Seeing Xiao stop, Ding Mao sneered that despite the tin van antidote, Xiao insisted on inviting trouble. He ordered Xiao to come along. Sensing danger, Xiao slammed the gas pedal to speed away. Unconcerned, the muscular man leapt up, swinging his axe down at the car. A deafening boom resounded, but the car remained unharmed, Yep's son's artifact having halted the axe. Stepping out from the darkness, Yep's son deduced they had intercepted news of the antidote and directly attacked Xiao. Seeing the unfamiliar man, Ding Mao cautiously asked his identity. Yep's son said names did not matter to those about to die. Ding Mao did not want to waste time with Yep's son. He pulled open the car door, ordering Ngua's son to finish things here while he pursued Xiao Haizhou. After Ding Mao left, Ngua's son cracked his neck, saying Yep's son's earlier blow had hurt badly. He would shred Yep's son to pieces tonight. Swinging his huge axe ferociously, Ngua's son charged at Yep's son. But Yep's son didn't even glance at him, sending a chill down Ngua's son's spine. Yep's son scorned having no time to play with him. Desperate to show off, Ngua's son fearfully asked Yep's son's identity before collapsing dead. Suddenly, a bizarre dark red lump of flesh emerged from Ngua's son's body. It rapidly grew tentacles and a large fanged maw, emitting deafening roars. Its tentacles heaved the monstrosity upwards, launching it at Yep's son. Puzzled by the freakish creature, Yep's son flicked a fireball, incinerating it instantly. Looking skyward, Yep's son muttered strange happenings were increasing lately. This unknown parasite was deeply disturbing. For the world's sake, he could not allow such vile beings to spread. On the empty night road, two cars raced at high speed. In the lead car, Mrs. Xiao anxiously asked what to do as Ding Mao tailgated them. Ding Mao sinisterly thought that since Xiao wouldn't cooperate, he should just die. He slammed the gas, ramming the back of Xiao's car. The hard crash sent Xiao's car skidding out of control. Newly arrived Nanny was horrified to see this. Ding Mao stayed right on their tail, hitting the gas again to smash into them once more. Nanny quickly activated the Vajra ring Yep Sun gave her. It expanded into a protective barrier around Xiao's car. When Ding Mao's vehicle crashed into the barrier, it was repelled and sent tumbling away, finally crashing and smoking heavily. In the car, Mrs. Xiao blearily saw a girl floating outside her window. Recognizing Nanny, she pushed the door open calling out. Remembering her master's order to avoid her parents, Nanny turned invisible before their eyes. Hiding in a corner, Nanny was saddened hearing her parents' desperate cries for her. With futile shouting, Mrs. Xiao could only sink back into her seat, face wet with tears. At the last moment, Nanny appeared to catch her mother, who cried and exclaimed joyfully that her daughter was really here. Xiao Haizhou was also overjoyed that Nanny was alive. But Nanny sadly revealed she had actually died 2 years ago, murdered at the airport. Her soul was then trapped in their old apartment until her master Yep Sun saved her, granting a physical form. However, her yin energy could only harm them, so she begged them to forget her. The Xiao couple insisted they didn't care if being together shortened their lives. Just then, Yep Sun arrived and sagely recited the 8 sufferings of human life that none can avoid, lamenting people's attachment to desires. Seeing her master, Nanny happily called out to him. Mrs. Xiao pleadingly asked if Yep Sun with his great powers could let them be together. Nanny said not to trouble her master, the living and dead were separate by nature. But Yep Sun took out a sunstone, saying if they kept it close, it could resist the yin energy. The reunited family had much to say when suddenly the injured Ding Mao dragged himself from the wreckage. Despite everything, Xiao Haizhou moved to help Ding Mao, but a saber suddenly appeared in Ding Mao's hand as he lunged murderously at Xiao. Yep Sun instantly flickered in front of Xiao, clasping Ding Mao's wrist. If you turn from evil, it's not too late for redemption, he urged. But Ding Mao was too far gone. He screamed his ambition would never fade and stabbed himself with the saber. As the injured Ding Mao lay on the ground, red tentacles suddenly emerged from his back and flew at Xiao Haizhou. Yep Sun noticed and blasted them with spirit energy. He asked Ding Mao what this was and what their agenda was. Unafraid, Ding Mao sneered that the force behind him was no mere ant like Yep Sun could provoke. His words were cut short as he rapidly expanded like a balloon, cryptically uttering, "The new world is coming," before exploding messily. Yep Sun knew Ding Mao's control of Hangdat real estate was surely more than just business profits. A greater scheme was at play. Dejected, Nanny said Ding Mao was dead, so they had no leads. But Yep Sun smiled, taking out Aunt Fuang's corpseworm. Its connection to its master's breath was unbreakable across any distance. Soon they tracked the location of the one who deployed it. Entering the tower, they found it eerily empty and quiet. Nanny was startled when the elevator suddenly opened. Yep Sun joked it seemed they were expected. The creepy interior design intensified as the lift rose. Nanny worried if it was a cult's lair, but Yep Sun casually said she couldn't die again anyway. Nanny pouted at his lack of chivalry. Following the sounds, they finally came upon Lu Dam chanting while drawing mystical symbols around a glowing portal. Seeing them, he greeted Yep Sun as an honored guest. Yep Sun sternly ordered him to close the disturbing rift he had opened. They discovered the feng shui master from Dr. Hua's home chained naked to a wall by men in black. Sensing Yep Sun's arrival, one said, "The honored guest has finally come. We've awaited you long." Seeing Yep Sun, Lu Dam pleaded to be saved, but the man ominously said, "Unfortunately," sending chills down Lu Dam's spine. Ignoring Lu Dam, he told Yep Sun he knew he was no match, so had accepted sacrifice. As Yep Sun instantly appeared gripping his neck, the man slit his own throat with a hideous grin. Yep Sun realized the New World Group was secretive and powerful. Knowing he was outmatched, the corpseworm deployer chose suicide over interrogation. His subordinates also exploded like Ding Mao when Yep Sun approached. A shocked Nanny asked what this new world was and why they did not fear death. Before Yep Sun could answer, the massive explosions shook the building violently on the verge of collapse. Yep Sun urgently said they had to get out now. Chained Lu Dam cried for Yep Sun to take him along. But as Yep Sun grabbed him, Nanny said it was too late, the building crumbled thunderously. At the last second, Yep Sun brought Lu Dam and Nanny safely outside. Lu Dam immediately thanked Yep Sun for the rescue. But Nanny berated him to put on clothes first in shamelessness. Right now, they had to report these terrible events to Master. What bothered Yep Sun was who had hired Lu Dam that day and why he was with them. Plus, what were those creatures? Breaking a branch woefully, Lu Dam said it was his foolishness at fault. He was a locally renowned feng shui master. One day Ding Mao approached him, saying enemies bothered him and he wanted Lu Dam to give them bad feng shui as lesson while paying him well. Lu Dam agreed, thinking it harmless. But after the incident at Dr. Hua's home, Lu Dam realized the gravity and wanted to quit. Ding Mao then ambushed and captured him, saying he would sacrifice Lu Dam's blood. Thankfully Yep Sun had saved him. Lu Dam claimed ignorance about any creatures, only tasked with selecting feng shui sites. Suspicious, Nanny accused Lu Dam of lying to hide his knowledge, hence being silenced. But Yep Sun cut her off, saying with Lu Dam's IQ, he could not lie. Nanny sighed as their lead went cold with the building's destruction. Yep Sun said seeking truth was temporarily on hold with all evidence gone. He lectured Lu Dam that as a cultivator, he had almost killed for money. But seeing Lu Dam's nature was not evil, Yep Sun would give him a chance to start anew. He must use his skills to aid others in the future. Lu Dam swore deeply to follow the righteous path going forward. Nanny doubted his reliability, but Yep Sun believed in giving second chances. After dealing with the corpse worm deployer, Yep Sun returned home with Nanny. He told her she no longer needed to reside in the Jade Lotus. Nanny knelt pleadingly, thinking she was being abandoned. She cried that she would accept any punishment as long as her master didn't discard her. Yep Sun smiled that he only meant she should reunite with her parents after finally finding them again. Though touched, Nanny recalled Yep Sun's order to protect Noan. But Yep Sun assured her not to worry. Right then, Tan Sa's voice sounded outside. Yep Sun urged the silly girl to quickly go see her parents. After thanking Yep Sun, Nanny vanished into the night. Entering, Tan Ca affectionately asked why Yep Sun didn't respond. Adorable Noan piped up that it was dinner time and mommy cooked today. At the table, Yep Sun told Aunt Fuang that Ding Mao had afflicted her and the banquet guests but had died, severing that lead. He said although the corpse worm was removed, Aunt Fuang still needed full recovery. He suggested she stay with them for care. Noan eagerly agreed with her dad's idea while nibbling a bun. Tan Ca also thought it was good for Aunt Fuang's health. Aunt Fuang was extremely grateful for Yep Sun's gracious offer. She felt deep warmth at how he treated her like family. Yep Sun said it was fate that brought them together so they should support each other. Tan Ca smiled lovingly at her compassionate husband. Noan vaguely said through a mouthful that Aunt Fuang would be taken care of by her. Seeing the adorable girl, Aunt Fuang agreed to Yep Sun's suggestion. But she teased they still needed approval from the lady of the house. Flustered, Tan Ca stammered about what lady of the house. She pleaded for Aunt Fuang to stop teasing her. Yep Sun chimed in, did Tan Ca not want to be mistress here? Maybe he should find another woman then. His joking immediately displeased the jealous Tan Ca. After the laughter, she of course approved Aunt Fuang staying. With Yen Ling away, they had a free room. Yep Sun then asked if Tan Ca could join the charities board in the future. Looking seriously at Tan Ca, he said he had promised she could develop her strengths since she lacked domestic talent. Little Noan piped up that mom's cooking was far worse than dad's. She preferred dad's meals. Poking Noan's head for the betrayal, Tan Ca said the charity was originally Yep Sun's, so Aunt Fuang had no objections. In fact, she wanted to properly rest. The upcoming Monday meeting would be perfect for Tan Ca to attend and announce herself succeeding Aunt Fuang. Tan Ca was extremely grateful but also nervous about the important role. Yep Sun encouraged her she would do great. Noan also cheered for her mommy. Aunt Fuang smilingly promised to guide Tan Xie until she fully settled in her new position. Clasping Tan Sa's hand, Yep Sun said he had complete faith in her abilities. Tan Sa's eyes shone with determination to meet this challenge. On a bright sunny morning, Aunt Fuang brought Tan Xie to the Yep Foundation headquarters. En route, Tan Xie admired Aunt Fuang's strong aura, from a gentle aunt to authoritative in business attire. No wonder Yep Sun told her to learn from Aunt Fuang. At the conference room, Tan Xie asked why Yep Sun wasn't joining them as chairman. Aunt Fuang said she told him not to come. Today Tan Xie was the main character and had to stand alone going forward. The secretary announced all shareholders and directors were present. Aunt Fuang opened the doors to a room full of suited men. The shareholders sat solemnly awaiting Aunt Fuang. Despite Tan Sa's experience at the Dao Group, this setting made her extremely nervous. Seeing Aunt Fuang, everyone promptly stood and welcomed Chairman Fuang. Accustomed to this, Aunt Fuang amiably had them sit. They cordially inquired about her health. Aunt Fuang replied she had recovered, but a person grows old eventually. Aunt Fuang formally introduced Tan Xie as Yep Sun's wife and her successor henceforth. She asked if Tan Xie had any plans or ideas from the materials provided. Composing herself, Tan Xie humbly said this was her first time with the foundation and looked forward to everyone's guidance. But a shareholder interrupted, saying they respected the Yep couple before, but suddenly handing over control to an inexperienced woman was concerning. Another director bluntly asked if she was from the Dao dynasty, implying her marriage connection. Flustered, Tan Xie confirmed it. This further displeased shareholders as the close Dao-Shao alliance was known for ruthlessness. As businesspeople, they wished to avoid such associations. Rumors of an engagement between the families were surely about her. Tan Xie desperately explained she was estranged from the Taos, but they ignored her personal circumstances. One declared they would withdraw all donations if she took over. Others echoed similar intents. Seeing most shareholders demanding divestment, a crestfallen Tan Xie could only softly call Aunt Fuang. Aunt Fuang's eyes narrowed sharply. Let me remind all that the Yep Foundation was solely established through my family's efforts and funds. I have absolute authority in choosing my successor. Her firm tone allowed no argument. Suddenly, Yep Sun's voice rang in her mind, telling her not to panic. The foundation embodied his mother and Aunt Fuang's life's work. Aunt Fuang knew Yep Sun had no ambitions here. She was testing if Tan Xie could shoulder this responsibility, not questioning her Dao family ties. Tan Xie looked at silent Aunt Fuang and understood this was an evaluation. Yep Sun continued that Aunt Fuang favored gentle yet strong-willed women. If Tan Xie yielded to pressure, she would fail. Tan Xie steeled her resolve, vowing she would never retreat. Yep Sun praised her determination. At the next meeting, Tan Xie eloquently outlined her charitable vision and plans. Her capableness amazed those previously doubtful. She declared all donations would now be publicly disclosed for full transparency. A new auditing team would track all funds to prevent any misuse. Tan Xie sincerely thanked those willing to continue entrusting them with contributions. She absolutely would not compel anyone wishing to withdraw support. Her words swayed the uneasy shareholders into private discussion. Aunt Fuang then stood and proclaimed Tan Xie had proven herself capable and worthy. She, Fuang Xiao Tan, guaranteed Tan Sa's character. Under her leadership, the foundation's future was bright. Hearing this personal voucher, all doubts were extinguished. One by one, the shareholders approved appointing Tan Xie as successor. Aunt Fuang nodded in satisfaction at Tan Xie passing her trial. Tan Xie was immensely grateful to Yep Sun for his timely encouragement. And to Aunt Fuang for this opportunity to prove herself. She would uphold their faith and lead the foundation onwards to greater heights through her hard work. After the meeting concluded, Aunt Fuang laughed that Tan Sa's eloquence matched Yep Sun's silver tongue. Truly a perfect match. Tan Xie bashfully admitted Yep Sun had secretly given her guidance at the critical moment. Aunt Fuang just smiled knowingly. Stirring the pot together, a harmonious atmosphere filled the kitchen. Tan Sa's heart swelled with love at this tranquil scene. With Yep Sun's support, she felt capable of anything. Tan Xie vowed to work hard so they could build a happy future. Noan put down her chopsticks and sadly said she didn't think Auntie Nanny liked her anymore since she wouldn't come out when called. Yep's son explained that Nanny had found her parents so had to be with them now instead of always being by Noan's side. Clutching the jade lotus, Noan wailed that she missed Auntie Nanny and wanted her to play together. Seeing her sudden tears, Aunt Fuang offered to buy Noan anything to stop the crying. But the little girl insisted only Auntie Nanny would do. Overhearing the name, Tan Ca immediately demanded to know who this Auntie Nanny was. For the first time, Yep's son sternly told Noan to stop crying. Sensing her father's anger, Noan muted her sobs. His tone sharper, Yep's son asked if someone wanted to take Noan from her parents, would she agree? Auntie Nanny had finally reunited with her own parents. If she knew Noan was being difficult, she would be very sad. Did Noan want that? Swallowing her tears, Noan shook her head. Yep's son said good girls didn't throw fits for sympathy. If she behaved, Auntie would visit sometimes. Meekly nodding, Noan promised she understood. The doorbell suddenly rang. It was Xiao Haizhou and his wife. Xiao apologized to Aunt Fuang for causing her such troubles. Noan then spotted Nanny and leapt excitedly into her arms. Seeing Noan's tears, Nanny asked who bullied her so she could help get revenge. Yep's son joked Noan should hit herself then. Innocently, Noan asked if having parents meant Nanny no longer needed her. Nanny clutched Yep's son's arm, insisting they were best friends forever and she could never leave her master either. Watching Nanny's bright chatter while holding Yep's son, a jealous Tan Ca frowned. Meanwhile, to repay Yep's son's aid, Xiao Haizhou offered the key to a penthouse in the luxury Bich Din Towers, 2 units at the top with each family taking one. This would allow Nanny to still be near both families. Aunt Fuang was shocked since units there cost a fortune per square meter. But Xiao laughed that no price was too high for his daughter's happiness. He had realized what truly mattered after almost losing Nanny. Yep's son politely declined the lavish gift, saying Nanny belonging with her family was payment enough. Xiao insisted but Yep's son remained firm. After the Xiao couple left, Tan Ca demanded Yep's son explain his relationship with this shameless Nanny. Taken aback, Yep's son vaguely said she was just a family friend who looked after Noan sometimes before. But Tan Ca was certain something fishy was afoot. Yep's son felt bad but explained it was to avoid misunderstandings with Tan Ca. Nanny understood and promised to abide by her master's decision. She knew Tan Ca was just protecting her family. As long as Yep's son was happy, Nanny was content. She would always support him from the shadows. Yep's son was touched by her selflessness. He vowed that once the time was right, Nanny would resume her rightful place by their side. Nanny said there was no rush, being able to help her master was joy enough. She would wait patiently until the day came. For now, protecting the family's harmony was most important. As long as she could watch them living happily together, that brought Nanny peace. Yep's son smiled gently, promising he would find a way for them all to be together again one day. One day, Xiao Haizhou informed Yep's son that the Yep group was suddenly buying up prime land under Yep Sung Wan's name. Aunt Fuang was shocked since the Yep family never dealt in real estate before. Where did Yep Sung Wan get so much money? Xiao said he heard Yep Sung Wan sold Yep group assets for funds. Furious, Aunt Fuang raged at his audacity since the group represented the efforts of Yep's son's late parents. Yep's son calmed her and vowed to investigate while protecting the Yep legacy. Still worried, Aunt Fuang warned even murder was not below Yep Sung Wan. But Nanny laughed that her master considered Yep Sung Wan lower than an ant. Yep's son said he was unafraid and looked forward to Yep Sung Wan's next pathetic ploy. Xiao offered to unilaterally cancel the land sale but Yep's son declined, not wanting to stoop to Yep Sung Wan's level. Xiao insisted on helping if needed. With business concluded, Nanny playfully called Xiao and his wife her in-laws, making Tan Ca scowl jealously again. Everyone just laughed merrily. After the Xiao couple left, Nanny drooled over the feast Yep's son had cooked, excited to finally taste his cooking with a physical form. She and Noan then competed to see who could eat more. Watching their daughter, the Xiaos were moved to tears. They confessed to spoiling her too much without discipline. If only they had been stricter so she wouldn't have been so naively trusting. But now someone commanded her respect and obedience. They entreated Yep's son to scold or hit her as needed, they would not interfere. Taken aback, Yep's son glanced at his silly disciple and realized he was trapped in this role. Learning of Yep Sung Wan's sell-off of Yep Group assets, Yep's son went to investigate with Nanny. Seeing the office full of legal documents, Nanny complained about the headache and asked why he didn't just easily kill Yep Sung Wan. Yep's son rapped her head with the folder, "Too many bloody TV dramas." If Yep Sung Wan suddenly died, he would be the prime suspect as main beneficiary. Murder brought more headaches. Nanny laughed that her master was now even aware of hot searches. Yep's son flicked her forehead again but had to admit she was rather adorable. He informed her they would wage legal warfare to regain control of Yep Group. Nanny saluted, ready to assist her master's strategy. As Yep's son scrutinized documents in the office, footsteps sounded outside. With a wave of his hand, Yep's son tidied up the messy room. The legal advisor entered following Yep Sung Wan, who arrogantly declared he now owned the group and would do as he pleased. He ordered the contracts prepared for signing tomorrow despite the advisor's protests. Yep Sung Wan sneered the two-legged advisor was replaceable if unwilling to cooperate. Furious, the advisor said he had loyally served the chairman for over a decade. Yep Sung Wan had no authority to fire him. Yep Sung Wan shouted the days of Yep Fengshan were over. He was now an insignificant dog. He called security to drag the advisor out and confiscate his access. Watching through the window, Yep's son and Nanny saw the helpless advisor removed while protesting Yep Sung Wan's wickedness. At home, the advisor told his wife that despite Yep's son's flaws, he was still a good boy who would never destroy the Yep Group like this. But she said it was too late for regrets, they could only survive day by day now. The loyal advisor decided he had to warn Yep's son about Yep Sung Wan's plans. Yep's son was their last hope to preserve Chairman Yep Fengshan's legacy. Suddenly remembering something, the advisor excitedly exclaimed he couldn't believe he had forgotten about it. He retrieved an old dusty box and murmured whether Yep Group could be saved depended on the item within. His curious wife asked what it was. The advisor happily explained it was the will Chairman Yep had drafted over a decade ago. According to the will, if anything happened to Chairman Yep and his wife, their shares and control of Yep Group would go to their adopted son Yep's son. The chairman had thought ahead to prevent anyone from trying to steal the company. This legal document was the key to reclaiming Yep Group from Yep Sung Wan's hands. The advisor's wife worried that telling Yep's son directly could endanger him. Her husband said not to worry, he would discreetly get the will to Yep's son through an anonymous delivery. After sending the parcel, the loyal advisor could finally relax, having repaid his debt to the late chairman. The Yep couple could now rest in peace knowing their son and life's work were protected. Receiving the unexpected package, Yep's son was puzzled by its contents. But the enclosed letter explained everything, bringing a confident smile to Yep's son's face. With this trump card, Yep Sung Wan's schemes were doomed to fail. Justice would soon be served.